Imagine trying to drift off to sleep tonight, but instead of lying down, you prop yourself up, half sitting, half slouching, bundled in layers of blankets. As strange as it sounds, for centuries this was how many people actually slept, and that's why tonight we're uncovering the real reasons why. From fears of demons and disease to the simple reality of drafty homes and crowded beds, sleeping upright was a habit shaped by both superstition and survival. It wasn't laziness or discomfort. It was just how the night was managed, generation after generation. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and let me know where you're tuning in from and what time it is for you. Now, dim the lights, grab your cozy blanket and let's begin. Imagine spending the night in that ideal position where your mattress has adapted to your unique shape over the years, pulling your covers up to your chin. You sigh with satisfaction after stretching out and possibly wriggling a little to find a cool spot on your pillow. Isn't this nightly routine as instinctive as breathing? Here's something that might literally make you sit up in bed. For the majority of human history, people would have assumed you were either dead or insane based on your horizontal sleeping position. You heard correctly. For centuries, our ancestors slept upright, leaning against headboards, walls, or specially made sleep chairs that resembled medieval torture devices more than furniture. Imagine attempting to explain your memory foam pillow and California King mattress to a person from the 1600s. They would most likely start organising your funeral by calling the local physician. Now, before you start to feel proud of your contemporary sleeping arrangements, keep in mind that these were not primitive people who had not yet mastered the art of lying down. The issues they were facing would make your worst Monday morning seem like a day at the spa. When you realise what they had to contend with, you may come to value their resourcefulness. They had good reasons for staying up all night. It wasn't an overnight change from sitting to lying down. Superstitions, medical theories that would make a fortune teller blush, and social customs so deeply embedded that shifting sleep positions was practically revolutionary were all part of this slow, centuries-long shift. Consider it the slowest rebellion in history, waged one pillow at a time. You see, back then, sleep was more than just rest. It was linked to beliefs about health, religion, social standing, and even survival. Depending on where you slept, you might be viewed as wealthy or impoverished, healthy or ill, or virtuous or sinful. It was similar to social media, except that instead of sharing photos of your breakfast, people were making snap judgments about how you spent your unconscious hours. The rules that governed the medieval world were entirely different from those that govern us today. Plague, infection, starvation, or even just your neighbour's goat running loose and trampling on your turnip garden were all potential causes of death. Every choice, including how you positioned your body for those valuable few hours of rest, carried weight in such a precarious world. They were being realistic in ways we can hardly fathom now, not being dramatic. The interesting part is that sleeping upright wasn't a peculiarity of Europeans. Similar customs were independently developed by cultures in Asia, Africa, and the Americas. This implies that the difficulties our ancestors encountered were universal, which is why sitting up at night seemed like the sensible option. It was adaptation to conditions that we are grateful to have left behind, not ignorance. You're taking part in a relatively new human experiment as you lie there tonight, horizontal and comfortable. As a result of centuries of incremental change, medical progress and social evolution, your sleeping habits are truly revolutionary. You're living the kind of luxury that ancient kings and queens could only imagine every time you turn your pillow to the cool side or change your blanket. Indeed, sweet dreams. Let's take a moment to explore the medieval mind. Suppose you lived in a world where the only thing you knew about medicine was how to balance your humours, not the kind that make you laugh, but the enigmatic bodily fluids that were supposed to regulate your health. The four horsemen of medieval medicine, blood, phlegm, yellow bile, and black bile, were more difficult to balance than putting together IKEA furniture without the manual. The learned physicians of the day believed that lying flat dangerously disturbed these humours. They held that horizontal stretching caused blood to pool in the wrong places, causing imbalances that could cause disease or even death. It was similar to the medieval game of Operation, except that you might actually die in place of a buzzer going off. According to the doctors, sitting upright maintained the delicate balance required for life by allowing your humours to flow correctly. However, the medical issues extended beyond the enigmatic fluid management. Medical professionals actually thought that lying flat exposed one to night vapours, which were poisonous gases that were said to rise from the earth and enter houses through floor cracks. Since these vapours were believed to be heavier than air, they gathered close to the ground. Like a human periscope avoiding toxic clouds, sleeping upright literally lifted you above the danger zone. Not that this was all superstition. Homes from the Middle Ages weren't exactly ventilation marvels. Imagine sharing your living space with animals for warmth, in a building that is a combination of a house and a barn. With fumes from animal feces, smoke from poorly ventilated fires, and the general mustiness of damp stone walls, the air quality was likely suspect. Even though the justification for sitting up was wildly incorrect, it's possible that it improved breathing and air circulation. The implications for religion were just as strong. According to medieval Christianity, the dead lay flat, and imitating death while you slept was a sign of tempting fate. By implying that you were prepared for eternal rest, you were effectively inviting the Grim Reaper. According to church doctrine, the righteous should always be on guard, even when they are sleeping, prepared to pray or run at any time. Lying down was regarded as spiritually hazardous because it suggested a state of vulnerability and relaxation. Additionally, think about the practicality, or lack thereof, of medieval bedrooms. Unlike you, most people did not have private sleeping quarters. Guests, servants, and families shared a room and frequently a bed. Only the very wealthy could afford privacy, and even then it was a luxury. Sitting up in such crowded conditions was a matter of space management, not merely health or religion. If everyone slept upright, leaned against walls, or shared big chairs made for several people, you could fit more people in a room. Additionally, the fear of unexpected death while sleeping was incredibly useful. People died suddenly and often in a time before modern medicine. The sick and dying, those too weak to sit up, were thought to lie down. By sleeping upright, healthy individuals showed that they were still strong enough to keep their posture while they were unconscious, demonstrating their vitality. It served as a nightly affirmation that I'm still here, still fighting, still ready for whatever dawn might bring. As you unconsciously sink into your horizontal position tonight, keep in mind that you are doing something that your forefathers would have regarded as either courageous or foolish, or perhaps both. Your readiness to lie down demonstrates how much we've learned about safety, health, and the basic art of getting a decent night's sleep. You may be asking yourself, what exactly were they sitting on if everyone was sleeping upright? Depending on your stance on comfort versus functionality, the medieval furniture industry had to get inventive in ways that would make contemporary ergonomic designers cry with envy, or horror. The sleep chair is the equivalent of a recliner in medieval Europe, but it lacks the cup holders, the reclining feature, and pretty much every other feature that makes modern furniture bearable. These devices had the appearance of someone marketing them as bedroom furniture after crossing a church pew with a torture device. A high, straight back, armrests at precisely uncomfortable angles, and occasionally a tiny ledge or platform to place your feet on were all features of the basic design. Obviously comfort was not the main issue. Of course, fancier versions were owned by the wealthy. In addition to being upholstered with fabrics that cost more than the average person's yearly income, their sleep chairs were carved from pricey woods and occasionally had tiny storage spaces for personal belongings. Consider them the luxury vehicles of the world of sitting sleep. They are still essentially uncomfortable, but they do so in a stylish way. In a time when one-size-fits-all was the norm, some had adjustable backs that could tilt slightly, providing what amounted to customization. The interesting part, though, is that these chairs served as status symbols in addition to being useful pieces of furniture. Your sleep chair's design and quality made your social standing as obvious as driving a Ferrari today. Nobility displayed ornate pieces that looked more like thrones than sleeping furniture, while wealthy merchants might have chairs with modest carving and comfortable padding. The impoverished, on the other hand, used crude wooden stools or simply leaned against walls, transforming any level surface into a makeshift bed. The extremely wealthy slept in rooms made especially for standing. Imagine hallways with built-in benches, walls with tapestries and cushions for leaning against, and unique alcoves carved into the stone that would allow several people to sit and sleep comfortably. They resembled human parking garages, made to hold bodies in their vertical resting position, rather than bedrooms as we know them. Some clever furniture makers made communal sleep benches, which are long, church pew-style seats that can hold whole families or groups of tourists. Picture yourself arriving at a medieval inn, finding yourself seated on a bench beside total strangers, and spending the night together like birds on a wire. It was obvious that personal space was an unimagined luxury. In fact, these pieces were incredibly well crafted. In the absence of power tools or contemporary methods, medieval woodworkers produced elaborate supports, precisely measured angles, and joints that could sustain human bodies for decades at a time. They had a deeper understanding of structural integrity, balance, and weight distribution than some contemporary furniture. Even though they slept on pieces made to last for centuries, your ancestors may have slept upright. It's interesting to note that some sleep chairs had clever features that contemporary furniture designers might find appealing. Detachable cushions allowed for seasonal comfort adjustments, adjustable footrests accommodated varying leg lengths, and hidden compartments protected valuables while you slept. Some even had little tables attached so that you could easily access prayer books, candles, or water at night. The wealthy, who could afford to try out new sleeping arrangements, were the first to gradually move away from sleep chairs. Sleep chairs did not vanish overnight as lying-down beds gained popularity. Some families kept them as emergency furniture for visitors or in case of illness, and many were repurposed as everyday seating. Relics of an alien civilization that somehow managed to sleep while simultaneously defying comfort and gravity can be found in museums today. You may be horrified to learn that for the majority of human history, privacy while sleeping was practically unheard of. Your ancestors lived in a world where sleeping was a social activity, similar to eating dinner or going to church, except that everyone was unconscious. This contrasts with your own luxury of having your own room, bed, and space to sprawl however you like. Imagine a normal medieval home. In addition to sharing houses, families also shared sleeping quarters with apprentices, servants, extended family, and frequently overnight travellers. Every evening, the great hall of a manor house would be transformed into a human dormitory, with people lining up along benches and walls in a manner reminiscent of medieval airport seating during flight delays. However, the delay persisted each and every night. Sitting upright was not only morally or medically right in these crowded sleeping arrangements, but it was also practically required. You'll see why lying down wasn't an option if you try to picture cramming 15 people into an area meant for 8. Everyone had to make the most of their vertical space, which made sleeping a human geometry exercise. Like knowing how to fix clothes or preserve meat, the ability to sleep while seated evolved into a survival skill. The social dynamics of sharing a bed were intriguing and intricate. Unwritten rules dictated who was allowed to lean against which walls, who was given priority near the fire, and who was forced to make do with the drafty spots by windows. The nightly seating arrangements were influenced by physical condition, age, and social standing. It was similar to musical chairs in the Middle Ages, except that no one won, and everyone had to sleep where they ended up. Taverns and inns elevated communal sleeping to a whole new level. People from various towns, social classes, and backgrounds would spend the night next to each other, sharing body heat and likely more germs than anyone would want to consider. It was simply good business to pack as many upright sleepers as possible into each room, because innkeepers charged by the space rather than the person. You didn't pay for privacy or comfort, you paid for a place on a bench or against a wall. In fact, this system produced its own social mores and manners. Rules about snoring, changing positions, and what to do if your sleeping neighbour began talking in their sleep or having nightmares were developed. Protocols for sharing blankets, keeping modest in close quarters, and handling the inevitable personality conflicts that occur when strangers are compelled to spend night after night in close quarters were all in place. Even though their sleeping arrangements were far more comfortable, the wealthy were not completely immune to communal sleeping either. For convenience and security reasons, noble households continued to have servants sleep in the same rooms as their masters. Even affluent families frequently shared sleeping quarters, with parents, kids, and occasionally grandparents each finding a place in the family sleeping chamber. These arrangements were made even more complex by seasonal variations. People naturally huddled closer together in the winter to stay warm, but in the summer they positioned themselves strategically close to windows and doors to take advantage of any breezes. Most people had to make do with the same space year-round, changing their positions and arrangements according to weather and temperature, while the wealthy might have had the luxury of seasonal sleeping chambers, different rooms for different times of the year. Although germ theory was not yet sufficiently understood for people to be concerned about it, Disease transmission in these settings must have been spectacular. Everyone in the sleeping chamber was likely to get a cold after someone else did. Although people blamed illness on bad air or divine punishment rather than the obvious problem of dozens of people breathing on each other all night, plague outbreaks most likely spread through communal sleeping arrangements like wildfire. The wealthy were the first to gradually transition to private sleeping. Families started to divide sleeping arrangements by generation, then by gender, and finally by personal preference as wealth and homes grew. The fact that you can sleep by yourself, in your own room, and in your own bed is a testament to centuries of economic and social advancement that your forefathers could hardly have dreamed of. How then did people go from sleeping upright for centuries to the horizontal free-for-all you see today? Everyone deciding to roll over and try lying down at the same time wasn't a sudden revelation. The gradual change from a communal survival strategy to the private, comfortable experience you know today was fueled by advancements in architecture, medicine, and social attitudes. Like most revolutions, this one started with the rich. Some aristocrats and rich merchants had started experimenting with lying down sleep by the late medieval era, though at first it was considered a luxury rather than a common practice. These early adopters, who were prepared to forego the purported spiritual and medical risks in favour of comfort and novelty, were essentially the beta testers of horizontal sleeping. Think of them like the original smartphone buyers, who were initially viewed as crazy until everyone wanted one. The ancient theories of humours and night vapours were gradually disproved by new concepts about medicine and the human body that emerged during the Renaissance. When doctors noticed that wealthy people who slept on their backs weren't dying in frightening numbers, they started to wonder if sitting up straight was really necessary for good health. Medical texts began to imply that lying flat might be helpful for some ailments, especially for those with back pain or respiratory issues. It took decades for the radical idea to become widely accepted. This transition was made possible in large part by architecture. Families could now afford to use entire rooms for sleeping, as homes grew bigger and more upscale. People no longer had to share sleeping quarters with strangers, servants, and extended families thanks to the invention of separate bedchambers. Experimenting with various sleeping positions without social scrutiny or space constraints was made possible by privacy. At last, you were able to extend your body without pushing your neighbour in the ribs. Equally significant was the development and enhancement of appropriate beds. When there were beds in the Middle Ages, they were frequently just mattresses with straw on wooden frames. The fact that these were not very comfortable for lying down likely contributed to the preference for sleeping upright. However, lying down became more and more desirable as mattress technology developed. Yes, there was such a thing as mattress technology in the pre-industrial world. Horizontal sleeping became not only feasible, but also enjoyable thanks to featherbeds, better textiles, and enhanced frame construction. During this time, religious views also changed. Many medieval Catholic teachings, including some of the superstitions surrounding sleeping positions, were contested by the Protestant Reformation. Protestant theologians were more interested in the pragmatic issues of rest and health than they were in the symbolic meaning of lying flat. This change in religion allowed people to try different sleeping positions without worrying about endangering their eternal souls. These changes were hastened by the printing press, which disseminated novel concepts regarding health and sleep more rapidly than in the past. Advice regarding appropriate sleep positioning started to appear in medical texts, home management manuals, and even popular literature. For the first time in history, written information about bedroom layout, sleep hygiene, and the advantages of various sleeping positions was available to the general public. Information that had previously only been accessible to academics and doctors became widely accessible. During this time, social perceptions of rest and vulnerability also changed. New perspectives on the significance of adequate sleep for well-being and productivity started to replace the medieval emphasis on ongoing alertness and preparedness. Over time, lying down, once interpreted as a sign of spiritual laxity or weakness, became linked to wisdom and self-care. People started to realize that getting enough sleep was not a luxury or an indulgence, but rather necessary for both physical and mental well-being. Not every social class or geographical area experienced the shift in the same way. Compared to rural farmers or the urban poor, wealthy urban populations adopted horizontal sleeping much earlier. Because they lacked the resources to alter their sleeping habits, some remote communities continued to practice upright sleeping well into the modern era, not because they liked it, Sleeping positions have changed over time, reflecting larger trends in social and economic development that still influence our way of life today. Horizontal sleeping had become so commonplace by the time your grandparents were born that most people had forgotten it had ever been a topic of debate. The medieval world's communal sleeping arrangements and sleep chairs appeared as antiquated as any other historical oddity, fascinating but unrelated to contemporary living. Given that, for the majority of history, owning a bed was equivalent to owning a luxury car, something that unmistakably indicated that you were not struggling to survive, the evolution of beds from basic sleeping platforms into the ornate kingdoms of comfort you know today is a tale worth telling. The development of bed technology reflects the larger changes in privacy, comfort, and our evolving relationship with sleep in general. When there were early beds at all, they were basically raised platforms made to keep people off of damp, cold floors and away from different animals that like to live on the ground. These were useful answers to environmental problems, not the comfortable havens you hide away to every night. A wooden frame, any available stuffing material, straw, feathers if you were lucky, or just extra blankets folded for padding, and some rope or leather strapping for support. Comfort wasn't a design objective, it was a happy accident. Naturally, long before beds were comfortable, the wealthy used them as status symbols, with intricately carved posts, pricey fabrics, and curtains that could outstrip the cost of most people's homes. Medieval noble beds were symbols of craftsmanship and wealth. These beds were furniture pieces intended to both rest and impress guests. The curtains, also known as bed hangings, had several uses. They kept body heat during chilly evenings, offered seclusion in shared sleeping quarters, and showcased the owner's wealth through their design and quality. The interesting thing is that even these ornate beds weren't made with lying down in mind. Assuming that people would sleep sitting up, or at least somewhat upright, supported by pillows and bolsters, many medieval beds were built. Compared to more recent models, the mattresses were frequently fairly firm, and the pillows were smaller and less flexible. Although technically feasible, lying flat on these early beds would have been uninviting, akin to camping on a wooden platform with little padding. A key factor in the lying down revolution was the advancement of mattress technology. From basic sacks filled with straw, medieval mattresses developed into increasingly complex structures made of feathers, down, and even early spring systems. A single bed in a wealthy home may have several layers of mattresses on it, providing a sleeping surface that is sufficiently soft to allow for truly comfortable horizontal rest. In reality, the term sleep tight refers to the practice of tightening the rope supports beneath mattresses in order to maintain the right firmness. Imagine having to tune your bed like a guitar every night before bed. The first private sleeping areas in history were made possible by privacy curtains surrounding beds, which served as more than just decorative accents. Couples and families could finally enjoy the luxury of sleeping in privacy inside these curtained beds, free from the prying eyes of guests, servants, and extended family. Because of this privacy, people could try out various sleeping positions, including the radical idea of lying down, without worrying about being judged by others. Beds turned into private realms where people could disregard the norms of social conduct. The Renaissance introduced fresh concepts for designing bedrooms that prioritized privacy and comfort. Instead of serving several purposes, bedrooms started to be designed with sleep in mind, and beds took center stage in these spaces. With better proportions, enhanced support systems, and accessories made especially for horizontal sleep, furniture manufacturers created specialty bed designs that were optimized for lying down. The entire sleeping environment was redesigned around the idea of cozy, private rest, and pillows got bigger and softer. Blankets also got more elegant. The art of making beds was turned into a mass production industry during the Industrial Revolution. For the first time in history, middle-class families could afford comfortable beds thanks to springs, metal frames, and standardized sizes. The modern bedroom as you know it started to take shape as what had been luxury items turned into necessities for the home. For the first time, people could afford beds made especially for sleeping on their backs, complete with cozy surfaces and appropriate support systems. To your ancestors, modern mattress technology would have seemed like magic. Beds are now highly engineered comfort devices thanks to memory foam, temperature control, adjustable firmness, and specialized support systems. It's likely that your mattress has more technology than whole medieval homes. Medieval kings could never have dreamed of the degree of personal luxury that comes with being able to alter the temperature and firmness of your sleeping surface to suit your own tastes. You're savouring the result of centuries of human ingenuity in the quest for better sleep when you get into your bed tonight, with its precisely calibrated firmness, climate-controlled comfort, and private sanctuary atmosphere. Your bedroom is more than just a place to sleep. It's a private haven furnished with extravagances that no king or queen has had access to for the majority of human history. And now, at the conclusion of our exploration of the strange history of human sleeping positions, you are lying comfortably horizontal and learning about ancestors who would have viewed your current position as either morally dubious or medically dangerous. Isn't that quite a change? The modern marvel of sprawling across a king-size mattress without giving a thought to humours, night vapours, or spiritual vulnerability has replaced centuries of sleeping upright. When you consider the irony of our current sleeping conditions, it's delicious. The majority of the issues that necessitated upright sleeping have been resolved. We have comfortable mattresses, clean air, private bedrooms, and medical knowledge that would have amazed medieval doctors. But we have also created completely new sleep problems. While your ancestors were concerned about spiritual threats and night vapours, you're concerned about screen time, caffeine consumption, the ideal temperature of your room, and whether the final episode of your favourite show will keep you up with plot twists. Additionally, we've developed sleep issues that would have completely perplexed medieval people. Millions of people who have access to the most comfortable sleeping conditions in history suffer from sleep disorders like sleep apnea, restless leg syndrome, and chronic insomnia. The hardware issues of sleep, such as furniture, privacy, and safety, seem to have been resolved, but new software issues relating to stress, lifestyle, and the fast-paced nature of contemporary life have been introduced. You might be lying awake wondering whether you remembered to set your alarm, or whether that work email was important enough to reply to right away, just as your ancestors fell asleep from physical exhaustion. The economic power of the sleep industry today would have astounded medieval furniture makers. We've transformed rest into a consumer category, with countless subcategories, including memory foam, adjustable bases, sleep tracking devices, customized pillows for all possible needs, white noise machines, blackout curtains, and even apps that optimize your sleep cycles. While medieval people only had one sleep chair, you now have hundreds of mattress options to choose from, all of which promise to transform your sleeping experience. Some medieval practices have been validated by modern sleep science, while others have been refuted. It turns out that some conditions, especially acid reflux and sleep apnea, can benefit from sleeping a little higher. For some people, sleeping in adjustable beds or recliners relieves back pain or breathing issues. Your ancestors were not wholly incorrect about the advantages of sleeping upright. They simply lacked the medical knowledge to comprehend why it occasionally worked, or the alternatives that would have made lying down more secure and comfortable. Intriguingly, the social dimensions of sleep have also resurfaced. Even though we now have privacy and separate sleeping areas, loneliness and isolation related to sleep are still problems for many people. Medieval communal sleeping arrangements automatically met the human need for comfort and connection during sleep, which is reflected in co-sleeping with partners, pets, or even weighted blankets. Although we now have more control over where we sleep, we occasionally miss the social aspects of sharing a bed. Our sleeping habits are still being altered by technology in ways that medieval observers would find enchanted. A level of individualized sleep optimization never before seen in human history is represented by smart mattresses that automatically change their firmness, sleep tracking devices that keep an eye on everything from heart rate to room temperature, and apps that wake you up during the best times to sleep. You are interacting with an advanced technological ecosystem that is intended to improve your quality of sleep, not just lying down to sleep. Think about the amazing journey that led humanity from upright, communal sleeping to your own private, horizontal luxury as you get ready for bed tonight. Your private bedroom, your cozy mattress, and your freedom to lie down without worrying about dying or receiving a punishment from God are all symbols of centuries of human development, invention, and shifting societal perceptions of leisure, privacy, and comfort. In fact, one of the most revolutionary human behaviours of the last millennium is the simple act of falling asleep, something you do without thinking. Your horizontal position symbolises freedom from social restraints, freedom from medieval anxieties, and access to comforts that have been out of reach for the wealthiest people for the majority of human history. Dreams, sweet dreams, sleeper of revolution. Your ancestors would undoubtedly be impressed by your mattress, jealous, and perhaps a little concerned about your soul. Shirley Temple was born in Santa Monica, California, on April 23, 1928, into a family that was neither destitute nor lavishly wealthy. Her father, George Temple, worked in finance, and her mother, Gertrude, carried an almost obsessive desire to shape her daughter's destiny. The Santa Monica of that era was a fast-evolving beachside enclave, brimming with both glamorous illusions from the burgeoning film industry and the more everyday routines of middle-class families trying to navigate a mercurial economy. It was within this dual atmosphere, flickering studio lights on one side and thrifty living on the other, that Shirley Temple began her path to stardom. Even before she could walk confidently, Gertrude recognized something luminous in her daughter's presence. Shirley had a precocious way of mimicking gestures she observed in adults. This knack for imitation would define her early days, turning dance and drama lessons into more than just passing amusements. Gertrude seized every opportunity to enroll Shirley in local dance classes. Meanwhile, the child's father, though more reticent, eventually supported these pursuits, especially as he sensed that his daughter's talents might help the family rise above its mundane financial prospects. Hollywood in the early 30s offered an odd mixture of unpolished opportunity and exploitative risk. The Great Depression had shattered many Americans' hopes, yet movie studios scrambled to produce escapist fare. Child performers were especially valuable, used to deliver cuteness and innocence during a time of national hardship. Shirley, with her natural curls, though constantly fussed over by her mother, who insisted there be exactly 56 of them, and an almost hypnotic ability to project joy, fit seamlessly into this mould. She was introduced to casting agents even before she turned 4, auditioning for bit parts that sometimes entailed dancing routines with the adult actors. Initially, Shirley's family juggled skepticism and ambition. The film sets she visited were not always the polished worlds fans saw on screen. Instead, they were chaotic places, where directors yelled, lighting rigs buzzed, and many child performers discovered their so-called cute factor overshadowed any genuine acting skill. Shirley, however, proved adept at capturing adult expectations. Her seeming earnestness, paired with that bright, dimpled smile, won over producers who recognised a phenomenon in the making. By 1932, she had landed small roles in a series of shorts called Baby Burlesques, comedic sketches where toddlers were placed in decidedly adult situations. Watching them today, many find the concept jarring, but in the economic desperation of the 1930s, these short films gained traction and Shirley's star quality began to gleam. Gertrude, operating as both mother and unofficial manager, monitored every facet of Shirley's budding career. The mother's presence on set was constant, at times protective and at other times controlling. Tales circulated of Gertrude touching up Shirley's curls between takes, ensuring that not a single ringlet strayed from the image of cherubic perfection. She championed Shirley's needs, but also drove her onward in a business known for discarding child actors once they outgrew their roles. This mixture of maternal devotion and unwavering ambition became a recurring theme in Shirley's early years. Even so, Shirley's own temperament provided a counterbalance. Despite the intense schedule, she exuded genuine curiosity about her surroundings. She asked questions about how cameras worked and who was responsible for set design. In an era where children were expected to be seen but not heard, her inquisitiveness made a subtle impression on directors and stagehands alike. They realised the girl was not a living doll, but a quick-thinking child who grasped far more than she let on. By 1934, she had secured her first breakthrough roles in feature-length films, with Fox Film Corporation, soon to merge into 20th Century Fox, backing her. Shirley Temple became one of the Depression-era's most iconic faces. Her movies, such as Stand Up and Cheer and Little Miss Marker, gave audiences a dose of optimism they craved. Critics raved about her bright-eyed sincerity, and ticket sales soared. Movie theatres saw a direct correlation. The more Shirley Temple danced and sang on screen, the more Americans showed up in droves, clinging to a child's radiant energy as a beacon in otherwise bleak times. At the tender age of 6, Shirley transformed from a curious toddler learning dance steps into a genuine star, symbolising hope in a world ravaged by economic hardships. However, behind the wide-eyed innocence of her film persona, a more complex story was forming, a dance of parental ambitions, studio pressures, and her own youthful resilience. That complexity would deepen as she soared to new heights of stardom in the years to come. In 1935, Shirley Temple underwent a significant transformation when her studio recognised the potential of their petite leading lady to lead full-length features. With the country still reeling from widespread unemployment and breadlines, her films provided escapism laced with optimism. Titles like Bright Eyes and Curly Top showcased not just her cherubic face, but an uncanny knack for on-screen chemistry with adult co-stars. She became the face of Fox's silver screen offerings, out-earning many established actors. Yet behind the upbeat songs and tap dances, negotiations and business manoeuvres were at play, many of which set precedents for how future child stars would be handled. Key among these developments was the contract Shirley signed with Fox, or more accurately, the contract her parents signed on her behalf. Its details sparked discussion across Hollywood. She was guaranteed a significant weekly salary, though significant in the 1930s. Currency meant something different than it would today, plus bonuses if her pictures performed well. Fox also set aside funds for her education and well-being, though the lines often blurred between on-set tutoring and real schooling. This arrangement acknowledged her star power, yet did little to protect her from an exhausting work schedule that some might deem exploitative. During this period, directors marvelled at Shirley's focus that necessitated multiple takes for adult actors, which often concluded swiftly once Shirley achieved her marks. She had a near-photographic recall for lines and dance moves, a quality that impressed her choreographers. Equally striking was her composure under pressure. Fox executives, anxious to capitalise on her popularity, pushed for a film turnaround schedule that left little room for a typical childhood. Despite this, Shirley consistently provided the sunshine that the world craved. When an exhausted co-star once complained, "You're working this kid to death," a studio head allegedly replied, "If anything, she's staving us." It was a half-joking nod to the revenue her success generated at a time when many studios teetered on the edge of bankruptcy. Fans of all ages idolised Shirley. Children saw a peer living a fairy tale life, while adults took solace in her plucky on-screen persona that seemed to say, better days are just around the corner. Her likeness appeared on dolls, dresses, and countless products, an early instance of celebrity merchandising that would foreshadow later Hollywood synergy. Yet popularity also had a strange side. Rumours circulated that the bright-eyed star wasn't a child at all, but a little person posing for the cameras. This bizarre conspiracy theory gained such traction overseas that the Vatican once considered investigating her age. In truth, Shirley Temple was no more than 10 at the time, rapidly growing into a global household name. Curiously, Shirley's rise paralleled shifts in the film industry itself. The production code, Hollywood's moral guidelines, tightened restrictions on on-screen content. Shirley's clean, wholesome image fit perfectly into this new environment. Gone were the edgier comedic elements from her earliest shorts. In their place emerged full-blown family-friendly musicals and romances. She sang with experienced adult crooners, sharing lines and duets that might otherwise look awkward for a child. Yet her sincerity let her glide past potential awkwardness. Audiences believed her rosy worldview, if only for the duration of a matinee. Not that it was all smooth sailing. Inside the Temple household, tensions simmered. Gertrude clashed with producers who wanted to vary Shirley's look or storyline, steadfastly defending her daughter's signature curls and sweet persona. George Temple, meanwhile, found himself overshadowed, primarily attending to financial matters, while Gertrude guided their daughter's creative direction. In a twist reminiscent of many showbiz families, the father sometimes felt sidelined, overshadowed by the formidable bond between mother and star-daughter. As Shirley approached her 10th birthday, the industry noticed that her presence at the box office wasn't just consistent, it was heroic. Some of her films overshadowed even major adult releases. The juvenile star was effectively bankrolling Fox's operations, preventing pure financial cuts that might have devastated the studio. It became a well-known quip in Hollywood circles that if you needed a guaranteed hit, you hired Shirley Temple. Yet the relentless pace hinted at challenges to come. Child actors grow, their appeal, which studios often reduce to cuteness, can dissipate. Shirley's mother, well aware of that, fought to keep her in roles that showcased her innocence, worrying that a more mature role might fracture her image. Time was against them. The actress, who had embodied the aspirations of a Depression-era audience, was approaching adolescence, and the film roles accessible to a developing teenager seldom replicated the formula that made her a box office phenomenon. The real question became, how could Shirley Temple, America's darling, transition gracefully from juvenile novelty to enduring performer? As she entered adolescence, Shirley Temple found herself at an unexpected juncture. By 1939, she was 11 years old. Though still a beloved star, the realities of puberty loomed. Her face was ever so slightly less cherubic, her limbs less stubby. Hollywood's appetite for her brand of plucky innocence began to wane. Executives, who had previously viewed her as their most valuable asset, began to feel uneasy. The frequency of scripts designed to highlight her charm was gradually decreasing. Despite these challenges, Shirley maintained her impeccable professionalism. On the set of The Bluebird 1940, she embodied a dreamlike character in a lavish fantasy production clearly meant to replicate the success of The Wizard of Oz. But audiences perceived it as a half-hearted attempt. Critics pointed out that the film felt disjointed, and box office receipts fell short. This setback marked the first real stumble in Shirley's otherwise unstoppable career. Press, which had frequently hailed her as America's sweetheart, conjectured whether her period of fame had come to an end. Gertrude Temple attempted to reposition her daughter, pushing the studio to consider more sophisticated scripts. However, Hollywood's typecasting machine proved stubborn. Producers struggled to envision the newly teenage Shirley as anything apart from an endearing child in tap shoes. Meanwhile, the adult co-stars who once enjoyed waltzing with the little scene stealer now found themselves in awkward transitions. How do you frame a storyline around a teen actress whose strengths lay in the cuddle factor? That tension spelled trouble for Shirley's future as the leading lady she had once been. The family faced another dilemma, Shirley's education. On-set tutors had sufficed for the early years, but the demands of a teenager's curriculum were more complex. At her mother's urging, Shirley enrolled in a private school when her studio schedule allowed. There, she experienced a semblance of normal adolescence, passing notes, giggling with friends, and learning that not everyone orbited her fame. This partial return to an ordinary teenage routine offered a different perspective. She began to realise that the wider world didn't revolve solely around studio budgets and box office numbers. Financially, the Temples were secure. Her earlier earnings had been prudently managed, though rumours circulated about potential mismanagement or lavish spending. For Gertrude, the real worry wasn't money but relevance. She feared the day Hollywood might deem Shirley Temple an expired product. She even toyed with the idea of forging a career in radio or travelling vaudeville acts if the film roles continued to dwindle. Shirley, on the other hand, expressed a desire to explore new interests, such as working behind the camera or even attempting to write. These notions, whispered among the family, never gained serious traction, overshadowed by the immediate challenge of stalling stardom. When the United States entered World War II, the entire entertainment industry shifted to a more patriotic agenda. Stars visited troops, performed in USO tours, and lent their faces to war bond drives. While teenage Shirley was a beloved figure, audiences' tastes leaned toward adult stars who carried an air of romantic glamour or comedic relief that spoke to wartime anxieties. The adolescent performer, suspended between child icon and adult personality, found herself in a precarious niche. She did participate in some charitable events, singing for servicemen and endorsing the war effort. Yet the studios, increasingly fixated on adult drama and musicals tailored for older stars, saw less need to centre entire pictures around her. Still, Shirley Temple's name carried enough clout to secure sporadic roles at different studios once her Fox contract ended. Notably, she signed a brief contract with MGM, culminating in a handful of features. Unfortunately, these projects never recaptured the luminous box office magic of her earlier output. The film Kathleen, 1941 for instance, garnered lukewarm reviews, with critics noting that they yearned for the sprite who had once brightened hearts during the Depression, rather than the uncertain teenager grappling with evolving tastes in entertainment. By the time she reached her mid-teens, Shirley was balancing on a tightrope, half a nostalgic emblem of a vanished era, and half a blossoming young woman searching for a place in an industry that rarely allowed for graceful transition. She herself remained outwardly composed, leaning on the well-honed discipline that had shaped her childhood. Yet behind those calm brown eyes, a more profound question arose. If Hollywood no longer needed her to be its dancing child star, who could she become? In trying to address that question, Shirley Temple would soon embark on life experiences that would transform her far beyond the realm of movie sets and scripts. The next phase of Shirley Temple's life revolved less around Hollywood stage lights and more around personal milestones. At 15, she met John Agar, a sergeant in the Army Air Corps from a socially prominent family. Their whirlwind courtship fascinated fans, who were curious to see America's one-time golden child stepping into adulthood. By 1945, just as the war concluded, Shirley married Agar, Varbaz. The media spun the wedding into a major event, splashing photos across newspapers nationwide. But if the public assumed she would settle into a conventional family life, they underestimated her capacity for reinvention. Shirley persistently ventured into the film industry, occasionally collaborating with her husband. In Fort Apache, 1948, directed by John Ford, Shirley co-starred with Agar, John Wayne, and Henry Fonda. Although the Western genre was significantly different from her previous musicals, she enjoyed the novelty. Despite her diminished star billing, she received solid reviews for her performance. The film's moderate box office success indicated that perhaps there was a viable path forward for her in Hollywood, though no longer as the marquee name. While she drew professional satisfaction from the project, her personal life was more turbulent. Agar struggled with the weight of public attention on his famous wife and faced accusations of drinking and erratic behaviour. The marriage soon began to splinter. For Shirley, the unravelling marriage signalled a broader dissatisfaction. She could sense that the film industry still saw her through a lens of childhood nostalgia, making it difficult to secure roles that challenged her. Meanwhile, her real-life responsibilities now included motherhood. She gave birth to a daughter, Linda Susan, in 1948. Balancing the duties of parenthood with diminishing but still potent demands of a movie career proved complex. She found some roles, but mostly smaller parts in B-movies or ensemble casts. A handful of these roles allowed her to play more mature characters, yet none sparked a significant comeback. By 1950, her marriage to Agar had reached a breaking point, culminating in a high-profile divorce that tabloid newspapers giddily dissected. The same fans who once showered her with unconditional adoration read about the messy details of her domestic strife. This jarring exposure taught Shirley an uncomfortable lesson about public life. Once you step out of the child star bubble, the press can turn your personal trials into sensational fodder. Nevertheless, she remained composed, determined to maintain dignity for her daughter's sake. A new chapter beckoned when she crossed paths with Charles Alden Black, a Navy intelligence officer from a well-connected California family. Their first meeting, ironically, involved neither film nor fanfare, just two individuals sharing conversation at a dinner party. Black claimed he had never seen a single Shirley Temple movie, which she found refreshing. Their relationship blossomed quickly, partly because Shirley found an anchor in Charles's unpretentious yet cultivated manner. They wed in December 1950, a union markedly different from her first. Charles's devotion offered a calm refuge from the swirling storms of the entertainment industry. Suddenly, the idea of continuing a somewhat aimless pursuit of second-tier film roles lost its allure. Facing the reality that her Hollywood career was winding down, Shirley made a bold decision in 1950. She retired from the silver screen at the age of 22. It was a startling move for someone whose name still held nostalgic weight among a wide swath of moviegoers. Yet she had reached a point where the roles available failed to match her aspirations. Instead of clinging to a diluted version of her earlier stardom, she chose to explore new frontiers. She also recognised that the intense work she'd endured since toddlerhood had left little room for ordinary experiences. Eager to cultivate a more grounded lifestyle, she embraced family life with Charles Black in the San Francisco Bay Area. In the late 1950s and early 1960s, she briefly returned to show business with the television series Shirley Temple's Storybook. The show reimagined fairy tales and children's classics, allowing her to explore a producing and hosting role rather than front and centre acting. Fans appreciated the chance to see her again, no longer a child star but a poised, articulate adult. This step back into the public eye felt more on her terms, without the constraints of a studio system dictating her every move. Though the glow of her child stardom lingered in the cultural memory, Shirley Temple Black, as she began calling herself, was discovering broader horizons. Her youth had exposed her to the highs and lows of American celebrity culture. Now she looked at life with a fresh perspective, realising that her journey might shift away from film entirely. What emerged next would surprise many. A pivot from Hollywood starlet to public servant and diplomat, roles that would define her final decades in ways few observers could have predicted. While many child stars vanish into obscurity or cling to their past fame, Shirley Temple charted a course that combined her innate poise with a newfound dedication to civic engagement. Throughout the 1960s, she and Charles Black settled into a relatively private existence in the Bay Area. She embraced community work, volunteering for charitable organizations and quietly building relationships with local politicians. Though she rarely sought publicity for these efforts, her ability to connect with people, honed from early stardom, proved a valuable asset. A pivotal moment came in 1967, when she declared her candidacy for Congress in a special election to fill a vacant seat. Running as a Republican in California's 11th congressional district, Shirley Temple Black surprised political insiders with her articulate presence on the campaign trail. She emphasized issues such as urban development, educational reform, and tackling crime, reflecting the moderate Republican stances of the era. Reporters who covered her campaign quickly discovered that she was no lightweight. While her name recognition initially drew curiosity, her policy discussions resonated with a portion of the electorate. She did not prevail in the primary, finishing second, but she garnered a respectful share of votes. The campaign underscored her serious interest in governance and laid the foundation for future opportunities. A year later, life took an abrupt turn when Shirley was diagnosed with breast cancer. She underwent a mastectomy in 1972, an experience she chose not to hide from the public. Instead, she made a bold move by holding a press conference to discuss her procedure, one of the first high-profile women to speak openly about battling breast cancer. This frankness challenged taboos and spurred an outpouring of support from women across America. Her candor helped destigmatize a condition many had treated as shameful or exclusively private. Over time, her advocacy would shape public perceptions of cancer treatment, prompting more open dialogue and encouraging countless women to seek checkups and information. Meanwhile, her political aspirations remained alive. President Richard Nixon, impressed by her public service ethos and calm demeanor, appointed her to represent the United States at the 24th United Nations General Assembly in 1969. During her time at the UN, Shirley Temple Black focused on issues like environmental protection and the rights of children, topics that echoed her personal passions. Colleagues noted her capacity to negotiate diplomatically and her genuine interest in bridging cultural divides. This appointment, though short-lived, showcased her ability to navigate high-stakes international settings, blending the charm of her Hollywood pedigree with substantive policy engagement. President Gerald Ford named Shirley Temple Black the United States Ambassador to Ghana in 1974 as a result of her success. Ambassadorship was not a ceremonial position. Ghana had undergone political upheaval and was strategically significant in West Africa. As ambassador, she navigated US interests, promoting trade, supporting development, and working to maintain stable diplomatic relations in a region still adjusting to post-colonial realities. Her presence in Accra signalled that Washington took Ghana seriously, and Ghanaians received her warmly, sometimes referencing her iconic childhood films. She responded by emphasising shared cultural ties, hosting local artists at embassy events, and travelling beyond the capital to better understand the country's complexities. Her steady performance in Ghana earned her another diplomatic assignment, this time as the first female chief of protocol under President Ford. She managed high-level ceremonies, greeted visiting heads of state, and guided official delegations. Although the role was largely ceremonial, she approached it with the thoroughness that had defined her entire career, keeping track of protocols and cultural nuances, and forging personal bonds with international leaders became second nature. The highlight of her diplomatic career, however, arrived in 1989, when President George H.W. Bush appointed her ambassador to Czechoslovakia. The Cold War was on the verge of a dramatic thaw, and her posting to Prague placed her at the heart of historic change. As communism began to crumble across Eastern Europe, Shirley Temple Black found herself witnessing the Velvet Revolution, the peaceful upheaval that ousted the communist regime. She consulted dissidents, shared perspectives with other Western diplomats, and skillfully represented US interests without overshadowing the Czech people's pursuit of democracy. Once again, she relied on a blend of empathy and pragmatism, traits that had served her well since her early years on a Hollywood set. By the close of the 1980s, Shirley Temple Black stood as a testament to reinvention. From a child star who lit up Depression-era screens to a diplomatic figure forging connections in far-flung parts of the world, she demonstrated that stardom need not confine a person to a single storyline. Rather, it could be a launching pad for broader contributions that transcended the realm of entertainment, impacting global politics and societal attitudes alike. The late 1980s and early 1990s in Czechoslovakia were a swirl of political transformations, and Shirley Temple Black was squarely in the thick of it. Serving as ambassador at a time when the nation's hopes for post-communist democracy were at their zenith, she found herself forging friendships with figures like Václav Havel, the playwright-turned-president, who led the Velvet Revolution. Diplomats often rely on tact and formality to navigate tense transitions, but Shirley's life experience, her capacity to read a room, to empathise and to adapt, proved equally pivotal. She struck an approachable balance between an official stance and genuine curiosity about everyday Czech life. Citizens who recognised her, from old Hollywood lore, marvelled at how this former child star had become a calm presence amidst their country's defining historical moment. Her schedule brimmed with diplomatic engagements, addressing economic reforms, promoting trade opportunities, and facilitating cultural exchanges. She also took time to visit schools and orphanages, echoing a child-centred compassion that had first won her the public's heart decades earlier. More than once, local media cameras captured her hugging children, an image that symbolised a connection transcending politics. For her staff, it was standard to see school groups flock to the US Embassy, where the ambassador would greet them personally. She saw in those students the same spark that, years before, propelled her own improbable journey. In the midst of these responsibilities, she also wrestled with the complexities of representing a superpower. While US officials championed market liberalisation, the Czech populace harboured diverse views on how rapidly to embrace Western economic models. Shirley sought to present America's stance in a measured way, advocating for cooperation rather than imposing directives. This nuance endeared her to local politicians, who appreciated that she was not just delivering lectures, but engaging in genuine dialogue. Observers credited her with amplifying America's soft power in the region, using her personal warmth as an informal diplomatic tool. Outside her official role, she relished exploring Prague's architecture, concert halls and cafes. The city, with its Gothic spires and centuries-old cobblestone streets, fascinated her. She told friends that wandering around the old town felt like stepping onto a meticulously designed film set, except it was real history etched into every stone. Occasionally, she and her husband Charles hosted small gatherings at the embassy residence, inviting Czech artists and intellectuals alongside visiting American officials. These soirees, bridging cultural gaps with music and conversation, mirrored a style of diplomacy that aligned with her persona, blending formality with the personal touch. By 1992, the world was changing again. Czechoslovakia split peacefully into the Czech Republic and Slovakia. Shirley Temple Black's time as ambassador wrapped up, and while the region's politics continued evolving, she left behind a legacy of empathy-driven diplomacy. Stepping away from her official duties, she returned stateside with a sense that her life's second act had equalled the first in terms of impact, even if fewer paparazzi cameras trailed her every move. Retirement from formal diplomacy did not entail retreating into quiet anonymity. She took on roles with corporate boards, notably with companies where her expertise in international relations and public communication offered value. Though her Hollywood name still commanded attention, she leveraged it selectively, more inclined to champion charitable causes than to cash in on old fame. Among her philanthropic interests, cancer research remained a focal point. She continued to advocate publicly for early detection, recalling her battle with breast cancer. Each time she spoke at fundraisers or medical conferences, attendees saw not a fragile survivor, but a resolute voice urging progress. Those who encountered her socially in these later years describe a woman both gracious and candid. She was not one to dwell on her childhood stardom unless prompted. Indeed, many who knew her as an ambassador or a board member noted they often forgot she had once been the biggest child star on Earth. She was simply Shirley, a thoughtful colleague who asked incisive questions and brought a wealth of worldly experience to any conversation. If pressed about her Hollywood days, she might offer a light anecdote, perhaps about dancing with Bill Bojangles Robinson, but she rarely glorified the spectacle. Instead, she framed it as a valuable but distant chapter in a life driven by personal growth. As she moved into her 70s, Shirley Temple Black observed with equal measures of pride and humility the enduring affection so many still held for her. Around the globe, older fans recalled her films as a joyful beacon amid Depression hardships, while younger generations discovered them on home video. It was a testament not just to her on-screen persona, but also to the universal appeal of sincere optimism. Yet for Shirley herself, the highlight reel comprised more than movie clips. It was her service to her country, her forging of diplomatic pathways in fraught times, and her unwavering ability to adapt that truly defined her adult identity. Reflecting on Shirley Temple's life is like perusing a panoramic album of 20th century America, spanning an era of economic turmoil, world war, cultural upheaval, and global realignment. She departed the world on February 10th, 2014, at age 85, leaving behind a legacy that defied simple categorization. Most headlines upon her passing remembered her as the dimpled darling who danced on staircase railings in black and white musicals. Yet, to view her exclusively through that nostalgic lens is to overlook the deeper arc of her journey. Her funeral, held privately, revealed the quiet dignity she had long preferred. Friends and family spoke of a person whose warm spirit extended far beyond the camera. Tributes poured in from around the globe, movie fans recalling her as a childhood idol, diplomats and politicians lauding her statesmanship, and cancer survivors thanking her for raising awareness when few others did. It was a moment when a star's mythos converged with the reality of a life well lived. In subsequent years, retrospectives have examined the nuances that made Shirley Temple so enduring. Scholars of film history point out her unusual role in bridging adult and child audiences during the Depression. Her presence was never merely cute. She delivered genuine performances that resonated with viewers longing for hope. Contemporary debates also scrutinized the exploitative elements of Hollywood during the 1930s and their incorporation of child performers into adult-driven stories. Shirley was no exception. The baby burlesques short films of her earliest career remain a stark reminder of how children were sometimes positioned in questionable scenarios. Yet she transcended that environment, emerging as a figure who, by her fortitude and mother's fierce oversight, navigated the system without losing her essential spark. Her personal evolution underscores an important lesson, that fame, especially at a young age, need not define one's entire existence. While many child stars collapse under the weight of early celebrity, Shirley Temple channeled it into fresh pursuits. Whether campaigning for a congressional seat in California or speaking openly about her breast cancer surgery, she tackled each phase with authenticity. She displayed a consistent willingness to meet challenges head-on, an attribute that stands in contrast to the perceived innocence of her childhood film roles. Perhaps it was that original wellspring of discipline, memorizing lines, perfecting dance routines, that carried over into her adult life, enabling her to approach any hurdle with equal resolve. Moreover, her diplomatic service remains one of the more surprising chapters of her story. Stepping into the role of ambassador in two distinct contexts, Ghana and Czechoslovakia, reflected an adaptability rarely seen in showbiz alumni. While some saw her as merely a ceremonial figure, she quickly demonstrated that star quality could harmonise with serious policy work. By advocating for environmental issues at the UN, fostering cultural exchanges in Ghana, and navigating the complexities of a post-communist Czech landscape, she expanded the definition of how a public figure can serve national interests. Tenure in Prague during the Velvet Revolution coincided with a seismic shift in global politics, a pivotal moment that fundamentally reshaped Europe. That vantage point alone placed her in the orbit of towering figures like Havel, forever linking her name to a monumental historical pivot, even as critics debate the merits of her earliest films or the complexity of her mother's role in orchestrating her stardom. Shirley Temple's narrative remains awe-inspiring for its breadth. The child who once sparred with co-stars twice her height became an adult who regularly engaged with world leaders. In the same lifetime, she delighted Depression-era cinema audiences, and then, half a century later, watched democracy break ground in Eastern Europe. That range of experiences underscores a singular life that mirrored the transformations of a century. Today, her iconic cherub face continues to adorn vintage movie posters and DVD covers. Young dancers still attempt to replicate her signature tap routines. Parents introduce her black and white musicals to new generations. Yet parallel to that cultural imprint stands the lesser, celebrated but equally significant tale of an American who chose to redirect celebrity into public service, forging a second legacy as an advocate and diplomat. In so doing, Shirley Temple Black left us a message about resilience, that even the brightest, most ephemeral childhood glow can evolve into something more expansive, guiding not just a film studio's fortunes, but international dialogues and philanthropic causes as well. And in the end, perhaps that quiet metamorphosis is her most enduring, if underappreciated, achievement. You wake up at 4:30 in the morning, and the world outside your window is still wrapped in that thick, velvety darkness that makes even the gas street lamps look like lonely fireflies. Your feet hit the cold floorboards with a thud that echoes through your modest lodgings, and you're immediately reminded that being a Victorian postman isn't exactly a profession for those who enjoy sleeping in. Your bedroom chair's uniform appears to have endured decades of use. Your dark blue coat, with its brass buttons that never quite shine the way they're supposed to, bears the battle scars of countless encounters with rose bushes, aggressive geese, and the occasional projectile thrown by less than pleased recipients of overdue bills. Your leather satchel sits nearby, already showing signs of the day ahead. It knows it's about to be stuffed fuller than a Christmas turkey. You stumble downstairs to your landlady's kitchen, where she's already prepared your breakfast. Mrs. Henderson, bless her soul, understands that postmen need fuel for the journey ahead. She slides a plate of eggs, bacon, and thick-cut bread across the wooden table, along with a steaming mug of tea so strong it could probably walk the postal route by itself. The morning ritual begins with checking your pocket watch, a gift from your father when you joined the Royal Mail Service 3 years ago. It's already 5:15, which means you need to be at the sorting office by 6 sharp. Mr. Grimsby, the postmaster, has the temperament of a wet cat and the punctuality expectations of a railway conductor. Being late means facing his legendary scowl, which has been known to curdle milk from 3 streets away. You finish your breakfast, grab your cap, the one with the small hole where a particularly ambitious pigeon once mistook it for nesting material, and step out into the London morning. The air carries that distinct Victorian cocktail of coal smoke, horse manure, and the faint promise of rain that seems permanently suspended over the city like an indecisive visitor. The walk to the sorting office takes you past the baker's shop, where Mr. Pemberton is already pulling fresh loaves from his ovens. The warm, yeasty smell follows you down the street like a friendly dog. You wave through the window and he responds with a flower-dusted salute. These small morning rituals have become the comfortable rhythm of your working life. At the sorting office, you're greeted by the familiar chaos that would make a battlefield look organised. Sacks of mail are piled everywhere like fabric mountains, and your fellow postmen are already elbow-deep in the day's deliveries. There's Jenkins, who's been doing this job since before Victoria became Queen, and moves with the efficiency of a well-oiled machine. Thompson, the newcomer who still gets nervous about delivering to the fancy neighbourhoods, and old Murphy, who claims he once delivered a letter to Charles Dickens himself, though the story changes slightly each time he tells it. Your section of London covers approximately 4 square miles of winding streets, narrow alleys, and the occasional dead end that seems to exist solely to test your navigation skills. The mail in your bag represents a cross-section of human experience. Love letters that smell faintly of lavender, business correspondence with serious-looking seals, newspapers that will be outdated by tomorrow, and the inevitable collection of bills that make recipients look at you as if you personally decided to charge them for existing. You organise your letters by street and number, a process that requires the spatial reasoning skills of an architect and the patience of a saint. Each piece of mail has its personality. Some are thick and important looking, others are thin and apologetic, and a few are so mysteriously shaped that you wonder if someone's trying to post a small hedgehog. The morning preparation is almost complete. Your route is planned, your satchel is loaded, and your boots are laced tight enough to survive the day's adventures. As you step back onto the street, the city is beginning to wake up around you, and you're about to embark on another day of connecting people across the sprawling maze of Victorian London. Pembroke Street is your first stop, where the houses stand side by side like gossiping neighbours. Each front door tells its story. Some are painted bright red with polished brass knockers that gleam in the morning light, while others have seen better days and sport paint that's peeling like sunburned skin. You've learned to read these subtle signs like a detective. The well-maintained homes usually mean pleasant interactions, while the shabby ones might involve dodging flying objects or unwelcome commentary about the postal service. Mrs. Abernathy at number 12 is already waiting by her window, watching for your arrival with the intensity of a hawk spotting a field mouse. She receives letters from her sister in Edinburgh every Tuesday, and she's developed the uncanny ability to sense your approach from 3 blocks away. You slip the familiar envelope through her letter slot, and you can practically hear her shuffling excitedly toward the door before you've even stepped off her front steps. The rhythm of delivery becomes as natural as breathing after a while. Walk, sort, knock, deliver, repeat. But each house brings its own peculiar challenges. Number 18 has a letter slot positioned so low that reaching it requires the flexibility of a contortionist, while number 24's slot is so narrow you sometimes wonder if the architect designed it specifically to frustrate postal workers. Then there's the matter of the dogs. Every street has its collection of 4-legged critics, and they all seem to have strong opinions about the postal service. There's Duchess, a pompous poodle at number 7 who treats your daily arrival as a personal insult to her aristocratic sensibilities. She expresses her displeasure through a series of indignant yaps that sound remarkably like someone complaining about the weather in a foreign language you don't quite understand. At the other end of the spectrum is Brutus, a mastiff the size of a small pony who belongs to the butcher on Merchant Street. Despite his intimidating appearance, Brutus has apparently decided that you're his second favourite human, after his owner, and he greets your arrival each day by attempting to lick your face with a tongue that could double as a washcloth. Your strategy involves keeping a safe distance and a pocket full of the small biscuits that Mrs. Henderson slips into your lunch bag specifically for canine diplomacy. The variety of mail you carry reflects the full spectrum of human emotion and necessity. There are the obvious love letters. You can spot them from a mile away by their careful penmanship, and the faint scent of perfume that seems to follow them around like a romantic ghost. Business correspondence tends to travel in serious-looking envelopes with important-sounding return addresses, while family letters often arrive in batches, as if relatives suddenly remember they have things to say all at the same time. Some deliveries require special handling. Legal documents arrive with an air of importance that makes you walk slightly straighter, while medical correspondence often travels in discreet envelopes that seem to whisper about their contents. You've developed an almost supernatural ability to gauge the emotional weight of mail just by holding it. Good news tends to feel lighter somehow, while bad news seems to add extra gravity to your satchel. The morning progresses through the residential streets, where laundry hangs between buildings like celebratory bunting, and children peer at you from behind curtains with the curiosity reserved for exotic creatures. You wave at the familiar faces, the shopkeepers setting up for the day, the street sweepers making their eternal battle against London's dust and debris, and the occasional early-rising gentleman who tips his hat with the politeness that makes British society function like clockwork. By mid-morning, your satchel has lightened considerably, but your feet are beginning to remind you that they weren't designed for this much pavement pounding. The cobblestones that looked so charming in the early morning light now feel like they're personally designed to test the durability of your boot soles. You've learned to spot the loose stones that might twist an ankle, and navigate around the ones that seem to collect puddles, like magnets that attract iron filings. Your route takes you past the local tea shop, where the proprietor, Mr. Whitfield, always has a steaming cup ready for passing postmen. It's an unspoken agreement. You bring him news from the outside world through the mail you deliver, and he provides liquid encouragement for the journey ahead. The brief respite allows you to reorganise your remaining letters and plan the most efficient path through the afternoon's deliveries. As you venture into the more eccentric neighbourhoods of your route, you encounter the houses that make this job endlessly entertaining. There's Professor Blackwood's residence on Thornbury Lane, where the front garden looks like a botanical experiment gone wonderfully wrong. Exotic plants sprawl in every direction, creating a jungle that would make Darwin himself pause for consideration. The Professor occasionally emerges from this green chaos wearing clothes that suggest he dresses in complete darkness, and he always greets you with enthusiasm that borders on the manic. His mail consists primarily of scientific journals and correspondence from fellow academics scattered across Europe. The envelopes often bear foreign postmarks and wax seals that look important enough to start international incidents. You've learned to handle these deliveries with extra care, partly because they seem genuinely important, and partly because Professor Blackwood once spent 20 minutes explaining the reproductive habits of orchids when you accidentally bent one of his botanical magazines. 3 houses down lives Miss Cordelia Weatherby, a spinster who has turned suspicion into an art form. she receives your approach through her lace curtains with the wariness of someone expecting invasion at any moment. Her mail consists primarily of seed catalogues and letters from a mysterious correspondent who signs only with the initials RH. You've developed a theory that RH might be a long-lost romantic interest, but Miss Weatherby's expression when she receives these letters suggests the correspondence might be less romantic and more related to outstanding debts or legal matters. The delivery process at Miss Weatherby's house has evolved into an elaborate ritual. You approach slowly, making sure your footsteps are clearly audible to avoid startling her. You place the mail carefully through her slot, then retreat a respectful distance while she performs what sounds like a complex series of locks, chains and security measures that would make a bank vault jealous. Occasionally you hear her muttering commentary about the state of the world and the declining reliability of young people, though you're not entirely sure whether this criticism includes postal workers specifically. Then there's the Johnson household on Maple Grove, which operates like a small chaotic republic. Mr. and Mrs. Johnson have produced 7 children ranging in age from barely walking to nearly adult, and their front yard resembles a toy battlefield where casualties include broken hoops, deflated balls, and at least 3 dolls that have seen better days. The children treat your arrival like a daily entertainment program, gathering at the window to watch you navigate their obstacle course of discarded playthings. Mrs. Johnson appears at her door looking like she's been wrestling with domestic responsibilities and losing gracefully. Her hair escapes from its pins in creative directions, and she usually has at least one child attached to her skirts like a small determined barnacle. Despite the apparent chaos, she always greets you with genuine warmth and occasionally offers you a cup of tea that tastes like it was made by someone who understands the restorative power of proper brewing. The mail for the Johnson house reflects the family's busy life. Letters from grandparents, school notices, and an impressive collection of bills that would make a mathematician weep. Mrs. Johnson accepts these with the resigned expression of someone who has learned to find humour in life's persistent financial requirements. Your afternoon route also includes the mysterious house at the end of Wickham Street, where the elderly Mr. Ashford lives alone with what sounds like a small orchestra of cats. The music that drifts from his windows suggests he spends his days playing piano compositions that sound both beautiful and slightly melancholy. His mail arrives sporadically. Sometimes weeks pass with nothing. Then suddenly he receives thick packets from music publishers or thin letters that seem to carry more emotional weight than their size would suggest. Mr. Ashford himself remains largely invisible, though you occasionally catch glimpses of movement behind his heavy curtains. The milk bottles left on his step disappear, and reappear with the regularity of a well-managed ghost, and the cats that inhabit his garden treat you with the aloof politeness reserved for useful servants who know their place in the household hierarchy. Each house on your route has developed its own personality over the months you've been delivering mail. You've learned to read the subtle signs. When the Hendersons are having financial difficulties, fewer letters, more bills. When the Clarks are expecting favourable news, Mrs. Clark watches from the window with hopeful expressions. And when the Thompsons are preparing for one of their famous dinner parties, invitations multiply like rabbits in their outgoing mail slot. London's November weather is unpredictable, dramatic, and seemingly designed to test your patience. This morning started with a light mist that felt almost pleasant, like walking through a cloud that decided to visit the city. But by noon, that gentle mist has transformed into a proper drizzle that seems determined to discover every gap in your clothing that you didn't know existed. Your waterproof coat, which looked so professional and weather-ready when the Postal Service issued it, now reveals its true character under actual precipitation. Water finds its way past your collar with the persistence of an uninvited guest, and your satchel, despite its supposedly water-resistant leather, begins to develop that damp smell that suggests your mail might arrive looking like it survived a minor flood. The cobblestones become treacherous when wet, transforming from merely uncomfortable walking surfaces into potential skating rinks for the unwary. You've developed a peculiar walking style that resembles a cautious dance, testing each step before committing your full weight. The locals who observe this careful progression from their dry windows probably think postal workers have developed their own form of street choreography, but weather is only one of the obstacles that make your daily route and adventure worthy of exploration novels. There's the ongoing construction project on Pemberton Street, where workers have apparently decided that the most efficient way to repair cobblestones is to remove them all at once, leaving behind a landscape that resembles a geological excavation site. Navigating this route requires the skills of a mountain climber and the patience of someone accustomed to bureaucratic inefficiency. The construction workers, bless their dust-covered souls, have developed a friendly relationship with the postal service. They warn you about particularly treacherous sections and sometimes even clear a path when they see you approaching with your bulging satchel. In return, you've become their informal news service, updating them on which houses are receiving intriguing mail and sharing gossip about neighbourhood developments that might affect their work schedule. Then there are the street vendors who transform certain corners into temporary marketplaces that seem to appear and disappear with magical unpredictability. Mrs. Patterson sets up her flower cart at the intersection of Oak and Elm every Tuesday and Friday, creating a fragrant obstacle that requires careful navigation. Her roses and carnations smell heavenly, but her cart blocks the most direct path to 3 different house numbers, forcing you to develop alternative routes that add precious minutes to your delivery schedule. The flower cart also attracts bees with the enthusiasm of a royal celebration, and you've learned to approach Mrs. Patterson's corner with the wariness of someone entering a diplomatic negotiation. The bees seem to view postal workers as potential threats to their floral paradise, and they express their concerns through aggressive hovering patterns that make mail sorting a delicate operation. Animal encounters extend beyond the domestic dogs and cats that populate most neighbourhoods. London's streets host a surprising variety of wildlife that seems determined to participate in postal delivery. There are the pigeons that treat your mail satchel as a potential roosting site, the occasional rat that regards your passing with the bold curiosity of a small urban philosopher, and the memorable incident involving an escaped parrot that spent an entire afternoon following you from house to house while providing colourful commentary on your delivery technique. The parrot, whose vocabulary suggested it had previous experience with sailors, seemed particularly interested in critiquing your route efficiency. It perched on garden gates and fence posts, offering suggestions that were both anatomically creative and utterly unprintable. Several residents emerged from their houses to witness this unusual postal procession, and you found yourself becoming an inadvertent street performance while trying to maintain professional dignity under avian supervision. Street conditions vary dramatically depending on the neighbourhood's economic status. The wealthy areas feature well-maintained pavements, regular street cleaning, and house numbers that are clearly visible from reasonable distances. These neighbourhoods make mail delivery feel like a pleasant stroll through an organised urban park. However, the working-class areas pose distinct challenges. Sometimes, house numbers exist only in theory, either painted on surfaces that have seen better decades, or hidden behind architectural features that suggest the original builders had a light-hearted approach to postal logistics. You've developed detective skills that would impress Scotland Yard, using context clues like neighbouring house numbers, architectural patterns, and the occasional helpful neighbour to locate your destination. The afternoon brings its own set of weather-related complications as the drizzle decides to upgrade itself to actual rain. Your boots, which felt perfectly adequate this morning, now squelch with each step like small portable swamps. The mail in your satchel requires constant protection, and you find yourself performing elaborate sheltering manoeuvres under overhangs, in doorways, and beneath the occasional tree that hasn't yet shed all its leaves. The beauty of being a postman lies not just in the physical act of delivery, but in witnessing the invisible threads that connect people across distances both near and far. Each letter in your satchel symbolises a relationship, a narrative, and a human connection that you have the honour to foster. After months on the same route, you begin to recognise patterns that reveal the rich tapestry of lives unfolding behind those front doors. Take Mrs. Eleanor Fitzgerald on Rosemary Street, who receives letters every Thursday from someone with elegant handwriting and expensive stationery. The envelopes always smell faintly of jasmine, and Mrs. Fitzgerald's entire demeanour changes on delivery days. She transforms from a somewhat stern widow, who maintains her garden with military precision, into someone who practically floats to her front door. You suspect these letters come from a gentleman admirer, possibly someone from her past who has recently reconnected. The way she clutches these letters to her chest before disappearing inside suggests romance that would make novelists weep with envy. Then there's young Timothy Hartwell, barely 16, who works as an apprentice at the clockmaker's shop, but dreams of adventure beyond London's sooty boundaries. His mail consists primarily of correspondence with various shipping companies and colonial offices. The thick packets of information about opportunities in India, Australia and Canada arrive with the regularity of someone seriously planning an escape. You've watched Timothy mature over the months, his letters becoming more focused and more specific. Last week he received what looked like official documentation from a trading company in Bombay, and his excitement was so obvious that his employer probably wondered why the boy suddenly started whistling maritime songs while repairing pocket watches. The Pemberton family presents a more complex story that unfolds letter by letter. Mr. Pemberton operates the bakery, but his wife receives regular correspondence from what appears to be a legal firm in Edinburgh. The letters arrive with the serious formality of legal documents, and Mrs. Pemberton's expression when she receives them suggests they concern matters more weighty than simple business transactions. You suspect there might be an inheritance involved, or perhaps property disputes from her family's past. The legal correspondence comes in waves, sometimes weekly, sometimes not for months, suggesting ongoing negotiations that require patience and considerable postage. Your route also includes the boarding house on Whitmore Lane, where Miss Adelaide Morton runs a respectable establishment for young working women. The mail volume at this address could supply a small post office independently. Each resident seems to maintain correspondence with family, friends, potential suitors, and various business contacts. Miss Morton herself receives letters from young women seeking accommodation, parents checking on their daughter's welfare, and what appears to be a romantic correspondence with someone who signs his letters with the initials JR and uses stationery that suggests comfortable financial circumstances. The boarding house mail reveals fascinating glimpses into the lives of young women navigating independence in Victorian London. There are letters that smell of tears and homesickness, others that practically vibrate with excitement about new opportunities, and the occasional thick packet that suggests either very favourable news or very detailed explanations of life choices that might not meet with parental approval. Perhaps the most intriguing correspondence on your route belongs to Mr. Algernon Blackthorne, who lives in the narrow house on Crescent Moon Lane. His mail arrives from the most exotic locations, postcards from Cairo showing pyramids and camels, letters bearing stamps from places you couldn't locate on a map without considerable assistance, and packages that rattle mysteriously when handled. Mr. Blackthorne himself appears to be some sort of collector or researcher, judging by the archaeological and anthropological publications that arrive monthly. His house windows display artifacts that suggest extensive travel, and you occasionally glimpse him through the glass, examining objects with the intensity of someone deciphering ancient mysteries. The children's mail provides its entertainment value. Young Margaret Woodhouse on Sycamore Street maintains an impressive correspondence with cousins scattered across Britain. Her letters arrive in batches, written in the careful handwriting of children trying to impress adults with their penmanship skills. The return correspondence suggests she's something of a central figure in her extended family's communication network, possibly because she's the only cousin old enough to write proper letters, but young enough to find everyone's news equally fascinating. Some residents receive mail that tells stories of hardship and resilience. Mrs. Catherine O'Brien, recently widowed, receives regular letters from Ireland that you suspect contain both emotional support and small financial assistance from relatives. The timing of these letters often coincides with particularly challenging periods. They arrive more frequently when rent is due, or when her children need new shoes. The Irish postmarks and the careful way she handles these letters suggest a support network that spans the Irish Sea, providing comfort that transcends geographical boundaries. The afternoon section of your route takes you into the commercial district, where the pace of life accelerates like a wound-up pocket watch. Shop owners and clerks bustle about their business with the efficient energy of people who understand that time equals money, and every moment spent standing still represents potential profit walking past their establishments. The mail requirements here differ significantly from residential deliveries. Business correspondence arrives in larger volumes, legal documents travel with increased urgency, and commercial relationships generate paperwork that would impress government bureaucrats. Mr. Cornelius Blackwood operates a haberdashery that seems to exist in a state of organised chaos. His shop overflows with bolts of fabric in every conceivable colour and pattern, buttons that could outfit a small army, and ribbons that cascade from shelves like textile waterfalls. The mail delivery here requires patience because Mr. Blackwood treats every piece of correspondence as a potential treasure that might contain life-changing opportunities. He examines each envelope with the intensity of an art critic studying a masterpiece, turning letters over in his hands as if their external appearance might reveal their contents through some form of postal divination. The correspondence for the haberdashery reflects the complexity of Victorian commerce. There are invoices from fabric suppliers, letters from customers describing specific requirements for garments that sound more complex than architectural blueprints, and regular communication from fashion houses in Paris that arrives with the air of containing state secrets. Mr. Blackwood often shares snippets of information about current fashion trends, speaking with the authority of someone who understands that clothing represents more than mere necessity. It's a form of personal expression that requires both artistic vision and practical skill. Next door, Mrs. Prudence Whitfield runs a tea and confectionery shop that has the delightful aroma of heaven, as if it decided to establish a retail location. The aroma of fresh-baked scones, imported teas and handmade chocolates creates an olfactory experience that makes your afternoon delivery rounds feel like a culinary tour of paradise. Mrs. Whitfield's mail consists primarily of orders from suppliers, letters from customers planning special events, and regular correspondence with relatives who apparently keep her informed about family recipes that have been passed down through generations of accomplished bakers. Mrs. Whitfield has developed the habit of offering postal workers small samples of her latest creations, which she claims require professional opinions from people who understand quality and appreciate craftsmanship. This generosity transforms mail delivery into an unexpected taste-testing experience that adds considerable pleasure to your working day. Her lemon drops could cure melancholy, and her shortbread cookies possess the power to restore faith in humanity's capacity for creating perfect things. The afternoon also brings you to Doctor, Pemberton's medical practice, where the mail takes on a more serious character. Medical correspondence often arrives in discreet envelopes that whisper about their contents, and you've learned to handle these deliveries with extra care. Dr. Pemberton himself appears to maintain professional relationships with colleagues across Britain and Europe, judging by the range of postmarks on his correspondence. Medical journals arrive monthly, thick with information about new treatments and discoveries that suggest the field of medicine continues evolving at a pace that requires constant study. In the doctor's waiting room, patients often watch your mail delivery with hopeful expressions, anticipating important news about their health. You've learned to maintain professional discretion about medical correspondence, understanding that the mail you carry might contain information that could significantly impact people's lives. The weight of this responsibility adds gravity to deliveries that might otherwise seem routine. Your route also includes several legal offices where correspondence arrives with the formality that suggests serious business transactions, property disputes, and the complex paperwork that accompanies Victorian society's relationship with bureaucracy. Mr. Harrison Blackstone, Esquire, operates from a narrow building that seems designed specifically for containing legal documents. His mail volume could supply a small library, and the variety of correspondence suggests involvement in everything from simple property transfers to complex business arrangements that require multiple participants and considerable negotiation. The legal correspondence often arrives in batches that seem coordinated with court schedules or important deadlines. Mr. Blackstone himself treats mail delivery as a critical component of his professional schedule, often waiting near his office window when he expects particularly important documents. The urgency with which he receives certain letters suggests that legal matters operate on timelines that make postal delivery a crucial element in the administration of justice. The commercial district also houses several businesses that seem to exist primarily for the purpose of generating correspondence. Import companies receive letters from suppliers scattered across the empire, shipping firms coordinate with captains and cargo handlers, and trading houses maintain relationships that span continents. The mail you carry represents the communication network that keeps Victorian commerce functioning like a vast, complex machine, where every letter serves as a small but essential component. As the afternoon light begins its gradual retreat behind London's perpetual curtain of coal smoke and city haze, you find yourself on the final stretch of your postal route. Your satchel, which began the day stuffed to capacity like an overfed Christmas goose, now hangs light against your hip, containing only the handful of letters destined for the furthest addresses on your circuit. Your feet have developed their own conversation with the cobblestones, a dialogue consisting primarily of complaints about the day's mileage and negotiations about tomorrow's anticipated challenges. The evening deliveries take you through neighbourhoods where gas lamps are beginning to flicker to life like earthbound stars, and the windows of houses glow with the warm yellow light that suggests families gathering for dinner, children completing homework assignments, and the comfortable domestic routines that make houses into homes. You catch glimpses of these private moments, shadows moving against drawn curtains, the silhouettes of people settling into their evening activities, and the occasional face peering out to observe the street's transition from day to night. Your last delivery of the day takes you to the cottage at the end of Honeysuckle Lane, where Mrs. Margaret Ashworth tends a garden that seems to exist in defiance of London's urban environment. Roses climb her walls with the determination of natural optimists, and her front yard blooms with flowers that suggest she possesses either supernatural gardening abilities or access to botanical magic. The letter you deliver today bears the return address of her grandson in Manchester, and her face lights up with the joy reserved for news from beloved family members. Mrs. Ashworth exemplifies why postal work transcends mere job responsibilities and becomes something resembling a calling. She depends on these letters to maintain connections with relatives scattered across Britain, and your role in facilitating these relationships makes you a participant in the preservation of family bonds that distance might otherwise strain. The gratitude in her expression when she receives mail from loved ones reminds you that postal delivery involves more than simply transporting paper from one location to another. You're carrying pieces of people's hearts wrapped in envelopes and sealed with hope. The walk back to the sorting office provides you time to reflect on the day's encounters and the fascinating complexity of human existence that reveals itself through mail delivery. You've witnessed romance blooming through carefully perfumed letters, business relationships developing across continents, families maintaining connections despite geographical separation, and individuals pursuing dreams that require correspondence with opportunities far beyond London's boundaries. Each letter you've delivered today represents someone's attempt to reach across distance and connect with another human being. The variety of handwriting styles, paper qualities, and envelope choices reflects the diversity of people who rely on the postal service to maintain their relationships and conduct their affairs. Every piece of mail, from the elegant script of educated correspondence to the careful printing of those struggling with literacy, embodies the weight of human intention and the hope that communication can bridge any gaps between sender and recipient. Back at the sorting office, you join your fellow postmen in the ritual of checking in mailbags, comparing notes about the day's challenges, and preparing for tomorrow's deliveries. Jenkins regales the group with stories about a runaway pig that disrupted his morning route, while Thompson shares his encounter with a household where the entire family gathered to witness the delivery of what appeared to be adoption papers. Murphy, as usual, has discovered new evidence supporting his claim about delivering mail to renowned authors, though his story today involves a different writer than last week's tale. The camaraderie among postal workers reflects the shared understanding that this job requires more than physical endurance. It demands patience, diplomacy, weather resistance, and the ability to find humour in situations that would test the sanity of less resilient individuals. You've all developed strategies for managing difficult deliveries, dealing with problematic weather, and maintaining professional composure when faced with customers whose relationship with postal workers ranges from worshipful gratitude to inexplicable hostility. As you prepare to leave the sorting office, Mr. Grimsby approaches with tomorrow's route assignments. Your section will include several new addresses where recent residents have requested postal service, and there's mention of a package delivery that will require special handling. The prospect of new challenges and unfamiliar streets adds anticipation to tomorrow's work. Each day brings the possibility of discovering new neighbourhoods, meeting different people, and facilitating connections you haven't yet imagined. You walk home through streets as familiar as your rooms. You know which corners collect puddles after rain, which dogs will bark at your approach, and which residents can be relied upon to offer friendly greetings. This knowledge represents more than geographical familiarity. It reflects your integration into the community you serve, your role as a connecting thread in the social fabric that binds neighbourhoods together. Tomorrow will bring another early morning, another loaded mail satchel, and another opportunity to participate in the vast network of human communication that keeps Victorian society functioning. The letters waiting to be sorted and delivered contain stories you haven't yet discovered, relationships you haven't yet facilitated, and moments of human connection that depend on your ability to navigate London's streets with reliable efficiency. As you settle into bed, your tired feet grateful for horizontal rest, you reflect on the peculiar satisfaction that comes from work that serves a purpose beyond personal advancement. Being a Victorian postman means accepting responsibility for maintaining the communication networks that enable love letters to find their recipients, business arrangements to proceed smoothly, families to stay connected across distances, and communities to function as interconnected webs of mutual dependence and support. The gentle rain that begins pattering against your bedroom window promises intriguing challenges for tomorrow's deliveries, but also guarantees that your services will be particularly appreciated by people who prefer to receive their mail without venturing into weather that makes staying indoors seem like the pinnacle of human wisdom.
Picture yourself settling into a comfortable chair by a crackling fire, maybe with a warm cup of tea steaming beside you. Tonight, we're going to take a gentle journey back through time, to an era when castles dotted the landscape like stone flowers, and family trees looked more like family wreaths. You're about to discover how medieval Europe's obsession with keeping bloodlines pure created some of the most entertainingly twisted family dynamics in human history. Let's start in the year 1247, in a castle somewhere in what we'd now call France. You're walking through the wonderful hall, and something feels off. Not scary off, mind you, just peculiar. Every portrait lining the wall seems to feature the same prominent nose, the same slightly drooping eyelid, and the same unfortunate chin that juts forward like a castle's drawbridge, permanently stuck halfway down. It's as if one person posed for every family portrait across 3 centuries, just changing their clothes and hairstyles to keep things intriguing. The culprit wasn't artistic laziness or a painter with limited imagination. This was the Habsburg jaw. Though the Habsburgs hadn't quite perfected their signature look yet, medieval nobility had discovered what they thought was the perfect solution to a very real problem. How do you keep your wealth, power, and bloodline secure when you're surrounded by ambitious neighbours who'd love nothing more than to marry into your fortune and claim a piece of your kingdom? The answer seemed obvious at the time. You marry your cousin, and if that works out well, maybe your children will marry their cousins too. After all, who better to trust with your family's future than, well, your family? It was like keeping your money in a family-owned bank, except the currency was DNA, and the interest rates were absolutely terrible. You see, medieval Europe operated on a simple principle that would make modern relationship counsellors weep into their tissues. Blood was thicker than water, and the thicker, the better. Kings and queens looked at their family trees and thought, why let all these perfectly noble bloodlines wander off into other families, when we could just loop them back around? It was a time when recycling was not only fashionable, but also a means of creating truly memorable genetic combinations, rather than preserving the environment. The Church, despite its medieval origins, attempted to curb this enthusiasm. Before marriage became a taboo, they established rules about how closely related you could be. But here's where it becomes delightfully absurd. These same nobles who couldn't marry their first cousins would spend fortunes on papal dispensations, basically permission slips from the Pope, to marry their second cousins instead. It was akin to obtaining a hall pass to circumvent the rules, but the restrictions were based on genetics, and the cost of the hall pass surpassed the cost of most people's castles. Imagine being a medieval wedding planner in those days. Instead of worrying about seating charts based on divorces or political disagreements, you would be frantically sketching family trees to ensure that the bride and groom weren't accidentally related as uncle and niece. Let us examine the lineage through your great-grandmother's second marriage. Oh dear, it appears you're related in 3 distinct ways. Should we prioritise the closest relationship or the most recent one for the announcement? Should we go with the closest relationship or the most recent one for the announcement? The irony, of course, was delicious. These families were so concerned with keeping their bloodlines pure that they kept making them increasingly concentrated, like reducing a sauce until it becomes too intense for anyone to actually enjoy. What started as an attempt to preserve noble characteristics ended up creating some truly unique family reunions where everyone genuinely did look like distant relatives, because they were. You're still in that castle, And now you're looking more closely at those portraits. The resemblance isn't just striking, it's almost supernatural. 3-year-old Lord Timothy has the same weak chin as his great-great-grandfather, and Lady Margaret's distinctive nose appears to have been passed down with the precision of a medieval mason's measurements. This isn't mere coincidence, it's the result of your gene pool merging into a mere puddle. Let's wander over to medieval Spain, where the situation was getting particularly intriguing. Picture yourself as a visiting dignitary attending a royal wedding. You're handed a programme that includes a family tree to help you understand how the bride and groom are related. You unfold it, expecting something straightforward, and instead find what looks like a diagram for a very confused electrical circuit. The bride is the groom's second cousin through his mother's side, but also his third cousin through his father's side, and if you follow this dotted line here, technically his step-aunt through a previous marriage that was annulled, but the relationship somehow still counts. Medieval record keepers developed impressive skills at diplomatic language. Instead of writing "married his cousin," they'd craft elaborate phrases like "united in holy matrimony with his beloved kinswoman," or "joined with one of compatible noble bearing and familiar bloodline." It was like medieval spin control, making family reunions sound like diplomatic summits. The mathematics of medieval marriage were staggering. In some royal families, you could trace 7 different paths connecting any husband and wife. It wasn't just that everyone was related, it was that everyone was related in multiple, overlapping ways. Your spouse might simultaneously be your second cousin, third cousin once removed, and fourth cousin twice removed. Family gatherings must have required name tags, not just with names, but with relationship flowcharts. Consider the case of poor Charles II of Spain, who appears later in our story. By the time he was born, his family tree had been so thoroughly tangled that his parents were more closely related than typical siblings. His coefficient of inbreeding was higher than what you'd encounter in laboratory mice bred specifically for genetic uniformity. The man's jaw protruded so far forward that he couldn't chew properly, and his tongue was so large that his speech was barely intelligible. Yet somehow, the man was considered the pinnacle of royal breeding. Medieval physicians, bless their well-meaning hearts, had no idea what was happening. They developed elaborate theories about noble blood and refined humours to explain why royal families developed such distinctive characteristics. When little Prince Ferdinand was born, with the family's signature jutting jaw, physicians would nod sagely and explain that the trait demonstrated the purity of his noble essence. It was like having a genetic lottery where all the winning numbers were the same, but everyone convinced themselves that these traits proved they were lucky. The tragic comedy reached its peak when families would celebrate these distinctive features as proof of their superiority. That prominent forehead wasn't a sign of genetic bottlenecking. It was evidence of noble bearing. Rather than being the product of chromosomal confusion, those slightly crossed eyes were a sign of royal reflection. Medieval courts developed an entire aesthetic around what were essentially genetic accidents, turning medical textbook examples into fashion statements. You can imagine the portrait artists of the time developing very diplomatic techniques. How do you depict a person whose features, concentrated through generations of inbreeding, resemble a caricature of nobility? The answer was to lean into it, creating artistic styles that made everyone look slightly surreal, as if the distortions were intentional artistic choices rather than unavoidable biological realities. You're now sitting in on a medieval council meeting, and the discussion isn't about taxes or territorial disputes. It's about marriage prospects for the young prince. The advisors have spread a massive chart across the oak table, and they're using coloured threads to trace family connections like they're planning a military campaign. In a way, they are. Medieval marriage wasn't romance, it was strategic alliance building with a side of genetic roulette. Every union was a treaty, every child a potential diplomatic asset, and every family tree a battle map showing who controlled what bloodlines. You watch as the advisors debate the merits of various cousins, like they're discussing trade routes or fortress locations. The Duke's daughter brings strong claims to 3 counties, one advisor notes, moving a blue thread across the chart. However, she's also the prince's second cousin, through both maternal and paternal lines. Another advisor responds, yes, but consider the consolidation benefits. Their children would have undisputed claims to all territories involved. It was like medieval monopoly, except instead of buying properties, they were collecting relatives. The church's prohibition on close relative marriages created an entire industry of genealogical detective work. Families employed specialists whose only job was to trace bloodlines and identify the most distant possible relatives who still brought useful political connections. These medieval relationship consultants functioned similarly to modern dating app algorithms, analysing compatibility based on factors such as territorial holdings, political alliances, and genetic distance, albeit with a limited understanding of the latter. Papal dispensations became medieval Europe's most expensive permission slips. Want to marry your first cousin? That'll be a cathedral's worth of gold, please. Second cousin? Although it remains expensive, it is still within reach. The Pope's office developed an elaborate sliding scale based on how closely related the happy couple were. It was like paying extra fees for premium relationship violations, and business was booming. Picture yourself as a young noble in this system. Your marriage prospects weren't determined by personality compatibility or shared interests. They were calculated based on territorial maps and bloodline charts. Your ideal spouse was someone who was related closely enough to keep the family wealth concentrated, but distantly enough to avoid needing the most expensive papal dispensation. Romance was finding someone you were only related to in 2 or 3 ways instead of 7. The paperwork alone was staggering. Medieval marriage contracts read like international treaties, complete with genealogical appendices, territorial transfer agreements, and detailed succession plans. A simple "I do" required documentation that would make modern divorce lawyers weep with joy. Couples needed to prove their bloodlines, document their dispensations, and provide certified family trees going back generations. Some families got creative with their relationship mathematics. If you couldn't locate a suitably distant relative who brought favourable political connections, you could adopt someone into the family first, then arrange a marriage. It was like medieval relationship hacking, creating artificial family connections to justify strategic unions, while still maintaining the appearance of keeping bloodlines pure. The truly ambitious families played long-term genetic chess, arranging marriages not just for immediate political gain, but to set up advantageous relationships for their grandchildren. They'd marry siblings into different branches of target families, creating multiple connection points for future generations. It was family planning with a 30-year strategic horizon, except the strategy was based on a medieval understanding of genetics, which is to say, no understanding at all. Medieval courts developed elaborate etiquette around acknowledging these complex relationships. You couldn't just introduce your spouse as my wife, you needed to specify my beloved wife and second cousin once removed through the Burgundian line. It was like medieval name tags needed footnotes, and every social gathering required a genealogist on standby to sort out who could sit next to whom without creating awkward family dynamics. You've moved from the council chamber to the castle nursery, where things get both more heartwarming and more concerning. Medieval child rearing in noble families was like running a very exclusive, very expensive laboratory experiment in genetic concentration, except nobody realised they were conducting an experiment. Picture the castle's nursery wing, where little Lord Geoffrey is learning to walk with the distinctive family gait, a slight rolling motion that's been passed down for 6 generations. His sisters are practising their curtsying with the family's characteristic head tilt, which developed because several generations of inbreeding created inner ear issues that affected balance. What looks like refined noble bearing is actually adaptive behaviour around genetic quirks. Medieval tutors faced unique challenges that would stump modern educators. How do you instruct children in mathematics when their family's genetic concentration has resulted in learning disabilities that will remain unexplained for another 5 centuries? The solution was to assume that noble children learned differently because they were naturally superior, not because cousin marriage had created some interesting neurological variations. The castle physicians developed specialised medical knowledge that was simultaneously impressive and completely wrong. They could accurately describe the symptoms of what we now know as genetic disorders, but their explanations were fascinating works of creative fiction. That distinctive Habsburg jaw. The family's noble blood was so pure that ordinary facial structures couldn't contain it. Those vision problems are affecting multiple family members. Noble eyes evidently possess a refinement that surpasses common sight. You're observing the children's daily lessons, and there is something both poignant and absurd about their education. Little Lady Catherine is learning heraldry, memorising coats of arms that represent the same few families arranged in slightly different combinations across centuries. Her brother is studying genealogy, which in their family requires charts that look like abstract art projects. Their family tree has so many interconnecting branches that tracing any lineage looks like following a drunken spider's web. Medieval noble children developed remarkable skills at diplomatic relationship navigation that would impress modern social workers. By age 8, they could explain how they were related to visiting dignitaries in 3 different ways and which relationship took precedence in which social situations. Well, technically, Lord Roderick is my great-uncle through marriage, but also my second cousin by blood, so I should address him using the cousin protocols unless grandmother is present, in which case the uncle relationship takes precedence because it comes through her side of the family. The education system adapted effectively to these genetic realities, although this adaptation was not intentional. When multiple children in the same family struggle with similar learning challenges, medieval educators assumed the evidence proved that noble minds worked on higher planes than common intellects. They developed teaching methods that were effective for children with learning disabilities, although they believed they were creating advanced curricula intended for superior noble minds. Castle life developed around accommodating what we now recognise as the results of genetic concentration. Meals were prepared in ways that made them easier for family members with jaw problems to eat. Lighting was arranged to help relatives with vision issues navigate safely. Family members who struggled with balance or coordination were helped by the placement of the furniture. These weren't recognised as medical accommodations, they were just the way noble households operated. The children's play activities were charmingly adapted to their circumstances. Tag became a more contemplative game when several players had coordination issues. Hide and seek worked differently when some children had vision problems that made hiding easier but seeking harder. The players developed elaborate group activities that unintentionally provided excellent social therapy for children dealing with various genetic quirks, although everyone assumed they were merely inventing more refined forms of noble entertainment. Medieval toy makers created special playthings for noble children that were actually therapeutic devices in disguise. Puzzles designed to help with fine motor skills were presented as intelligence challenges for superior minds. Games that provided speech therapy were marketed as refinement exercises for noble discourse. It was accidental occupational therapy disguised as luxury entertainment, and it worked remarkably well. You're now in the magnificent dining hall during a feast, and the seating arrangement looks like it was planned by someone with a mathematics degree and a deep understanding of medieval social anxiety. The head table isn't just organised by rank, it's a careful dance around genetic relationships, political alliances, and the complex etiquette of acknowledging multiple forms of family connection simultaneously. Medieval dinner conversation in noble households required skills that would challenge modern diplomats. When everyone at the table had overlapping, sometimes contradictory relationships with each other, you couldn't simply engage in casual conversation about the weather. When your father was also your dinner companion's second cousin, brother-in-law, and political rival, the question, "How's your father?" took on a significant weight. The entertainment during these feasts adapted to the unique characteristics of inbred nobility in ways that were both considerate and completely unconscious. Minstrels learned to sing more slowly and clearly because several generations of genetic concentration had created hearing and processing issues in many noble families. They believed they were creating more refined and contemplative musical styles. In reality, they were actually developing accommodations for medieval accessibility. You're observing the dinner conversation, and it's like watching a very polite, very complex form of verbal gymnastics. When Lord Baldwin mentions his recent marriage, 3 other people at the table have to navigate the fact that his new wife is their relative in different ways. The conversation becomes a careful dance around relationship acknowledgements. "Congratulations on your union with our dear cousin. Well, she's my cousin through the maternal line, but I believe she's your cousin through marriage, Lord Edmund?" Medieval etiquette books developed increasingly complex rules for these situations, though they didn't quite understand why such rules were necessary. There were specific protocols for addressing relatives who outranked you, relatives who outranked you in some family lines but not others, and relatives whose relationship to you changed depending on which ancestor you traced your connection through. It was like medieval Robert's Rules of Order, but for genetic complexity. The castle's record keepers had evolved into part genealogist, part diplomat, and part social worker. They maintained massive charts tracking not just family relationships, but the emotional and political implications of those relationships. When planning seating arrangements, they had to consider not just who was related to whom, but which relationships were currently being emphasised for political reasons and which were being diplomatically ignored. Medieval gift-giving became an art form of relationship acknowledgement that would confuse modern etiquette experts. Wedding presents had to acknowledge the couple's relationship to the giver in multiple ways. You might present them something as their cousin, something else as their political ally, and a third item acknowledging their connection through a different family line. It was like giving layered presents that told the story of your family's genetic history. The dinner entertainment often included genealogical performances that were part history lesson and part family therapy. Bards would recite family lineages, but they had to carefully navigate a complicated web of relationships without accidentally highlighting uncomfortable genetic concentrations. It was storytelling that required both poetic skill and diplomatic immunity. You notice that conversations naturally developed careful euphemisms around the realities of their genetic situation. Instead of saying inbreeding, they talked about preserving noble bloodlines. Rather than mentioning genetic problems, they discussed the refined nature of noble constitutions. They developed an entire vocabulary that acknowledged their reality without quite admitting what was happening. Medieval feasts became elaborate social rituals that helped families navigate their genetic complexity with dignity and grace. The formal structure of these events provided a framework for managing relationships that were too complicated for casual interaction. Everyone knew their role, their place, and which aspects of their multiple family connections to emphasise in what contexts. It was like dinner theatre where everyone was both performer and audience, and the script was written by generations of genetic mathematics. You're now visiting the castle's medical wing, where medieval physicians are performing intellectual gymnastics that would impress modern creative writing teachers. These dedicated healers are examining patients whose genetic conditions won't be properly understood for centuries, and they're coming up with explanations that are fascinating examples of medieval medical imagination. Picture yourself observing a consultation between the court physician and young Lord Richard, whose Habsburg jaw has progressed to the point where speaking clearly requires considerable effort. The doctor, stroking his beard thoughtfully, explains that this distinctive facial structure is actually evidence of noble blood being so refined that it requires more space to flow properly through the facial region. It's like medieval medical fiction, except everyone believes it's scientific fact. Medieval medical texts from noble courts read like fantasy novels written by people who had genuine sympathy for their patients but absolutely no understanding of genetics. They describe noble melancholy, depression from genetic factors, refined constitutions, autoimmune issues from inbreeding, and superior sensitivities, neurological problems from genetic concentration. These physicians were creating medical mythology in real time, and their patients were grateful for explanations that preserved their dignity. The treatments developed for noble families were often surprisingly effective, although the doctors did not understand the reasons behind this effectiveness. When treating noble digestive refinement, intestinal problems from genetic factors, physicians prescribed digestible foods and small frequent meals. When addressing aristocratic visual sensitivity, eye problems from inbreeding, they recommended better lighting and reduced eye strain. They were accidentally providing excellent medical care while completely misunderstanding the underlying conditions. You're watching a particularly creative diagnostic session where the physician is examining Lady Eleanor, whose balance problems and fine motor difficulties are being explained as signs that her noble spirit is too refined for ordinary physical coordination. Careful exercise, adaptive equipment masquerading as luxury items, and a modified daily routine constitute the prescribed treatment, which is actually perfect physical therapy. It's accidental medicine that works despite being based on completely wrong assumptions. Medieval apothecaries developed special preparations for noble families that were essentially early pharmaceuticals for genetic conditions, though they thought they were creating luxury wellness products. Tonics for noble nervousness contained ingredients that we now know help with anxiety disorders. Preparations for aristocratic digestive delicacy included herbs that helped with metabolic issues. They were practicing evidence-based medicine while thinking they were providing premium lifestyle products. The most creative medical theories emerged around reproductive health in noble families. Physicians noticed that noble couples often had difficulty conceiving healthy children, genetic compatibility issues, but they explained these factors as evidence that noble reproduction was naturally more selective and refined than common breeding. They developed fertility treatments that were actually quite sophisticated, though their theoretical explanations read like medieval romance novels. Court physicians became experts at diplomatic medicine, treating real conditions while providing explanations that preserved their patients' social status and self-image. When addressing the learning difficulties common in inbred noble children, they'd explain that noble minds simply operated on different, more sophisticated levels than ordinary intellects. They'd prescribe educational modifications while framing them as advanced noble training techniques. Medieval medical records from noble households reveal physicians who were genuinely caring and effective, despite working with completely inaccurate theoretical frameworks. They documented symptoms with remarkable precision, developed innovative treatments through careful observation, and created support systems for their patients that addressed both medical and social needs. They were practicing compassionate medicine while creating elaborate fictional explanations for what they were treating. The pharmaceutical preparations created for noble families often contained ingredients that modern medicine recognizes as genuinely advantageous for genetic conditions. Medieval physicians, through careful observation and trial and error, identified herbs and compounds that addressed symptoms they couldn't properly explain. They were conducting successful medical research while thinking they were just creating more refined versions of common remedies. You're in a castle courtyard in the late Middle Ages, watching the sun set on a time when people were doing genetic experiments without even knowing it. European noble families are beginning to see that they may need to change their marriage customs, but they don't know why. The epiphany came slowly, like the sun rising over the European nobility. Families started to see that their refined bloodlines were making kids that had a harder time with everyday activities. The noble houses that were the most pure were having the hardest time having healthy heirs. Even the most innovative medical hypotheses were having a difficult time explaining away trends that were becoming impossible to ignore. You're watching a family council meeting where the advisors are talking about things that would have been unimaginable 100 years ago. They're saying that the family might want to think about making marriage alliances with cousins who are a little more distant, not because there's anything wrong with the way they're doing things now, but because it might be politically smart to widen their circle of possible brides. It's like witnessing folks find fire while acting like they were merely attempting to make their home warmer. The church started to change its rules about how to distribute out money, but it didn't say that the old rules had been bad. The Pope's offices began to encourage marriages between families that had never been connected before. They framed this as a way to bring Christians together, not as a way to deal with genetic issues. It was a change in diplomatic policy that met medical goals without admitting medical grounds. In the Middle Ages, record-keeping slowly changed from focusing on genetic purity to focusing on the political and territorial benefits of marriage. Family histories began to focus more on the strategic benefits of marriages and less on the genetic ties between spouses. It was like watching medieval spin control change in real time to address a public relations issue that wouldn't be fully understood for hundreds of years. The transition wasn't sudden or dramatic. It was a gradual recognition that survival required some adjustments to traditional practices. Noble families began sending their children to courts in different regions, creating opportunities for marriages that were politically advantageous but genetically beneficial, though nobody used that second term yet. It was like accidentally discovering hybrid vigour while thinking you were just improving your diplomatic connections. You're witnessing the beginning of the end of an era when European nobility conducted one of history's largest unintentional genetic experiments. Families that had spent centuries perfecting the art of marrying within increasingly narrow circles began the slow process of expanding their horizons, though they framed it as political strategy rather than genetic necessity. Medieval physicians began developing new theories that accidentally encouraged genetic diversity while maintaining the fiction that noble blood was naturally superior. They started suggesting that occasionally introducing foreign noble essences could strengthen and refine existing bloodlines. It was like recommending genetic diversity while pretending it was luxury bloodline enhancement. The most successful noble families of the later medieval period were those who mastered the art of balancing genetic health with political advantage, though they didn't think about it in those terms. They found ways to marry outside their immediate family circles while maintaining the social fiction that they were preserving noble bloodline purity. It was diplomatic genetics practiced by people who didn't know genetics existed. As you watch this medieval sunset, you're witnessing the end of Europe's great experiment in genetic concentration. The noble families who survived and thrived were those who learned to value political alliance over bloodline purity, even if they never quite admitted that's what they were doing. They'd discovered that the strongest bloodlines were actually the most diverse ones, though they'd never used those words to describe their new marriage strategies. The legacy of medieval inbreeding lives on in European royal portraits, where you can still trace the distinctive features that travelled through centuries of concentrated bloodlines. Those portraits tell the story of families who loved each other enough to make terrible genetic decisions, and who were wise enough, eventually, to quietly change course without admitting they'd made mistakes. It's a story of human adaptability, medieval resilience, and the surprising power of accidental wisdom to correct even the most well-intentioned errors. And so, as our medieval tale draws to a close, you can rest easy knowing that even the most tangled family trees eventually find ways to grow new branches, and that sometimes the best solutions come from people who solve problems they don't fully understand in ways they never quite intended.
Picture this. You're settling in for the night, maybe with a warm cup of something comforting, and someone asks you to imagine ancient Italy. Not the Italy of pasta and espresso, though wouldn't that be nice? But a wild, untamed place where every hill might hide a god having a particularly dramatic day. Our story begins with Mars, the god of war, who apparently had nothing better to do than fall head over sandals for a young woman named Rhea Silvia. Now, Rhea wasn't just anyone. She was a Vestal virgin, which meant she'd taken a sacred vow to stay single and tend the eternal flame in the temple. Imagine it as the most stringent employment agreement in the ancient world, where violating it could result in death rather than mere termination. But gods, as you've probably noticed if you've ever read mythology, aren't particularly good at respecting human rules. Mars swept down from his celestial perch like a divine hurricane, and before you could say, workplace harassment complaint, Rhea found herself pregnant with twins. The event created what ancient Romans might have called a situation, though they probably used more colourful language. King Romulus, Rhea's uncle and the current ruler, was understandably pleased. He'd already stolen the throne from his brother and wasn't keen on potential heirs popping up to complicate his retirement plans. When the twins were born, two healthy boys who would someday be called Romulus and Remus, Romulus made the kind of executive decision that makes modern corporate restructuring look gentle. He ordered the babies to be thrown into the Tiber River. Now, if this were a modern story, we'd call Child Protective Services, but the setting was ancient Rome, where rivers were apparently considered acceptable babysitters, and wolves had better parenting skills than most humans. The servant tasked with this grim duty, let's call him reluctant middle management, placed the babies in a basket and set them afloat, probably hoping someone upriver would fish them out and wondering if his job description had always included infanticide. The Tiber, swollen with spring rains, carried the basket downstream like nature's own lazy river, except considerably less fun and with much higher stakes. You can imagine the babies bobbing along, probably thinking this wasn't quite the welcome to the world they'd been expecting, though at their age their concerns were likely limited to warmth, food and dry diapers, none of which a river provides particularly well. The basket eventually washed ashore near the base of the Palatine Hill, in a spot where a fig tree cast dappled shadows on the muddy bank. This is the pivotal moment in our story, as it seems the gods were not yet done intervening. A she-wolf, probably out for her morning constitutional, discovered the crying infants and made a decision that would echo through history. Instead of seeing breakfast, she saw babies in need. This wolf, and you have to admire her maternal instincts, began nursing the twins as if they were her cubs. Picture this scene. Two human babies being raised by a wolf under a fig tree, like some sort of ancient daycare centre run by wildlife. It's the kind of image that makes you wonder if maybe we've been overthinking childcare all these centuries. The twins thrived under their unconventional upbringing, growing strong on wolf's milk and whatever else their adoptive mother could provide. They learned to crawl among the roots of the fig tree, to understand the language of the wild, and to see the world through eyes that knew no fear of beast or storm. In many ways, they were getting an education no Roman school could provide, though it was probably lacking in mathematics and rhetoric. This arrangement could have persisted indefinitely, establishing the world's first truly alternative family structure, but destiny had other intentions, as often happens in the best stories. Just when you think you know where things are heading, a shepherd appears over the hill, and everything changes once again. Faustulus was the kind of shepherd who paid attention to things that weren't strictly his concern, which is either admirable curiosity or professional nosiness, depending on your perspective. On this particular morning, as he guided his flock toward better grazing, he spotted something that made him stop dead in his tracks. And in the shepherd business, stopping when you should be moving usually means you've seen something worth investigating, or you're about to become something else's breakfast. What he saw was a she-wolf nursing two human babies under a fig tree, which even by ancient Roman standards was unusual enough to warrant a second look. Most people, finding themselves witness to such a scene, might have backed away slowly and reconsidered their breakfast choices. But Faustulus possessed that particular mixture of courage and poor judgment that drives people to adopt stray animals and investigate strange noises in the basement. He approached carefully, not because he was afraid of the wolf, mind you, but because interrupting a nursing mother of any species tends to end badly for all involved. The wolf, perhaps sensing that her unconventional childcare arrangement was about to be discovered, looked up at Faustulus with the kind of steady gaze that suggested she was evaluating whether he represented help or hindrance. What happened next depends on which version of the story you prefer. Some say the wolf simply walked away, her duty done, like a divine babysitter whose shift had ended. Others claim she adopted Faustulus too, which would have made for interesting dinner conversations. The most practical version suggests that wolf and shepherd reached some sort of understanding, the kind of wordless negotiation that happens between adults who suddenly find themselves responsible for children neither of them had planned for. Faustulus gathered up the twins, probably wondering how he was going to explain this to his wife, Acca Laurentia. You can imagine him practicing the conversation during the walk home. "Honey, you know how we always talked about having children? Well, funny story." Most wives might have questions about babies appearing out of nowhere, but Acca, bless her practical heart, took one look at the healthy, wolf-raised infants and apparently decided that origin stories were less important than diaper duty. The couple raised Romulus and Remus as their sons, though they couldn't quite hide the fact that these boys were different from the average shepherd's children. For one thing, they grew like weeds in a rainy season. Tall, strong, and seemingly immune to the normal childhood ailments that kept other parents up at night. For another, they displayed a natural confidence that suggested they'd never learned to be afraid of anything, which was either inspiring or concerning, depending on your parenting philosophy. The twins learned the shepherd's trade, but they approached it with the kind of innovation that comes from thinking outside traditional boundaries. While other young men were content to follow established grazing routes and time-honoured methods of flock management, Romulus and Remus seemed to view the entire landscape as their personal domain. They knew every cave and stream within miles, could track any animal through the hills, and had an uncanny ability to sense trouble before it arrived. This last skill proved particularly useful, because the hills around their home were not exactly what you'd call a peaceful suburb. Bandits roamed the area like ancient highway robbers, except the highways were mostly goat paths, and the robbery often involved stealing entire flocks rather than just wallets. These bandits had grown comfortable in their profession, operating with the confidence of people who'd never met serious opposition. They were about to learn that confidence can be a fragile thing, especially when it encounters two young men who'd been raised by wolves and taught by shepherds, who understood that protecting your flock sometimes required more than just a stern talking to. The twins began organising the local shepherds into something resembling a neighbourhood watch programme, if neighbourhood watch programmes involved strategic ambushes and the kind of justice that doesn't require paperwork. They turned bandit hunting into something approaching an art form, using their knowledge of the terrain and their wolf-taught instincts to outmaneuver criminals who'd grown lazy from easy victories. Word of their success spread through the hills like smoke from a well-tended fire, and soon people were travelling considerable distances just to see these young men who'd made the roads safe again. Some visitors came seeking protection, others hoping to join their group, and a few simply wanted to hear the stories that were already growing in the telling. But success, as anyone who's ever had a particularly excellent year at work knows, has a way of attracting the wrong kind of attention. You know how it is when you're doing something well and word gets around. Suddenly everyone wants a piece of your action, including people you'd rather not meet in a well-lit place, let alone a dark alley. King Amulius himself had heard about the twins' reputation for dealing with bandits. Now, Amulius was the sort of ruler who preferred his subjects to be grateful for whatever protection he provided, which in practical terms meant very little protection, but considerable taxation for the privilege. The idea that two young shepherds were handling security better than his forces was not the kind of news that improved his mood during breakfast. But Amulius had bigger problems than freelance law enforcement. His brother Numitor, the one he'd overthrown years earlier, was still alive and still had supporters who remembered when the kingdom had been run by someone who actually cared about effective governance. These supporters had an annoying habit of pointing out that Numitor's rule had been marked by prosperity and justice, while Amulius's tenure was more notable for creative taxation and the kind of paranoia that comes from knowing you're not actually supposed to be in charge. The king's paranoia was about to prove justified, because the twins were approaching the age when young men start asking uncomfortable questions about their origins. Faustulus and Acca had done their best to provide satisfying answers about where Romulus and Remus had come from, but their story about finding babies by the river was the kind of explanation that works for children, and becomes increasingly inadequate as those children grow into adults with functioning critical thinking skills. Romulus, the more direct of the two, had started pressing for details with the persistence of someone who'd inherited both divine stubbornness and wolfish determination. Remus, more diplomatic but equally curious, had been asking around among the local elders, piecing together fragments of old stories and half-remembered gossip like an ancient detective working a cold case. Their investigation might have continued indefinitely, a leisurely pursuit of family history that bothered no one, except that King Amulius chose this moment to make one of those decisions that seemed reasonable in the short term but catastrophic in hindsight. He decided to have Remus arrested. The charge was cattle rustling, which in ancient times was serious business, but also the kind of accusation that could be levelled against any shepherd who'd ever moved livestock across disputed boundaries. In reality, Amulius had probably heard about the twins' growing influence and decided to remove them before they became a genuine threat to his rule. Arresting one twin, he reasoned, would either eliminate half the problem or draw the other into a trap. His reasoning was the kind of strategic thinking that explains why some people succeed in politics and others end up as cautionary tales in bedtime stories. Remus was brought before King Amulius in chains, which must have been quite a sight. A young man who'd been raised by wolves and trained by shepherds, standing in a palace throne room like a wild creature suddenly caged. But if Amulius expected intimidation or pleading, he'd seriously underestimated his prisoner. Remus stood straight, met the king's gaze without flinching, and answered questions with the kind of calm confidence that comes from knowing you've never done anything truly wrong. His bearing was so naturally regal that several courtiers later remarked they'd never seen anyone wear chains with such dignity. This was unfortunate for Amulius, because Numitor happened to be present at court that day, kept around as a sort of living reminder of conquered opposition, but still sharp enough to recognise something significant when he saw it. As Numitor watched this young prisoner, certain details began clicking into place like pieces of a puzzle he'd been trying to solve for 20 years. The timing was right, the age was right, and there was something about the young man's features, his bearing, and the way he held himself even in captivity that stirred memories of his daughter Rhea Silvia, and whispered possibilities that had been buried under years of grief and resignation. Meanwhile, Romulus was discovering that his brother's arrest had triggered something in him that felt less like worry and more like controlled fury. He began gathering allies with the focused intensity of someone who'd found his true calling, and it turned out that his true calling involved the kind of leadership that makes people willing to follow you into battle against overwhelming odds. Though none of the participants quite realised it yet, they set the stage for a family reunion that would change the course of history. Dramatic timing holds significance, and Numitor's extensive experience in politics enabled him to identify a crucial moment as it loomed across a throne room, while King Amulius was busy congratulating himself on capturing one of the troublesome shepherds. Numitor was conducting his own quiet investigation into questions that had haunted him for 2 decades. He began with discreet inquiries, the kind of careful questioning that comes naturally to deposed rulers who've learned that curiosity must be balanced with survival. He spoke with servants who remembered the night his grandsons had been taken, guards who recalled the orders they'd been given, and even tracked down the man who'd been commanded to drown the babies in the Tiber. What he discovered was the kind of story that explains why some people believe in divine intervention, and others start questioning the competence of their subordinates. The servant, it turned out, had possessed just enough conscience to make him terrible at infanticide. Instead of drowning the babies, he'd set them afloat in a basket, probably telling himself that such actions counted as following orders while leaving room for the gods to intervene if they were so inclined. It was the kind of creative interpretation of instructions that either makes you a hero or gets you executed, depending on how things turn out. The timeline matched perfectly. The location where the twins had been found was exactly where a basket launched into the Tiber would have washed ashore. And there were physical resemblances that became more obvious once you knew what to look for. The set of the jaw, the way they carried themselves, certain gestures that echoed his murdered daughter. Numitor arranged a private meeting with Remus, using the kind of political manoeuvring that keeps deposed kings alive long enough to see their kingdoms restored. What passed between them in that conversation was probably one of those moments that feels like destiny clicking into place. A young man learning he was descended from gods and kings, and an old man discovering that his family line hadn't ended in the Tiber after all. However, understanding one's identity and taking action to change it present entirely different challenges. Remus was still in chains, Romulus still held the throne, and Romulus was somewhere in the hills gathering what amounted to a shepherd's army. The situation called for the kind of careful planning that balances justice with practical politics, except that none of the people involved were particularly known for their patience. Romulus, meanwhile, was discovering that leadership came to him as naturally as breathing. The local shepherds and farmers who'd benefited from the twins' bandit clearing activities were eager to help rescue Remus. But Romulus was thinking bigger than a simple jailbreak. He was beginning to envision the kind of solution that would ensure this problem never arose again. He sent messages to everyone who had reason to dislike Romulus's rule, which turned out to be a surprisingly large portion of the local population. Farmers tired of excessive taxation, merchants frustrated by arbitrary trade restrictions, and nobles who remembered when the kingdom had been governed with something approaching competence, all found themselves quietly invited to consider whether the current arrangement was really working for anyone except the king himself. The response was more enthusiastic than Romulus had dared hope. Apparently Romulus had been even less popular than anyone realised, ruling through fear and inertia rather than genuine support. When given an alternative, people were remarkably willing to consider change, especially when that change was being organised by young men who'd already proven their effectiveness at solving problems. The revolution, when it came, was almost anticlimactic. Romulus had spent so much energy watching for threats from established nobles that he'd completely missed the danger approaching from shepherds and farmers. By the time he realised what was happening, Romulus was already at the palace gates with enough supporters to make resistance pointless. What followed was the kind of regime change that historians later described as surprisingly bloodless, which is another way of saying that sometimes people are ready for change and just need someone competent to organise it. Romulus was removed from power with the same efficiency the twins had once applied to bandit problems, and Numitor found himself restored to a throne he'd never expected to see again. The family reunion that followed was probably worth the wait. Two young men learning they were princes, a grandfather discovering his grandsons had not only survived but thrived, and a kingdom finally getting the kind of leadership it had been missing for 20 years. It was the sort of ending that would have been perfectly satisfying if this had been the end of the story. But this was really just the beginning. You might think that overthrowing a tyrant and restoring a beloved king would be the kind of achievement that leads to comfortable retirement and grateful citizens building statues in your honour, and for most people that would probably be enough excitement for one lifetime. But Romulus and Remus had been raised by wolves and trained by shepherds who understood that standing still in dangerous territory is usually a mistake. The problem was that success had given them a taste for leadership, and leadership, once you've experienced it, tends to be addictive in the way that solving puzzles becomes compulsive for people who are good at it. They discovered they had a talent for organising people, settling disputes, and turning chaotic situations into functional communities. It was deeply satisfying work, the kind that makes you wonder what else you might accomplish with the right resources and enough time. But Numitor's kingdom, while grateful for their help, was already well established with its traditions, hierarchies, and ways of doing things. The twins found themselves in the position of successful consultants who'd completed their project and weren't quite sure what to do with themselves next. They were too young to settle into comfortable advisory roles, and too ambitious to be satisfied with the relatively quiet life of reformed princes. The solution, when it came to them, was both obvious and audacious. They would found their city. They aimed to establish a genuine city that had the potential to grow into something significant, not just a small settlement or an expanded village. It was the kind of project that appeals to people who've never been taught that certain things are impossible, which is either the advantage of a wolf-raised education or evidence that some kinds of ignorance are actually useful. They gathered their most loyal followers, the shepherds and farmers who'd supported their revolution, young men eager for adventure, and anyone else who found the idea of building something new more appealing than maintaining something old. It was the sort of group that forms naturally around ambitious projects, part idealists, part opportunists, and part people who simply couldn't imagine doing anything else. The first decision was where to build their city, which should have been a straightforward question of geography, water access and defensive positioning. Instead, it became the kind of disagreement that reveals fundamental differences in personality and approach to problem solving. Romulus had a preference for the Palatine Hill, the location where their wolf mother had found them as babies and raised them. It had symbolic significance, excellent defensive potential, and the kind of commanding view that makes visitors take you seriously. From a practical standpoint, it was an excellent choice. High ground, access to the river, and room for expansion. Remus preferred the Aventine Hill, which offered different advantages: better trade routes, more accessibility to merchants, and a position to take advantage of river traffic that could bring prosperity along with strategic importance. His choice reflected a more commercial vision of their future city, one that would grow through trade and diplomacy rather than conquest and intimidation. Both locations had merit, which made the choice more difficult rather than easier. In a perfect world, they might have flipped a coin, built two cities, or found some other compromise that honoured both visions. But the twins had inherited their divine father's competitive nature, along with their human grandfather's political instincts, and neither was particularly inclined to defer to the other's judgment on such a crucial decision. They decided to settle the matter through divination, reading omens in the flight patterns of birds, which was the ancient Roman equivalent of consulting focus groups and market research. It seemed like a reasonable way to let the gods make the final decision, removing personal preference from the equation while maintaining the appearance of divine guidance. The contest was simple. Each brother would stand on his chosen hill and count the birds that flew overhead within a specified time. The brother who saw more birds would receive divine approval for his site selection, while the other brother would gracefully accept the decision. The solution was flawless until it came to reality. Remus saw 6 vultures circling over the Aventine Hill, which he took as a strong sign of divine favour. Vultures, after all, were associated with Mars, who was considered their divine father, and the number 6 was respectable, suggesting serious celestial attention. He was probably already planning the layout of streets and public buildings when messengers arrived with news from the Palatine Hill. Romulus had seen 12 vultures, which was either twice as good as his brother's result, or the kind of divine joke that gods find amusing and mortals consider troubling. The number 12 had significance in Roman religious thinking. It suggested completion, perfection, and the kind of cosmic approval that's hard to argue with mathematically. What should have settled the dispute instead intensified it, because now they were arguing not just about location, but about interpretation, timing, and whether the gods were speaking clearly or just enjoying themselves at mortal expense. The problem with divine signs is that they're remarkably open to interpretation, especially when the people reading them have strong opinions about what the gods ought to be saying. Until you started examining the details, Romulus's 12 vultures seemed decisive, and Remus was precisely the type of person who believed details mattered. Had Romulus actually seen 12 birds, or had he counted some of them twice as they circled? Were they all vultures, or had he included other species to reach his impressive total? And most importantly, who had seen their birds first? Because surely priority should count for something in divine mathematics. These were the kinds of questions that might have been resolved through calm discussion between brothers who trusted each other's honesty and shared a common goal. Unfortunately, the twins were discovering that wolf-raised confidence and divine heritage could combine in ways that made compromise feel less like wisdom and more like weakness. The argument escalated in the way that disagreements do when both parties are absolutely certain they're right, and neither is particularly skilled at backing down gracefully. What had started as a practical discussion about city planning was becoming a fundamental clash over leadership, authority, and who had the right to make decisions that would affect thousands of future citizens. Romulus initiated construction on the Palatine Hill, arguing that the superiority of 12 vultures over 6 was reasonable, and that taking action was preferable to an endless debate. He marked out the boundaries of his future city with a plough, creating the sacred furrow that would define the limits of what he was already calling Rome. It was the kind of bold move that either demonstrates decisive leadership or forces everyone else to choose sides. Remus, feeling his perfectly valid concerns ignored, watched his brother's preparations with growing frustration. The Aventine Hill remained unbroken ground, but more importantly, the principle of shared decision-making was being abandoned in favour of what looked suspiciously like dictatorship. The pivotal moment occurred when Remus chose to challenge the arbitrary nature of boundaries and the dubious legitimacy of his brother's authority He jumped over the freshly ploughed furrow that marked Rome's border, probably intending it as a gesture of contempt, a way of demonstrating that imaginary lines in the dirt don't automatically deserve respect just because someone claims divine approval for drawing them. If the ancient world hadn't taken symbols so seriously, this symbolic protest could have been effective, but Romulus had just spent considerable effort establishing that this particular line in the dirt represented something sacred and inviolable, the boundary of a city blessed by the gods and protected by divine will. What happened next was the kind of moment that demonstrates why family disputes are often the most dangerous kind. Romulus killed his brother, either in a fit of rage or as a calculated decision to not allow a challenge to his authority. The exact details were probably lost in the shock and grief that followed, but the result was unmistakable. The twin who had shared everything from wolf's milk to revolution was dead by his brother's hand. The killing might have been impulsive, driven by anger and competitive pride rather than calculated malice, but intention mattered less than consequence, and the consequence was that Rome's foundation story would forever be marked by fratricide. Brother killing brother over questions of power and precedence. Romulus was left to found his city alone, carrying the weight of what he'd done along with the responsibility of leadership. He'd gotten his way about the location and the authority, but at a cost that would haunt him and define his city's character for centuries to come. Rome would grow to become the greatest city in the ancient world, the centre of an empire that stretched across continents and influenced civilization for millennia. But it would always bear the mark of its violent beginning, the knowledge that its first law had been written in a brother's blood, and its first lesson had been that power often comes through the elimination of those who challenge it. The tragic irony was that both brothers had been right about their visions for the city. Rome's success would ultimately depend on both military strength, Romulus's specialty, and commercial prosperity, Remus's preference. The city would need the defensive advantages of the Palatine Hill and the trade opportunities that connected it to the wider world. But that understanding would come later, built on the foundation of one brother's ambition and another's death. There's something particularly sobering about getting everything you thought you wanted and discovering it tastes like ashes in your mouth. Romulus stood on his chosen hill, surrounded by loyal followers and blessed by divine signs, with the authority to build whatever kind of city he could envision. He should have been triumphant. Instead, he was learning that some victories cost more than defeat ever could. The city that rose on the Palatine Hill grew with remarkable speed, as if Romulus was trying to build something large enough to contain his grief, or impressive enough to justify what he'd done to achieve it. His followers worked with the zeal of those who knew they were part of something historic, but also with the quiet efficiency of those who'd seen their leader's decisiveness and didn't want to test his patience. Rome attracted people the way successful projects always do: refugees seeking safety, traders drawn by opportunity, young men looking for adventure, and families hoping for a fresh start in a place that wasn't burdened by old grudges and established hierarchies. Romulus welcomed them all with the kind of inclusive policies that suggested he'd learned something from his brother's vision of a commercially successful city. But the rapid growth created new problems that required the kind of pragmatic solutions that don't appear in heroic songs or romantic histories. Most of the early settlers were men, which meant Rome had a promising economic future, but a questionable demographic one. You can't build a lasting civilization without families, and you can't have families without women willing to participate in the project. Romulus approached this challenge with the same systematic thinking he'd applied to bandit elimination and political revolution. He organised festivals and trade gatherings, invited neighbouring communities to participate in religious ceremonies, and generally did everything possible to create opportunities for social interaction between Rome's male-heavy population and the daughters of nearby settlements. The results were mixed. Some marriages occurred naturally through these events, creating the kind of alliances that strengthened Rome's position while addressing its population concerns. However, many neighbouring communities continued to harbour suspicions towards this rapidly expanding city due to its reputation for drawing individuals who could be described as adventurous and, less charitably, as fugitives seeking justice elsewhere. The solution Romulus eventually implemented was the kind of strategy that works in the short term, while creating long-term complications that future generations have to manage. During a particularly well-attended festival, Roman men systematically abducted women from the visiting Sabine tribe, Not random violence, but organised recruitment that Rome's leaders presented as emergency matrimony rather than kidnapping. This event, known to history as the rape of the Sabine women, was probably less brutal than the name suggests, but more coercive than modern sensibilities would tolerate. The Roman version emphasised that the women were treated with respect, offered genuine marriages rather than temporary arrangements, and given the opportunity to become founding mothers of a great city rather than just wives in traditional communities. Whether the Sabine women saw it that way is a question that ancient historians didn't spend much time exploring, but the practical result was that Rome acquired both the population base it needed for long-term stability and a war with the Sabine tribe that tested every military and diplomatic skill Romulus had developed. The conflict that followed demonstrated that Romulus had learned more from his grandfather Numitor than just how to overthrow tyrants. He fought when fighting was necessary, but also negotiated when negotiation offered better outcomes. Eventually the war ended not with conquest, but with integration. The Sabines joining Rome as equal partners rather than defeated enemies, their king Titus Tatius ruling jointly with Romulus, in an arrangement that doubled the city's population and political complexity. This integration was probably the kind of outcome that Remus would have approved of. Growth through inclusion rather than just conquest. Prosperity through cooperation rather than simple domination. It suggested that Romulus had, in his own way, found room for his brother's vision within the city he'd built alone. The years that followed were marked by the kind of steady development that historians find less dramatic than wars and revolutions, but which actually determines whether civilizations thrive or merely survive. Rome grew into a genuine city with laws, institutions, and the kind of civic culture that attracts visitors and inspires imitators. It became the kind of place where people chose to live rather than just the place where they happened to end up. Romulus ruled for nearly 4 decades, long enough to see his experimental city become an established regional power. When he finally disappeared, the gods reclaiming him in a whirlwind, according to those who preferred dramatic endings, he left behind something that had grown far beyond one man's vision or ambition. Rome would continue for more than 1,000 years, growing from a single city to an empire that encompassed most of the known world. Its influence on law, language, architecture, and political thought would outlast the empire itself, shaping civilizations that arose centuries after the last Roman emperor had been forgotten. And through all of that history, Rome carried the memory of its beginning, twin brothers raised by wolves, saved by shepherds, and separated by a disagreement that ended in tragedy. It was a story that reminded every generation that greatness often comes at a price, that the most important battles are sometimes fought between people who love each other, and that cities, like people, are shaped as much by their sorrows as their triumphs. The Wolf twins had grown up to found the greatest city in the ancient world, but they'd also demonstrated that even the most extraordinary beginnings can't protect us from the ordinary tragedies that define human experience. In the end, that might be the most important lesson their story teaches. Not that we're destined for greatness, but that greatness itself is never quite what we expect it to be when we finally achieve it. Rome began with a brother's dream and a brother's death, and perhaps that's exactly the right foundation for a city that would teach the world both the possibilities and the costs of human ambition. Some stories end with everyone living happily ever after, but the best stories, the ones that stay with you long after the telling, end with the understanding that happiness and sorrow, triumph and tragedy, are often just different ways of describing the same complex experience of being human. And that really is why we still tell the story of Romulus and Remus after all these centuries. Not because it has a perfect ending, but because it has a true one. In 1158, a 7-year-old noble boy named Conrad leaves his family manor to serve as a page in the castle of Duke Otto in the Holy Roman Empire. This experience is the beginning of his path to knighthood. Wide-eyed and anxious, Conrad enters the castle's enormous hall and quickly becomes immersed in castle life. As a page, he is kept busy from dawn until dusk. He must learn to sing hymns, serve at table with proper etiquette, and even assist in the castle's hunts and falconry sessions. Under the tutelage of the master-at-arms, Conrad and the other pages practice swordplay with wooden weapons and learn to ride ponies. The castle chaplain also guides their spiritual upbringing, so Conrad grows in piety alongside prowess. Nothing is wasted, even playtime in the courtyard, mock battles on stick horses and playful jousts with broomsticks, is training in disguise, building the boy's strength and coordination. Conrad idolizes the knights he serves. One friendly night, Sir Reinhard sometimes shares tales from the hearths of legendary warriors and battles, fueling Conrad's dreams of valor. Through hard work and keen observation, Conrad grows in both body and character. By age 14, he graduates to the rank of squire. He is now assigned as Sir Reinhard's personal attendant and protégé. His duties intensify. Conrad rises at dawn to help Sir Reinhard don his mail armour and spurs, tends to the knight's horse, and accompanies him everywhere. Being a squire resembles an apprenticeship. Conrad learns by doing, cleaning armour, sharpening swords, and practising jousts with real lances under Sir Reinhard's guidance. In the afternoons he practices falconry, or joins Sir Reinhard in weapons training, aiming his lance at the quintain, a spinning target, to hone his accuracy on horseback. Mistakes earn stern correction, but also patient instruction. In quiet moments, Sir Reinhard stresses the code of chivalry. A knight must be brave, but also just and merciful. Conrad takes these lessons to heart, determined to one day embody those ideals. His first taste of real conflict comes at 16. While escorting a supply convoy through a forest, Sir Reinhard's party is ambushed by bandits. Conrad's heart pounds as he sticks close to his mentor. Amid the chaos, he uses his training reflexively. At one point, he even knocks a bandit off a horse with a well-timed lance thrust. Sir Reinhard proudly claps Conrad's shoulder after driving the bandits off. The young squire has demonstrated his bravery in the face of danger. This brief skirmish shows Conrad the stark reality of combat. Terrifying and brutal, yet his duty is to face it with courage. By age 21, Conrad has spent years in service, learning the arts of knighthood and the responsibilities that come with it. He has tended to Sir Reinhard in tournaments and on minor campaigns, steadily growing in skill and maturity. Now he stands on the brink of achieving his lifelong dream. All the years of training, mastering horsemanship, honing his sword arm and learning courtesy and strategy have shaped Conrad into a worthy candidate for knighthood. As he helps Sir Reinhard prepare for a winter feast where several squires will be honoured, Conrad cannot help but feel a mix of excitement and nerves. The dawn of his knighthood approaches, and with it the life of honour and adventure that he has envisioned it, since that day he first arrived at Duke Otto's castle as a wide-eyed boy. The winter of 11 to 75 brings Conrad to a grand celebration at Duke Otto's castle. At 21, after years of training, he is to be knighted. The magnificent hall is decked with evergreen boughs and lit with hundreds of candles in honour of Christmas and the knighting ceremony. Dressed in a simple white tunic, symbolising purity, Conrad stands alongside other squires awaiting the rite. He feels his heart pounding with a mix of excitement and nerves. Sir Reinhard squeezes his shoulder in support, recalling his knighthood and assuring Conrad that he is ready. On the eve of the ceremony, Conrad undergoes the traditional vigil of arms. He bathes and dons a clean white robe and a red cloak, for the blood of martyrs and courage of a knight. All night he kneels in the castle chapel, his sword and armour placed on the altar before him. By flickering candlelight he prays, reflecting on the solemn vows he will take at dawn. Despite aching knees and little sleep, Conrad remains focused. This vigil is a spiritual purification, a time to seek God's blessing and contemplate the chivalric code he must uphold. He promises himself to be a just, loyal, and pious knight, devoted to protecting the weak and serving the church. At first light, Mass is celebrated. The squires confess their sins and hear a final blessing. Then comes the oath-swearing. One by one, each squire stands before the gathered nobles in the chapel. When Conrad's turn arrives, he declares his knightly vows in a clear voice. He will speak truth, uphold the faith, obey his lord, defend the helpless, and be honourable in all their things. Each promise rings out in the cold morning air, sealing Conrad's commitment to the ideals of knighthood. Even before the sword touches his shoulders, he feels the weight of responsibility settle on his shoulders. That evening, a formal knighting ceremony, the accolade, takes place in the great hall. Duke Otto, resplendent in fur-trimmed robes, calls Conrad forward. Conrad kneels on the rush-strewn floor before his lord. In the hushed hall, the Duke gently taps Conrad's shoulders with the flat of a sword and proclaims in French, "Soyez chevalier," meaning, "be a knight." Conrad bows his head, overcome with emotion as those words transform him from squire to Sir Conrad. Applause breaks out among the assembled lords and ladies. Sir Conrad rises, heart swelling with pride and humility. All his years of hard work have led to this moment. He is now a knight of the realm. Following the accolade, Conrad is bedecked in the symbols of knighthood. Sir Reinhard fastens gilded spurs to his boots, the sign that Conrad is now a knight of the spur. Another attendant buckles on a sword belt holding a finely crafted sword. Conrad dons his family's coat of arms over his mail, and a herald announces his new title, Sir Conrad of Dornberg. Cheers echo in the hall. Conrad's father, who travelled here for the occasion, wipes proud tears from his eyes. Duke Otto then presents Conrad with the final symbol of knighthood, a heavy sword belted at his side. Fully clad in mail and armed, Sir Conrad mounts a waiting charger in the courtyard for the pas d'armes, a ritual display of martial skill. It is customary that after being dubbed, the new knights demonstrate their prowess in jousts or mock combat. Conrad guides the horse, feeling the strange yet empowering weight of his armour. He salutes the crowd lining the yard. Together with the other fresh knights, he participates in a friendly joust. His lance shatters against another knight's shield in a thunderous hit, and although unhorsed in a later round, he remounts amid applause. The exercises prove to all that these young men have the skill and courage befitting their new station. Conrad's face flushes with joy beneath his visor as he realizes his achievement is not training or pretend, it is real knighthood. His knighthood, won by merit and blessed by God and Lord. That night, the castle is alight with the celebration. At the banquet in the hall, Sir Conrad sits in a place of honour at Sir Reinhard's side. No longer does he serve. Instead, pages pour wine for him and the other knights. He toasts his mentors and shares in the camaraderie of the chivalric brotherhood. Gifts are bestowed. The Duke grants Conrad a fine destrier, warhorse from his stables, and a new sword of Toledo steel. Minstrels compose a few witty rhymes in honour of the newly dubbed knights, eliciting laughter. Amidst the revelry, Conrad remains humble and grateful. He recalls the sacred vows from that morning and steels himself to live by them. When the Duke's steward offers him a purse of coins as the traditional knightly gift, Conrad quietly resolves to use some of it in alms for the poor, his first act of charity as a knight. Late at night, Conrad reflects on the transformation of this day as he doffs his armour and prepares to rest in a guest chamber, feeling strange without his usual place by Sir Reinhard's door. He entered the morning as a squire and now retires as a knight, with all the privileges and responsibilities that entails. With knighthood come privileges, the right to wear armour and bear arms publicly, to hold land in fief, and to sit at the high table with lords. However, there are also duties, leading men in battle if called, dispensing justice on one's land and serving loyally. The weight of his sword on the bedside rack is a reminder of both. Sir Conrad sleeps deeply that night, the vigil and excitement having exhausted him, unaware of just how soon his knightly ideals will be tested in the harsh reality of medieval warfare and politics. By 1177, Sir Conrad is serving at the imperial court of Emperor Frederick Barbarossa. Here, amidst glittering banquets and tournaments, he experiences the pinnacle of courtly chivalry. Minstrels sing of brave knights and pure ladies, and Conrad strives to exemplify those ideals. He is unfailingly courteous, rising when noble women enter, speaking only with respectful words, and behaving as the perfect knight in every social setting. The older courtiers sometimes chuckle that Sir Conrad still sees the world through rose-coloured lenses of chivalry, but they admire his earnestness. At a grand tournament held in Würzburg, Conrad has a chance to prove his valour. Clad in shining armour, he rides into the lists under Duke Otto's banner. In one joust, he unhorses a seasoned opponent with a well-placed lance strike, earning cheers from the crowd. Later, he restrains himself in the melee, the mock battle, showing mercy by not striking a fallen opponent. His skill and honour win him recognition. The presiding duchess awards him a silk favour, tying a ribbon on his arm as a token of esteem. Flushed with pride, Conrad feels he is living the very romances he heard as a boy. Yet beneath the pageantry, Conrad begins to notice troubling cracks in knightly behaviour. In whispered corners of the hall, he overhears petty jealousies, knights arguing over who deserves more credit for a minor skirmish or who should sit closer to the emperor. One night he witnesses two renowned knights nearly draw swords at a banquet over an insult, only stopping when the emperor himself intervenes. This bickering disappoints Conrad. Were they not all sworn to brotherhood and honour? Worse, Conrad learns of outright violations of the chivalric code. A lady-in-waiting confides that a famous knight, who publicly boasts of defending the innocent, once forced himself on a peasant girl during a past campaign. Conrad is horrified. He realises that not all knights live up to the high ideals they proclaim. Chivalry, he sees, is often more praised than practised. This realisation hits hardest on a journey through the countryside. Riding between imperial castles, Conrad's party passes through a village recently raided by robber knights. The houses are charred and the villagers, mostly peasants, are destitute and terrified. Conrad is moved to compassion and urges immediate help, but one of his fellow knights merely scoffs, "This is none of our concern," and suggests the peasants likely provoked the attack by withholding taxes. Another knight tosses a few coins and rides on, indifferent. Conrad cannot fathom such callousness. He lingers to distribute food from his pack and promises the villagers he will report this outrage. Catching up, he challenges the other knights. How can they ignore their duty to protect the defenceless? They shrug off his idealism, saying a knight's first loyalty is to his prophet and lord. Conrad rides on in angry silence, his faith in the brotherhood of knights deeply shaken. Back at court, Conrad confides his worries to his mentor, Sir Reinhard. The older knight, now retired from battle, smiles sadly and says, "The world is flawed, lad. Be the knight that others fail to be. Hold yourself to the code, even if others fall short." Taking this advice to heart, Conrad intensifies his virtue. He gains a quiet reputation as a true and gentle knight. When other knights mock a servant or a jester, Conrad intervenes to stop the bullying. When a dispute arises over a contested inheritance, he speaks up for a fair compromise rather than siding blindly with a powerful lord. Some at court respect him for his actions, while others mock his scruples, but Conrad is unaffected by popularity. He is determined to practice what other peers only preach. During this time, Conrad also experiences the tenderness of courtly love. He becomes enamoured of Lady Adelinda, a kind and gracious noblewoman. Their affection is never openly declared. She is promised to another, but through exchanged glances and secret smiles, Conrad finds inspiration in her presence. He carries her silk favour on his arm during jousts and imagines himself her champion. Though their love remains chaste and unfulfilled, it deepens Conrad's resolve to uphold the knightly virtues that Lady Adelinda admires in him. The drums of war inevitably replace the songs and dances of court. By the late 1170s, Emperor Barbarossa calls his vassals to march into Italy, aiming to subdue rebellious city-states. Sir Conrad must leave the comfort of court and test his principles on the battlefield. On the eve of departure, Lady Adeline quietly ties a small embroidered token to his arm for luck. Conrad bows and promises to return with honour. As he rides south with the imperial host, he braces himself for real siege and battle, a place where many knights' ideals crumble. Conrad prays that he can carry the light of chivalry with him into the coming storm, not knowing how severely those ideals will be tried in the crucible of war. The year 1178 finds Sir Conrad engulfed in the brutal reality of warfare. Emperor Barbarossa's campaign in northern Italy drags on, and Conrad experiences siege warfare firsthand. The imperial army lays siege to a rebellious Lombard city, one of the many fortified towns defying the emperor. Conrad stands for hours in mud and blood before the city walls, ducking arrows and dodging stones hurled by the siege engines. He has exchanged the silken songs of court for the iron and screams of the battlefield. Nothing in his training fully prepared him for the brutality of a protracted siege. The defenders, desperate and fierce, rain down bolts and boiling water. Conrad witnesses comrades struck down beside him. One knight falls with a crossbow bolt through his eye, and another is crushed by a hurled boulder. Each day brings new horrors. Under orders, Conrad takes his turn in the assault rotations. In one attack, he climbs a ladder amid a storm of arrows and briefly breaches the battlements, sword in hand. Face to face with an enemy militiaman, Conrad parries a blow and with reflex born of years of training drives his sword into the man's side. The militiaman crumples, so Conrad has killed his first foe in single combat. There is no glory in it, only a numb shock as the dying man's blood spills on his mail. Conrad remembers his vows of mercy, but in the frenzy of battle there is little chance to spare opponents who fight to the death. He fights on to survive and protect his fellow knights, all while praying quietly for the souls lost on both sides. After months of siege, the starving city finally surrenders. But instead of chivalrous clemency, a grim spectacle unfolds. Despite promises of mercy, the victorious imperial troops loot and raze the city in a frenzy of vengeance. Conrad watches in dismay as discipline breaks down. Soldiers rampage through the streets, looting, tormenting and burning everything in their path. Civilians, the very people Conrad swore to defend, are not spared. Conrad does what little he can. He strikes down a marauder who is about to hurt a trembling old man, and he shields a terrified young woman is ushering someone into a church. But Sir Conrad alone cannot halt the tide of cruelty. The sights pierce his soul. Families slain in doorways, homes in flames, and wounded individuals desperately seeking water. The scene is not the noble combat of knightly romances. It's a vision no one should see. Conrad treads over the corpses of both soldiers and townsfolk, the city a smoking ruin. He witnesses some imperial knights executing captive townspeople under the pretext of teaching a lesson. Conrad feels more kinship with the frightened survivors than with these rampaging victors. That night, Conrad tends to the wounded, enemy and friend alike, in a makeshift camp hospital. He offers water to a dying Italian footman who clasps Conrad's hand weakly and whispers a graze before passing away. Conrad ensures the man receives last rites, treating him as a fellow human soul rather than a foe. Such acts of compassion stand in stark contrast to the savagery he witnessed. By the end of this campaign, Sir Conrad has undergone a transformation. His once polished armour is dented and scarred. He himself bears a deep cut on his thigh and a burn scar on his forearm, lasting reminders of these brutal campaigns. More profoundly, a sober understanding of the true nature of war has tempered the idealism of his youth. Even so, Conrad's core values persist. He did not descend into wanton cruelty. He maintained honour where he could, sparing those who yielded and aiding the helpless amid chaos. Among the knights in Barbarossa's host, he becomes known, sometimes mockingly, sometimes admirably, as the one who will treat a wounded enemy or protect a peasant child. In an age of terror, Sir Conrad manages to keep a spark of chivalry alive. When Barbarossa finally makes peace with the Lombard League, Conrad is relieved. He survives the Italian wars, but at enormous cost to his spirit. Returning to camp after the final siege, Conrad kneels in private prayer. He asks God to forgive the atrocities committed and to guide him moving forward. He realises that being a true knight in wartime is far more difficult than he ever imagined. It means doing what is right even when surrounded by darkness. And though he is scarred and weary, Conrad silently vows that he will not let the brutality of war extinguish the values that define his knighthood. The Third Crusade soon gives Sir Conrad a chance to seek spiritual redemption for the blood he has shed. In 1188, news spreads that Jerusalem has fallen to Saladin. Calls for crusade echo through Christendom. Despite his exhaustion from decades of fighting, Conrad takes the cross, swearing to journey to the Holy Land to liberate the sacred sites. It is both a duty and a deeply personal pilgrimage. Like many knights, Conrad hopes this holy endeavour will atone for past sins. The Pope promises remission of sins for those who crusade, and Conrad, haunted by the siege of the Lombard city, craves forgiveness and inner peace. He joins Emperor Frederick Barbarossa's mighty army of crusaders trekking overland toward Jerusalem. The journey is arduous, but also spiritually uplifting. The crusaders endure hunger, harsh desert heat, and skirmishes with hostile forces, which creates a challenging environment. Through it all, Conrad acts as a model of knightly piety. He leads evening prayers in camp, shares his water with those thirstier than he, and keeps the Crusade's holy purpose in his heart. Tragedy strikes in June 1190 when Emperor Barbarossa himself drowns while crossing a river in Cilicia. The shock of losing their legendary leader sends ripples of despair through the army. Conrad mourns the emperor deeply. This was the same Frederick who had knighted him and led him through so many battles. Many disheartened crusaders turn back after Barbarossa's death, but Conrad resolves to continue on to the Holy Land. He has sworn a sacred vow and will not abandon it. Taking up the banner of his fallen emperor, he presses on with the remaining German knights until they finally reach the walls of Acre. On the coast of Palestine in mid-1191, in the siege of Acre, Conrad faces battle again, but this time in a distinctly religious context. The atmosphere among the Crusaders is penitential. They fight not for conquest, but, in their view, for God's justice. Conrad, now one of the older knights, distinguishes himself by both courage and compassion. During assaults on Acre's walls, he protects unarmed camp followers from enemy arrows and lifts a wounded fellow crusader onto his horse to carry him out of danger. He also shows mercy to defeated foes. After Acre capitulates, he prevents some vengeful crusaders from massacring captive Muslim soldiers, arguing that killing prisoners would dishonour their Christian cause. Some knights sneer at Conrad's leniency, but others, including a devout Hospitaller brother, praise his consistency with the chivalric and Christian ideal of mercy. With Acre taken in 1191, the crusade largely succeeds in re-establishing Christian control of coastal strongholds. Conrad finally has the opportunity to fulfill his pilgrim's vow to visit the holy city of Jerusalem, which, through diplomacy, is open to Christian pilgrims even though it remains under Muslim control. Dressed in humble pilgrim robes rather than armour, Sir Conrad travels to Jerusalem alongside other knights-turned-pilgrims. Entering the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, he falls to his knees before the tomb of Christ. All the violence and hardship of his life seem to melt away in that sacred space. Tears stream down his face as he prays for forgiveness for any innocent blood he spilled, and for all the comrades and even enemies who lost their lives. He feels a profound sense of peace wash over him. The burden of guilt that he has carried lightens. Conrad reverently touches what is believed to be the nativity site in Bethlehem. Each holy place he visits is like balm on his warrior's soul, assuring him that God's grace is still attainable. Throughout his time in the Holy Land, Conrad also interacts with the church's clergy and military orders. He befriends a Franciscan friar who serves as a chaplain for the Crusaders, confessing to him the nightmares that still haunt his knights. The friar, in turn, gives Conrad absolution and counsel. Violence leaves scars on the soul, Sir Knight, but acts of love and penance will heal them. Conrad reflects deeply on these words. He spends part of his Crusader days helping at a field hospital run by the Knights Hospitaller, tending sick pilgrims. Although this humble service of washing wounds and distributing bread is far from the glory of battle, Conrad finds it deeply fulfilling. In caring for others, he reconnects with the core Christian virtues of charity and humility that are sometimes lost in a knight's life. By 1192, Sir Conrad begins his journey home to Germany, spiritually renewed. He returns with a few keepsakes from the Holy Land and, more importantly, with a heart that feels cleansed. Through the trials of crusade and pilgrimage, he believes God has granted him forgiveness and a chance to live anew. The aging knight rides back to his homeland not in triumph, but in quiet contemplation, determined to spend his remaining years living out the lessons of mercy and devotion he learned on this holy journey. Returning home to Germany in the 1190s, Sir Conrad finds a realm in political turmoil. Emperor Barbarossa's death has been followed by disputes over the crown. Rival factions of nobles support different claimants. One side backs Barbarossa's son, the Hohenstaufen heir, and another backs a Welf prince. The once united empire fractures into camps. As a knight who has served the empire faithfully for decades, Conrad is dismayed to see former comrades prepared to fight each other for power. Conrad's loyalty is tested when his lord pressures him to support a rival claimant. Conrad refuses. He will not betray the oath he swore to what he sees as the rightful king. His principled stand nearly costs him his lands and makes him powerful enemies, but Conrad holds fast while many other knights compromise their honour. The conflict that ensues, a brief civil war, plunges the land into chaos. Without a strong central authority, robber barons spring up across Germany, taking advantage of the disorder. Bands of rogue knights fortify castles and extort travellers and peasants. People say that Germany descends into a state of near anarchy, where robber barons operate without opposition. Sir Conrad, now in his 50s, can do little to influence imperial politics, but he becomes a pillar of stability in his district. When local knights feud or prey on merchant caravans, Conrad intervenes as a mediator. His reputation for honesty is well established by this point. Both commoners and nobles trust his counsel. On more than one occasion, Conrad rides out to confront a marauding Raubritter, robber knight, who has been terrorising villages. On one occasion, a rash young robber knight challenges him, only to be swiftly disarmed and shamed into repentance by the veteran. Word of Sir Conrad's fearless stand against lawlessness spreads. To peasants, he becomes something of a folk hero, the ageing knight who still protects them when others exploit them. Despite the chaos, Conrad never loses sight of the chivalric code. He advises the local abbey and town council on how to fortify against brigands without themselves committing excess. He hosts peace talks between quarrelling minor lords, invoking the old ideals of knighthood to shame them for shedding the blood of fellow Christians While heathens nearly conquered the Holy Land not long ago, some heed his words, others do not. Nevertheless, Conrad's presence is a stabilising force, so Conrad's conduct shines all the more brightly in an era where many knights tarnish their name with greed or cruelty. Civil strife subsides by 12 o'clock, marking the recognition of a new emperor, the young Frederick II. Tired of war and intrigue, Sir Conrad finally retires from royal service. He formally resigns his command, turning over his duties to younger knights. Many of those younger men grew up idolising Conrad's deeds. He spends time teaching them that true knighthood is not about ambition or ruthlessness, but about loyalty, justice, and restraint. Now in his early 60s, an old man by medieval standards, Conrad feels the weight of years. His joints ache from old wounds and long rides. He walks with a slight limp, a Crusader Turk's arrow wound that never fully healed. Yet his mind remains sharp and his spirit resolute. In these twilight years, Conrad focuses on his legacy. He strengthens the management of his estate to ensure his peasants are protected and prosperous. He quietly finances the rebuilding of a village church that was burned by raiders during the dark times, considering it an act of thanksgiving for his survival. With imperial peace restored, Conrad can at last lay down his sword. He spends his days quietly overseeing his lands, defending the weak in his jurisdiction, and advising his neighbours in matters of justice. The younger knights in the region often seek his counsel, and many salute him respectfully whenever he appears, a living legend of Inbreeding in their midst. Looking back, Sir Conrad realises that his life's true battles were often not determined by swords, but by the moral decisions he made. He has outlived most of his contemporaries and witnessed the worst and best of knighthood. Though the Holy Roman Empire will always have its strife, Conrad's steadfast example has influenced a generation in his corner of the world. And as he settles into a well-deserved retirement, he does so with his honour intact and his conscience clear, having navigated the shifting tides of politics and war without compromising the knightly virtues that define his very being. In the year 1215, Sir Conrad, a venerable knight of about 70, sits by the hearth of his manor. His hair is white and his hands tremble slightly, but his gaze is warm and clear. He spends his days in peaceful routine, walking among his fields, praying in the small chapel he built years ago, and sharing stories with his grandchildren and squires. He has become a beloved patriarch in his community. With his legacy in mind, Conrad makes sure to transmit the values he upheld. He has trained his only son, now a knight in his prime, to be just and compassionate. In a small private ceremony, Conrad even had the honour of dubbing his son a knight, tapping the young man's shoulder with the same sword Duke Otto had once placed on him. The circle of knighthood, from father to son, gives Conrad immense satisfaction. As the years press on, Conrad feels his strength fading. One winter, a persistent cough lays him low. He takes a bed in the sun, where sunlight falls gently on tapestries depicting saintly knights. Sensing that his final days are near, Conrad arranges his affairs with calm clarity. He sends messages of farewell and forgiveness to his old friends and even to his old rivals, wishing that no bitterness remain. A friar comes to administer the last rites. Conrad confesses whatever weighs on his soul, mercifully little, for he has lived uprightly, and receives absolution. His family and a few brothers-in-arms gather at his bedside. Sir Reinhard's son, now an old knight himself, is there, holding Conrad's hand. In his last hours, Sir Conrad addresses his son and the young squires present. His voice is weak but resolute. He reminds them that knighthood is not about glory but duty. Remember, he rasps softly, a knight's honour is worth more than his sword. Protect the innocent, be devout and true, and you will have a life worthy of praise. Tears glisten in many eyes as the dying knight imparts this wisdom. With a faint smile, Conrad asks his son to bring him his old sword and shield one last time. Despite his inability to lift them, Conrad gazes proudly at the familiar arms in his hands. These battered pieces of steel and wood are the witnesses of his long journey, from the eager page who first polished that shield to the seasoned warrior who bore it through countless trials. So Conrad breathes a final prayer. He thanks God for guiding him, and humbly prays that he might be welcomed into heaven, not by my deeds, Lord, but by thy mercy. As his family murmurs amen, Conrad closes his eyes. A final breath escapes his lips, and the life of this good knight quietly ends. He passes away surrounded by love and respect, with his sword still resting in his hand. News of Sir Conrad's death spreads through the region. Though he was not a prince or famous general, the mourning is widespread. Peasants light candles for the knight who defended them. The local abbot orders the church bells tolled at midday in Conrad's honour. At his modest funeral, villagers and nobles stand side by side in the small church he helped rebuild. The choir's final requiem leaves no one unmoved. As is custom, Conrad's shield, emblazoned with his coat of arms, is hung high on a pillar inside the church to commemorate him. Those who attend the service whisper that the world feels poorer without Sir Conrad's steady presence. Yet his legacy lives on in the lives he touched. His son carries forward his lineage and his principles, governing their lands kindly. The squires trained under Conrad recall his teachings when they themselves face moral dilemmas. In taverns and great halls alike, minstrels sometimes sing a verse about Conrad the Constant, the gentle knight, who remained true from youth to old age. The tale of his life, full of hardship and triumph, doubt and faith, war and peace, becomes an example to others. Thus ends Sir Conrad's story. He journeyed from a bright-eyed page to an old knight full of wisdom, navigating a changing world without forsaking his ideals. In an age of violence and uncertainty, he proved that a knight's true greatness lies not in the battles he wins, but in the honour, compassion and faithfulness with which he lives and dies. In the year 1215, Sir Conrad, a venerable knight of about 70, sits by the hearth of his manor. His hair is white and his hands tremble slightly, but his gaze is warm and clear. He spends his days in peaceful routine, walking among his fields, praying in the small chapel he built years ago, and sharing stories with his grandchildren and squires. He has become a beloved patriarch in his community. With his legacy in mind, Conrad makes sure to transmit the values he upheld. He has trained his only son, now a knight in his prime, to be just and compassionate. In a small private ceremony, Conrad even had the honour of dubbing his son a knight, tapping the young man's shoulder with the same sword Duke Otto had once placed on him. The circle of knighthood, from father to son, gives Conrad immense satisfaction. As the years press on, Conrad feels his strength fading. One winter, a persistent cough lays him low. He takes a bed in the sun, where sunlight falls gently on tapestries depicting saintly knights. Sensing that his final days are near, Conrad arranges his affairs with calm clarity. He sends messages of farewell and forgiveness to his old friends and even to his old rivals, wishing that no bitterness remain. A friar comes to administer the last rites. Conrad confesses whatever weighs on his soul, mercifully little, for he has lived uprightly, and receives absolution. His family and a few brothers-in-arms gather at his bedside. Sir Reinhard's son, now an old knight himself, is there, holding Conrad's hand. In his last hours, Sir Conrad addresses his son and the young squires present. His voice is weak but resolute. He reminds them that knighthood is not about glory but duty. Remember, he rasps softly, a knight's honour is worth more than his sword. Protect the innocent, be devout and true, and you will have a life worthy of praise. Tears glisten in many eyes as the dying knight imparts this wisdom. With a faint smile, Conrad asks his son to bring him his old sword and shield one last time. Despite his inability to lift them, Conrad gazes proudly at the familiar arms in his hands. These battered pieces of steel and wood are the witnesses of his long journey, from the eager page who first polished that shield to the seasoned warrior who bore it through countless trials. Sir Conrad breathes a final prayer. He thanks God for guiding him, and humbly prays that he might be welcomed into heaven, not by my deeds, Lord, but by thy mercy. As his family murmurs amen, Conrad closes his eyes. A final breath escapes his lips, and the life of this good knight quietly ends. He passes away surrounded by love and respect, with his sword still resting in his hand. News of Sir Conrad's death spreads through the region. Though he was not a prince or famous general, the mourning is widespread. Peasants light candles for the knight who defended them. The local abbot orders the church bells tolled at midday in Conrad's honour. At his modest funeral, villagers and nobles stand side by side in the small church he helped rebuild. The choir's final requiem leaves no one unmoved. As is custom, Conrad's shield, emblazoned with his coat of arms, is hung high on a pillar inside the church to commemorate him. Those who attend the service whisper that the world feels poorer without Sir Conrad's steady presence. Yet his legacy lives on in the lives he touched. His son carries forward his lineage and his principles, governing their lands kindly. The squires trained under Conrad recall his teachings when they themselves face moral dilemmas. In taverns and great halls alike, minstrels sometimes sing a verse about Conrad the Constant, the gentle knight, who remained true from youth to old age. The tale of his life, full of hardship and triumph, doubt and faith, war and peace, becomes an example to others. Thus ends Sir Conrad's story. He journeyed from a bright-eyed page to an old knight full of wisdom, navigating a changing world without forsaking his ideals. In an age of violence and uncertainty, he proved that a knight's true greatness lies not in the battles he wins, but in the honour, compassion and faithfulness with which he lives and dies. Have you ever experienced the sensation of your jeans being slightly too tight after the holidays? Imagine if the designer of every piece of clothing you owned held the belief that the human body was merely a suggestion. Welcome to Victorian fashion, where comfort became obsolete and common sense took a long hiatus. Picture this, it's 1850 and you're a well-to-do lady preparing for your day. But first, you need to put on approximately 17 different garments, each one more bewildering than the last. Your morning routine doesn't start with coffee, it starts with an engineering degree and the patience of a saint. The Victorians had this peculiar relationship with the human form. They believed that nature had created significant design flaws, and they were determined to rectify these flaws using materials such as whalebone, steel, and unwavering determination. It was like they looked at the human body and said, "You know what this individual needs? More geometric shapes and less ability to breathe. But here's the thing that makes Victorian fashion so fascinatingly absurd. None of these changes happened overnight. It wasn't like someone woke up one morning in 1837 and declared, 'From now on, women's waist shall be the circumference of a coffee mug.' No, the outcome was a gradual slide into sartorial madness that took decades to perfect. The truly surprising aspect is that people at the time believed they were acting completely rationally. They had elaborate justifications for every ridiculous element. Tight corsets? Needless to say, they were beneficial for posture, and the skirts so wide that they can't fit through doorways. Undoubtedly, they are essential for maintaining modesty. Do sleeves need their own unique zip code? Simply fashionable, darling. You have to admire the dedication, really. These weren't people who half committed to anything. When Victorians decided to complicate fashion, they went all in like they were trying to win an Olympic medal in most impractical clothing design. They approached fashion the way modern people approach extreme sports, with enthusiasm that bordered on the reckless. Men were not exempt from this madness, although their version was more subtly ridiculous. While women were being transformed into human geometric shapes, men were busy perfecting the art of looking like very serious penguins. They wore top hats that accentuated their height, coats with useless tails, and enough starch in their collars to construct a miniature boat. The fascinating thing is how this all started with genuine intentions. The early Victorians weren't trying to create a fashion nightmare. They were responding to real social and economic changes. The Industrial Revolution had created new wealth, new social classes, and new anxieties about respectability. Fashion became a language, a way to communicate your place in this rapidly changing world. But somewhere along the way, that language became increasingly complex, like a secret code that only the initiated could understand. What started as dress nicely to show you're respectable evolved into transform yourself into a walking architectural marvel or risk social extinction. The irony is delicious when you contemplate it. Here was an era obsessed with moral virtue and proper behaviour, yet they created clothing that made simple human activities like sitting, walking or breathing into minor athletic achievements. It was as if they believed that suffering for beauty was not just acceptable, but actually virtuous. As we drift into this story together, imagine the rustling of silk, the creaking of whalebone, and the gentle chaos of an era when getting dressed was an adventure, and staying dressed was an endurance test. The Victorians may have been many things, but boring wasn't one of them. Let's talk about the corset, shall we? If Victorian fashion were a movie, the corset would be the villain everyone loves to hate. Simultaneously fascinating and horrifying, like a beautifully crafted instrument of torture that someone decided to wear to afternoon tea. You've probably heard the stories about women fainting left and right, their organs rearranged like furniture in a studio apartment. However, the truth about corset wearing was not as dramatic as the legends portray. It's like that friend who tells fish stories. The basic facts are there, but they've grown considerably in the telling. Let's first tackle the issue of the 18-inch waist in the parlour. Do you notice the remarkably small waists in fashion plates and photos? Many of them were about as real as a unicorn wearing a tutu. Victorian photographers and illustrators were just as fond of creative editing as modern Instagram users. They'd pinch in waists, enhance curves, and generally present an idealised version that was as achievable as becoming a professional mermaid. But that doesn't mean corsets were just gentle, supportive garments either. These were indeed serious business. A well-made Victorian corset was like wearing an architectural support system, designed by someone who'd never actually met a human spine. They were marvels of engineering, really. Dozens of pieces of whalebone or steel, carefully shaped and sewn into what was essentially a wearable cage. The thing is, most women didn't tight-lace to the extreme degrees you might imagine. Your average Victorian lady laced her corset snugly indeed, but not to the extent that she required smelling salts each time she ascended a staircase. The fainting epidemic was more about the combination of tight lacing, heavy clothing, overheated rooms, and the Victorian lady's delicate constitution, which was often more performed than genuine. Think of it this way. If women were really fainting en masse from their undergarments, the Victorian era would have been remarkably unproductive. Yet somehow, these same corseted women managed to run households, raise children, engage in social causes, and even work in factories. They weren't delicate flowers. They were surprisingly hardy individuals who happened to dress like they were preparing for battle with their bodies. The corset also served purposes beyond the aesthetic. In an era before bras were invented, it provided necessary support for women's busts. It also helped distribute the weight of those massive skirts we'll talk about shortly. Imagine carrying a small tent around your waist all day. You'd want some structural support too. But here's where the corset story gets really interesting. It became a symbol of women's oppression and liberation simultaneously. Critics argued that tight lacing represented society's control over women's bodies, forcing them into unnatural shapes to please male ideals of beauty. Supporters countered that the corset gave women an hourglass figure that emphasised their femininity and power. The medical establishment, never one to miss an opportunity to have opinions about women's bodies, weighed in with dire warnings about the dangers of tight lacing. Doctors wrote lengthy treatises about corset liver and corset lung, conditions that sound like they were invented by someone who'd never actually examined a corseted woman, but had profound feelings about fashion. Meanwhile, the women actually wearing these garments had more nuanced views. Many found their corsets comfortable and supportive when properly fitted. Others endured silent suffering for the sake of fashion. Some rebelled entirely and joined the dress reform movement, which sounds much more exciting than it actually was. Imagine a group of very earnest women campaigning for the right to wear clothing that didn't require an engineering degree to put on. The corset industry itself was fascinating. A complex network of manufacturers, from high-end corsetiers who created custom pieces that fit like a second skin, to mass-market producers who churned out ready-made versions for the growing middle class. Getting a corset properly fitted was like visiting a very specialised architect who worked exclusively in human modification. As you settle deeper into your comfortable, uncorseted evening, remember that for Victorian women, this daily ritual of lacing and unlacing was simply part of life. They adapted to their constraints with remarkable ingenuity, developing techniques for movement, breathing, and even dancing while wearing what was essentially a fabric-covered cage. The human capacity for adaptation is truly remarkable, even when adapting to something utterly ridiculous. Let's pause here while you adjust your position on the couch, something Victorian women couldn't do quite so easily. If corsets were the foundation of Victorian fashion madness, then skirts were the magnificent, impractical superstructure built on top. We're talking about garments that required their own transportation planning and had a carbon footprint larger than some small countries. Picture yourself getting ready for a simple trip to the market in 1860. First, you'd need to consider your skirt's diameter, typically anywhere from 6 to 12 feet across. That's not a typo. We're talking about wearing a fabric tent that could house a small family. You couldn't just walk out the door. You had to strategize your exit like you were launching a space mission. The evolution of the Victorian skirt can be compared to a person gradually losing their sense of reality, albeit in a methodical manner. It started reasonably enough in the 1840s. Full skirts, yes, but nothing that required architectural consultation. Then something happened. Maybe it was competition. Maybe it was boredom. Or maybe someone made a bet about how wide they could make women's silhouettes before physics intervened. By the 1850s, the crinoline had become ubiquitous and irreversible. The crinoline was essentially a cage you wore under your skirt, hoops of steel or whalebone that created a bell-shaped foundation. It was like wearing a personal tent frame, except the tent was made of silk and you were expected to waltz in it. The logistics of crinoline life were staggering. Doorways became navigation challenges. Sitting required careful calculation and preferably a chair without arms. Getting into a carriage was like solving a three-dimensional puzzle while wearing a small building. Victorian women developed skills that would have made NASA engineers weep with admiration, and yet they made it look effortless. Photos from the era show women gliding around in these massive skirts as if they were perfectly natural. However, a complex science underlay the management of crinolines. Women learned to compress their skirts by pressing down on the hoops, to navigate stairs by lifting the front of their skirts just so, and to sit by effortlessly collapsing their crinolines. The really magnificent part was how the fashion industry supported this madness. Crinoline manufacturers competed on engineering principles. Some crinolines had collapsible sections for sitting, others featured graduated hoops that created the perfect bell shape. The advertisements read like technical manuals for personal transportation devices. But crinolines had their dangers, and not just the obvious ones like getting stuck in doorways or accidentally sweeping objects off tables. Fire was a genuine hazard. All that fabric, often treated with flammable starches and dyes, combined with open flames for lighting and heating. Victorian newspapers are full of tragic stories of women whose skirts caught fire, and the width of their crinolines made it difficult to extinguish the flames quickly. Then there were the weather-related challenges. Wind turned a crinoline into a sail, which sounds poetic until you realise it meant women could be literally blown off course during their daily walks. Rain was particularly problematic. Imagine trying to dry a tent that you'd been wearing all day. The social implications were equally complex. A wide crinoline was a status symbol, proof that you could afford not just the garment itself but the lifestyle that accommodated it. If you could wear a 6-foot wide skirt, you didn't need to work, cook, clean or engage in any practical activity. It was conspicuous consumption in its most literal form. You were conspicuously consuming space. But here's what makes the crinoline era so endearing in retrospect. Victorian women took these absurd constraints and somehow made them work. They developed elaborate etiquettes for crinoline navigation, techniques for managing their skirts in various social situations, and even sports modified for women wearing personal tents. Croquet became popular partly because it was one of the few activities where a crinoline wasn't a complete impediment. Dancing required choreography that accounted for each partner's circumference. Even something as simple as walking with a friend became an exercise in spatial coordination. The crinoline reached its peak absurdity in the 1860s, when skirts achieved their maximum circumference. It was as if Victorian fashion had been steadily expanding like a balloon, and everyone was waiting to see who would be brave enough to suggest that maybe, just maybe, this was getting a bit ridiculous. Little did they know, the next chapter would involve bustles, because apparently making skirts impossibly wide wasn't quite enough. The Victorians were just getting warmed up. Just when you think the Victorians couldn't possibly make clothing more complicated, along came the bustle era to prove that human ingenuity in the service of impracticality knows no bounds. If the crinoline was like wearing a bell, the bustle was like strapping a small shelf to your posterior and pretending your posture was perfectly normal. The transition from crinoline to bustle in the 1870s wasn't gradual. It was like watching a balloon deflate and then reinflate in a completely different shape. One day women were navigating doorways sideways because of their width, and the next they were backing into rooms because their skirts projected 3 feet behind them. It was as if Victorian fashion designers had gotten bored with horizontal challenges and decided to explore vertical possibilities. The bustle itself was a marvel of engineering that would have made bridge builders jealous. Early bustles were essentially wire cages designed to create a shelf-like projection at the back of the skirt. Later versions became increasingly elaborate. Some had springs, others featured adjustable frameworks, and the most advanced models included collapsible sections for sitting. Imagine attempting to sit down while wearing a bustle. It wasn't just a matter of bending at the waist, it required a carefully choreographed sequence of movements. You'd approach the chair from the side, collapse your bustle by pressing down on it, lower yourself carefully while managing several layers of skirt, and then somehow arrange all that fabric so you didn't look like you were being swallowed by your clothing. The logistics of bustle life were even more complex than crinoline management. At least with a crinoline, you knew you needed extra space in all directions. You never know what's going on behind you when there's a bustle. Victorian women developed a kind of spatial awareness that modern people can't imagine. They could sense exactly how much room their rear projection required and navigate accordingly. Doorways remained challenging, but in new ways. Instead of squeezing through sideways, bustled women had to judge angles carefully. If your approach was too steep, your skirt might snag on the doorframe. If the approach was too shallow, you wouldn't be able to pass. It was like parking a car, except the car was attached to your body and made of silk. The bustle also created intriguing social dynamics. Conversations became exercises in geometry. How close could you stand to someone when you were both wearing rear projections? Dancing required new techniques, and something as simple as walking arm in arm with a friend became a coordination challenge worthy of synchronized swimmers. But perhaps the most remarkable thing about the bustle era was how it demonstrated Victorian society's ability to adapt to absolutely anything. Furniture makers began designing chairs that accommodated bustles. Architecture started accounting for the extra space women required. Social customs evolved to handle the new spatial requirements of female fashion. The fashion plates of the era show women looking perfectly composed in their bustled gowns. But the reality behind the scenes was a constant comedy of spatial miscalculations. Victorian literature is full of subtle references to the challenges of bustled life. Women getting stuck in carriages, skirts caught indoors, and the general chaos of trying to live normally while wearing architectural elements. Yet somehow, Victorian women made it work. They developed techniques for bustle maintenance, strategies for navigation, and even created new forms of social interaction that accommodated their enhanced silhouettes. The human ability to normalise the absurd is truly impressive. The bustle went through several iterations during its reign. The first bustle era featured relatively modest projections. Consider it to be training wheels for posterior architecture. The early 1880s brought a brief respite when skirts became more streamlined, likely bringing a sense of relief to everyone. But Victorian fashion wasn't done yet. The second bustle era, beginning in the mid-1880s, brought projections that defied not just comfort but basic physics. These weren't just bustles. They were engineering marvels that created silhouettes so extreme they looked like costume designs for a play about furniture. The final bustle designs were so elaborate they came with their instruction manuals. Some featured multiple tiers, others had adjustable angles, and the most advanced models included patented mechanisms for collapse and expansion. It was as if Victorian women were wearing transformer robots, except instead of turning into cars, they turned into chairs. As we move through this fashion timeline, remember that each of these trends lasted for years. This wasn't a brief moment of collective madness. Entire generations of women lived their daily lives in these contraptions, adapting with remarkable grace to constraints that seem impossible from our modern perspective. If you thought Victorian fashion was done surprising us after corsets, crinolines and bustles, you clearly underestimated their commitment to making every part of the human body an engineering challenge. Enter the 1890s sleeve, also known as the leg of mutton sleeve, though that name doesn't quite capture the full absurdity of wearing what amounted to small hot air balloons attached to your shoulders. Early Victorian sleeves were snug, practical affairs that allowed for actual arm movement. However, as the century progressed, sleeves began to expand, as if they were competing with skirts for the title of most impractical garment component. By the 1890s, sleeves had achieved such monumental proportions that women needed to turn sideways to fit through doorways, not because of their skirts this time, but because their shoulders had effectively doubled in width. These garments were not merely sleeves, they resembled fabric architecture with arms hidden inside them. The construction of a proper leg of mutton sleeve was an engineering marvel that required more planning than most modern home renovations. The sleeve had to be supported from within using various frameworks, wire, whalebone, or even cotton padding arranged in precise configurations to maintain the proper shape. Getting dressed involved not just putting on clothing, but assembling a complex structural system. Imagine trying to eat dinner while wearing sleeves that extended well beyond your actual arm span. Victorian women developed eating techniques that would have impressed contortionists. They learned to approach their plates at specific angles, to cut food using carefully calculated arm movements, and to drink tea without completely obscuring their faces behind walls of fabric. The practical challenges were endless. Embracing someone required strategic planning. Getting into a carriage meant compressing your sleeves like accordions. Even something as simple as reaching for an object on a shelf became an exercise in spatial mathematics. Victorian women lived in a world where their clothing had a larger footprint than their actual bodies. But the sleeves weren't just large, they were elaborately decorated. Puffed, pleated, gathered, and trimmed with every conceivable ornament. They were like wearing 2 small ballrooms complete with their interior design schemes. Some sleeves featured multiple tiers of fabric, creating layered architectural effects that would have made wedding cake decorators weep with envy. The maintenance requirements were staggering. These sleeves needed to be pressed into shape regularly, their internal structures adjusted and repaired, and their elaborate decorations kept pristine. Victorian women employed armies of servants, or spent hours themselves maintaining their sleeve architecture. It was like owning a very high-maintenance pet that you wore to social events. Then there were the seasonal challenges. Summer sleeves in heavy fabrics created portable saunas around women's arms. Winter meant adding even more layers to already monumental constructions. Rain posed a significant challenge. Imagine attempting to dry 2 fabric pavilions fastened to your shoulders. The social implications of extreme sleeves were fascinating. They were clear indicators of leisure-class status. If you could wear sleeves that made practical work impossible, you obviously didn't need to engage in any. They were an extreme form of conspicuous consumption, demonstrating that one could afford to be completely impractical. But Victorian fashion wasn't finished with extremities yet. Hats during this era became increasingly elaborate, often featuring entire gardens of artificial flowers, preserved birds, and decorative elements that would have been impressive on a parade float. These weren't hats. They were portable ecosystems that happened to sit on people's heads. The millinery arts reached new heights of complexity during the Victorian era. Hat construction involved multiple specialists. One person might create the basic structure, another would handle the flowers, and a third would add the birds and ornamental elements. Some Victorian hats required their own structural engineering consultations. Gloves, too, became exercises in extremity enhancement. Victorian gloves were often so long they disappeared entirely under those enormous sleeves, creating the impression that women's arms simply ended in fabric somewhere around the elbow. The longest gloves extended past the elbow, requiring complex systems of buttons and hooks for removal. Even shoes joined the extremity enhancement project. Victorian boots often featured dozens of tiny buttons or an elaborate lacing system that required special tools to fasten. Getting dressed from head to toe could take hours, and often required assistance from servants or family members. The cumulative effect of all these extremity enhancements was that Victorian women became walking demonstrations of their society's relationship with practicality, which was to say they'd broken up entirely and weren't on speaking terms. Now settle in for this part of our story, because we're about to explore how Victorian fashion became more complex than quantum physics, but with more rules about appropriate necklines. Behind all this sartorial madness was a scientific approach to respectability that would have impressed laboratory researchers. The Victorians didn't just randomly decide to make clothing complicated, they developed elaborate systems of social communication through fabric, creating a language so complex that anthropologists are still trying to decode it. The Victorian dress code wasn't just about looking nice, it was about broadcasting your moral character, social status, economic situation, marital availability, and probably your opinion on the weather, all through carefully calculated costume choices. It was like wearing a social media profile, except instead of posting updates, you changed your outfit. Morning dress, afternoon dress, evening dress, calling dress, walking dress, travelling dress. Victorian women needed different costumes for different hours of the day and different social activities. It was as if they were actors in an incredibly elaborate play where the costumes changed every few hours, and forgetting your lines meant social death. The specificity of the rules was astounding. There were appropriate colours for widows at different stages of mourning, precise neckline depths for various social occasions, and exact sleeve lengths that communicated whether you were available for courtship or properly chaperoned. Getting it wrong wasn't just a fashion faux pas, it was a social catastrophe that could affect your family's reputation for generations. Take mourning dress, for example. Victorian society had developed mourning into a complex ritual that lasted for years and involved costume changes more elaborate than a Broadway production. Full mourning required completely black clothing with no ornamentation for the first year. Then came half mourning, which allowed for touches of white, grey or purple. The gradations were so specific that there were etiquette books devoted entirely to appropriate mourning attire. The fabric choices alone were a science. Certain materials were appropriate for certain seasons, social classes and life stages. Silk was appropriate for formal occasions, cotton for everyday wear, wool for winter and linen for summer. But not just any type of silk, cotton, wool or linen. There were dozens of varieties of each, and choosing the wrong type could broadcast ignorance of social codes more effectively than wearing a sign. Colour symbolism reached levels of complexity that would have challenged medieval scholars. White symbolises purity and youth, but this symbolism is limited to unmarried women, specific fabrics, and specific seasons. Black signifies respectability and authority, yet its significance varies based on factors such as age, marital status, and the particular shade of black. Purple was mourning, but also royalty, but also dangerous if worn by the wrong person at the wrong time. The trimming and decoration systems were equally elaborate. Ribbons, lace, embroidery, buttons and bows weren't just decorative elements. They were parts of a complex communication system. The amount of ornamentation appropriate for your age, social status, and the occasion required calculations more complex than filing tax returns. Even undergarments were part of this social communication system. The right corset, chemise, drawers and petticoats weren't just about creating the proper silhouette. They were about demonstrating that you understood and could afford to participate in the full complexity of Victorian fashion culture. The economic implications were staggering. A proper Victorian lady's wardrobe required a fortune not just to acquire but to maintain. The cleaning, pressing, mending and updating needed to keep pace with fashion changes meant that clothing consumed a significant portion of middle and upper-class household budgets. Dressmakers became crucial figures in Victorian society, not just as craftspeople, but as cultural interpreters. A competent dressmaker didn't just sew, she guided her clients through the complex social codes embedded in fashion choices. She was part counsellor, part artist, part social strategist, and part structural engineer. The seasonal transitions were particularly complex. Spring cleaning wasn't just about houses, it was about wardrobes. Summer and winter wardrobes were stored separately, with elaborate systems for preservation, moth prevention, and maintaining the shapes of complex garments during storage. Fashion magazines became essential reading, not for inspiration but for survival. They provided the constantly updated information necessary to navigate the changing rules of appropriate dress. Reading Godey's Lady's Book or Peterson's magazine wasn't leisure. It was continuing education in the science of social acceptability. The really remarkable thing is how Victorian women managed to internalise all these rules while making their complex fashion choices appear effortless and natural. Behind every graceful Victorian lady gliding through a social gathering was someone who had mastered a system of cultural communication more complex than most modern professional training programs. By the 1890s, something crazy was happening in the world of Victorian fashion. People were beginning to realise that clothing should allow for basic human functions like breathing, sitting, and moving one's arms. Although it took several decades for this revolutionary concept to gain traction, women's freedom to move was a significant catalyst for change. The dress reform movement had been percolating throughout the Victorian era, led by brave souls who dared to suggest that perhaps women's clothing shouldn't require engineering degrees to operate. These fashion rebels proposed radical ideas like skirts that didn't require their own zip codes and sleeves that acknowledged the existence of human arms. Dr. Gustav Jaeger introduced the world to woolen undergarments that prioritised health over silhouette manipulation. The rational dress movement promoted clothing that allowed for actual physical activity. As casual clothing that valued comfort over structural soundness, tea gowns gained popularity. It was like watching civilization slowly remember that humans had bodies underneath all that architectural clothing. The bicycle craze of the 1890s delivered a particularly effective blow to impractical fashion. You simply cannot ride a bicycle while wearing a bustle, and Victorian women were not about to give up this exciting new form of transportation just to maintain their rear projections. Cycling costumes featured a revolutionary concept, divided skirts that allowed women to actually move their legs independently. Sports in general began to influence fashion in ways that prioritised function over form. Tennis required clothing that allowed arm movement. Golf needed skirts that didn't interfere with swing mechanics. Even croquet, that most Victorian of games, worked better when players could actually see their feet and move without strategic planning. The influence of artistic movements cannot be understated. The aesthetic movement promoted artistic dress that prioritised beauty and comfort over rigid social signalling. Pre-Raphaelite artists painted women in flowing gowns that actually followed the lines of the human body, rather than imposing geometric shapes upon it. It was as if artists were reminding society what people actually looked like under all that structural engineering. World War I would ultimately bring an end to the excesses of Victorian fashion, but by 1900 the seeds of change had already begun to emerge. Women were entering the workforce in increasing numbers, pursuing higher education, and engaging in social causes that required practical clothing. You can't effectively advocate for social change while wearing a garment that requires two people and a manual to put on. The corset began its long, slow retreat from maximum tightness. The S-curve silhouette of the early 1900s, while still involving serious foundation garments, allowed for a somewhat more natural waist placement. Skirts began to narrow, sleeves returned to more reasonable proportions, and hats stopped requiring their own postal codes. Fashion magazines began featuring articles about healthful dress and rational clothing choices. Doctors, who had warned for decades about the dangers of tight lacing, were finally receiving attention. Social pressure for impossible silhouettes was beginning to give way to the medical establishment's concerns about corset liver and compressed organs. Perhaps most importantly, women themselves were beginning to question why their clothing should be more complex than their educations. The new woman of the 1890s and early 1900s wanted clothing that matched her expanded role in society. Practical enough for work, comfortable enough for an active lifestyle, and sensible enough to allow for the full range of human activities. The transition wasn't immediate or complete. Many Victorian fashion elements persisted well into the 20th century, and some never entirely disappeared. But by 1910, the era of truly extreme fashion construction was winding down. Women were beginning to dress like human beings rather than walking demonstrations of their family's economic status and their tolerance for physical discomfort. Looking back at Victorian fashion from our comfortable modern perspective, it's easy to laugh at the absurdity of it all, but there's something admirable about the sheer human adaptability it represented. Victorian women took clothing that seems impossible to live in and somehow built entire lives around it. They developed skills, techniques, and social systems that allowed them to function despite wearing architectural elements. The Victorian fashion era teaches us something important about human nature. We can adapt to almost anything, but that doesn't mean we should have to. Admitting that something widely accepted is actually ridiculous and needs change can often be the most revolutionary act. As you settle in for a comfortable night's sleep in your practical, breathable pyjamas, spare a thought for those Victorian women who managed to build rich, complex lives while wearing clothing that defied both physics and common sense. They may not have been comfortable, but they were certainly never boring, and with that, we conclude one of history's most intricate attempts to overly complicate daily life through fashion. Sweet dreams, and be grateful for elastic waistbands. Picture this. You're walking down a busy street when it starts to drizzle. Without even thinking, you reach into your bag, pull out that trusty umbrella and pop it open. It's just another Tuesday, right? But here's the thing that might blow your mind a little. That simple gesture connects you to one of humanity's most quietly revolutionary inventions. You see, umbrellas didn't just keep people dry. They accidentally rewrote the rules of civilization itself, and nobody really noticed it happening. It's the kind of story that makes you wonder what other everyday objects have been secretly running the world while we weren't paying attention. Let's start with your ancestors' funny and sad weather experiences. Catching the rain was a full contact sport before the invention of umbrellas. People would sprint from building to building, dive under whatever shelter they could locate, or just accept their soggy fate and trudge along looking thoroughly miserable. But the real problem wasn't just getting wet, it was what getting wet meant for society. Rain acted as a significant impediment to civilization. Markets would shut down, Construction would stop. People would huddle indoors, waiting for the sky to clear before they could get back to the important business of building the world. The ancient Egyptians were the first to crack this code, though they were actually trying to solve a different problem entirely. They invented the first umbrellas around 3,000 years ago, but get this, they were for blocking sun, not rain. Egypt isn't exactly known for its downpours, so they needed shade more than waterproofing. These early umbrellas were basically portable shadows, and they worked beautifully for that purpose. The funny thing is, these Egyptian umbrellas were also status symbols. Only the wealthy and powerful got to walk around with their personal shade makers. Common folks just had to squint and sweat their way through the desert heat, while the pharaohs and nobles glided along in their little circles of cool comfort. But here's where it gets interesting. The umbrella didn't stay in Egypt. Like all good ideas, it started travelling, and every culture that adopted it changed it a little bit. The ancient Chinese took the basic concept and made it waterproof, because unlike Egypt, China actually had rain to deal with. They used wax paper and bamboo to create the first real rain umbrellas, and suddenly, staying dry became a possibility for ordinary people. The Greeks and Romans adopted the umbrella trend, but were unsure how to use it. The Greeks mostly used them for sun protection, particularly for women. Roman women wore them as stylish accessories, while Roman men avoided carrying them. It's amusing to consider that carrying an umbrella was deemed unmanly in Roman culture. These individuals, who had conquered half of the known world, had a strict stance on staying dry. This gender divide around umbrellas would pop up again and again throughout history, and it's one of those cultural quirks that makes you realise how arbitrary our social rules can be. Something as practical as not getting soaked somehow became tangled up with ideas about masculinity and femininity, and it would take centuries for that to sort itself out. What's really fascinating is how the umbrella quietly began changing the rhythm of daily life. In places where people started using them regularly, you'd see something remarkable happen. Rain stopped being a reason to cancel everything. Markets could stay open. People could keep working. The weather became less of a dictator and more of a minor inconvenience. This may sound like a small change, but small changes have a way of snowballing into big ones. When people can move around regardless of weather, commerce improves. When commerce improves, cities grow. When cities grow, civilization becomes more complex and interesting. The umbrella served as a tiny key, enabling a more weather-independent way of living, and this was just the beginning. The umbrella's real impact on human civilization was still centuries away, waiting to unfold in ways that would surprise everyone. Now you might be wondering how a simple device for staying dry could possibly migrate around the world and change everything it touched. But that's exactly what happened, and the story gets more interesting when you realise that umbrellas didn't just travel. They adapted, evolved, and caused little revolutions wherever they landed. After the Chinese perfected the waterproof umbrella, the concept began its slow journey westward along the ancient trade routes. Picture merchants carrying these ingenious devices alongside silk and spices, probably not realising they were transporting one of history's most underrated game changers. The umbrella was like a technological sleeper hit, quietly impressive but not flashy enough to grab headlines. When umbrellas reached medieval Europe, they encountered a culture that was, frankly, pretty resistant to change. Europeans had been dealing with rain the same way for centuries, running, hiding, and generally accepting that weather was something that happened to you, not something you could do anything about. The idea that you could just carry weather protection with you was genuinely revolutionary, but here's where the story gets delightfully weird. The umbrella faced some serious cultural resistance in Europe, and the reasons were absolutely ridiculous. In many places, people thought umbrellas were somehow ungodly. The logic went something like this. God sends rain, so trying to avoid rainfall was like rejecting God's will. It's the kind of reasoning that makes you grateful to live in more practical times. The Catholic Church initially had mixed feelings about umbrellas. Some clergy embraced them as sensible tools, while others worried they represented human arrogance in the face of divine weather. Imagine having to get theological approval for your rain gear. It's almost endearing how seriously people took these things. Meanwhile, the umbrella was having a completely different reception in Asia. In Japan, umbrellas became integrated into daily life so seamlessly that they influenced art, literature, and social customs. Japanese umbrella makers developed techniques that turned umbrella crafting into a true art form. They created umbrellas that were beautiful enough to be accessories, but practical enough to actually keep you dry. The Japanese also figured out something that Europeans were still struggling with. Umbrellas could be both functional and fashionable. In Japan, your umbrella choice said something about your personality and social status, but it wasn't considered strange or ungodly. It was just practical style, which is a concept that Europe would take much longer to embrace. Back in Europe, the umbrella was slowly winning converts, but it was an uphill battle. The turning point came when some brave individuals decided to just start using umbrellas and ignore the cultural weirdness. These umbrella pioneers faced ridicule, religious criticism, and social ostracism, all for the crime of wanting to stay dry. When you think about it, they were basically the civil rights activists of weather protection. The breakthrough moment came in the 1700s when umbrellas finally gained acceptance among European women. This wasn't because attitudes had suddenly changed, but because women's fashion had reached a point where protecting elaborate hairstyles and expensive clothing from rain had become a real necessity. Usually practicality prevailed over prejudice, but European men were still holdouts. The gender divide, which had been prevalent in ancient Rome, persisted in 18th century Europe. Men would rather get soaked than carry something that might make them look feminine. It's one of those historical details that makes you realise how much energy people used to spend on completely arbitrary social rules. The umbrella's journey through different cultures created fascinating variations. In India, umbrellas became symbols of authority and power. Indian rulers would have elaborate ceremonial umbrellas held over them as signs of their status. The umbrella went from being a practical tool to being a piece of royal regalia. In Thailand, the umbrella became so culturally significant that it appeared in religious ceremonies and royal processions. Thai craftsmen developed incredibly ornate umbrella designs that were as much art as they were weather protection. These weren't just umbrellas, they were cultural statements. It's amazing how each culture made the umbrella their own. The Chinese focused on practical efficiency. The Japanese emphasized beauty and craftsmanship. The Indians turned umbrellas into symbols of power. The Thais made them into works of art. Europeans spent centuries arguing about whether they were morally acceptable. This pattern of cultural adaptation would become crucial to understanding how umbrellas eventually changed civilization. They weren't just tools that people used. They were tools that adapted to each culture's needs and values, becoming more useful and socially acceptable with each adaptation. By the time umbrellas were ready to make their real impact on human civilization, they had been tested and refined by dozens of different cultures. No longer were they merely Egyptian sunshades or Chinese rain protection. They had become a truly global technology, ready to solve a problem that nobody quite realized was holding back human progress. If you want to understand how umbrellas really changed human civilization, you need to understand London in the 1700s. Picture the rainiest city in Europe, filled with people who had convinced themselves that carrying an umbrella was somehow embarrassing or unmanly. It was like watching an entire population choose to suffer for completely arbitrary reasons. London's weather was legendary for its ability to ruin plans. Drizzle, downpours, and a persistent mist constantly enveloped the city, soaking you without your awareness. Londoners had developed an entire culture around being perpetually damp, and they wore their weather-beaten stoicism like a badge of honour. But London's weather wasn't just inconvenient, it was economically devastating. Every time the rain became excessively heavy, businesses would come to a complete halt. Street markets would close, construction projects would stop. People would huddle in taverns and shops, waiting for the weather to clear enough to get back to their lives. Precipitation essentially held the city's economy hostage. Enter Jonas Hanway, a man who would unintentionally become one of history's most unlikely revolutionaries. Hanway, a philanthropist and social reformer, had travelled extensively to observe how other cultures dealt with rain. Specifically, he had witnessed the practicality and effectiveness of umbrellas. So in 1750 he decided to do something radical. He started carrying an umbrella through the streets of London. The reaction was immediate and brutal. Londoners were horrified. Here was this gentleman walking around with what they saw as a feminine accessory, completely unbothered by the social rules that everyone else was following. Hanway was mocked, ridiculed, and subjected to a level of public shaming that seems absolutely absurd now. People threw things at him. Children followed him around, laughing and pointing. Adults whispered about him in shops and taverns. But here's the thing about Hanway. He just kept walking. Day after day, rain or shine, he carried his umbrella through London streets. He was dry, comfortable, and completely unbothered by the social hysteria swirling around him. He had discovered a valuable insight. Prioritizing practicality over arbitrary social norms was crucial. The campaign against Hanway's umbrella was led by an unexpected group, London's hackney carriage drivers. These were the taxi drivers of their day, and they correctly realised that if people could stay dry while walking, they might not need as many carriage rides. Hanway's umbrella represented a genuine economic threat to their livelihood, so they organised a campaign of harassment that would make modern internet trolls proud. Carriage drivers would try to run Hanway down. They'd splash him with muddy water. They'd shout insults and make obscene gestures. The umbrella had become a symbol of economic disruption, and the old economy was fighting back with everything it had. But Hanway had allies he didn't even know about. There were other Londoners who had been watching this drama unfold, and they were starting to think that maybe the crazy umbrella man had a point. Why should people have to get soaked just to follow social conventions? Why should the weather control everyone's daily lives? Slowly, quietly, other people started carrying umbrellas. At first, it was just a few brave souls who were willing to endure the social consequences of staying dry. But as more people joined the umbrella movement, the social pressure began to shift. It became harder to mock people for doing something that was sensible. The turning point came when prominent members of London society began carrying umbrellas. Once respected businessmen, government officials and social leaders started using them. The cultural tide turned. It became acceptable, fashionable, then absolutely normal to carry an umbrella in London. What happened next was remarkable. London's economy began to change in ways that nobody had predicted. With people able to move around regardless of weather, commerce became more reliable. Markets could stay open in light rain. Construction projects could continue through drizzle. The city's economic activity became less dependent on perfect weather conditions. This had a snowball effect that transformed London into a more dynamic, productive city. When people can work and shop and travel regardless of weather, the entire pace of urban life accelerates. London was becoming a modern city, partly because its residents had finally figured out how to stay dry. The umbrella revolution also changed London's social dynamics. Street life became more vibrant because people weren't constantly ducking into buildings to avoid rain. Public spaces became more usable. Even during London's frequent light rain, people could enjoy the city's famous parks and squares. But perhaps most importantly, the umbrella breakthrough in London proved that cultural resistance to practical innovations could be overcome. Hanway had shown that one person, consistently doing something sensible despite social pressure, could eventually change an entire city's behaviour. London's umbrella adoption was being watched by other cities across Europe and beyond. If London, conservative, traditional, weather-obsessed London, could embrace umbrellas, then maybe the resistance to this simple but revolutionary technology was finally breaking down. The stage was set for umbrellas to spread across the developed world, and when they did, they would change far more than just people's relationship with rain. They would fundamentally alter how human civilization dealt with the unpredictable forces of nature. You probably never thought of umbrellas as industrial equipment, but that's exactly what they became during the 1800s. While everyone was focused on steam engines and factories, umbrellas were quietly solving one of the Industrial Revolution's biggest problems, keeping workers productive regardless of weather. Before widespread umbrella adoption, industrial productivity was still surprisingly dependent on weather patterns. Construction workers would lose entire days to rain. Dock workers couldn't effectively load and unload ships in heavy downpours. Even factory workers were affected, since many had to travel significant distances to work and would arrive soaked and miserable on rainy days. But here's where it gets interesting. As umbrellas became more common and socially acceptable, something remarkable happened to industrial productivity. Workers could travel to their jobs regardless of weather. They arrived at work dry and ready to be productive. Construction projects could continue through light rain. The weather became less of a factor in industrial output. The data clearly demonstrates this. Cities that adopted umbrellas earlier showed measurably higher productivity during rainy seasons compared to cities that resisted them. It wasn't a huge difference, but it was consistent and significant. Umbrellas were literally helping power the Industrial Revolution by making human labour more weather independent. This industrial connection led to the first mass production of umbrellas. Factories began producing affordable umbrellas for working class people, not just the wealthy. The Industrial Revolution created a need for weather-independent workers, and umbrellas filled that need perfectly. It's one of those beautiful examples of technology creating its own demand. The umbrella industry itself became a significant part of the industrial economy. Umbrella factories employed thousands of workers and developed sophisticated manufacturing techniques. They pioneered new materials, improved designs, and created distribution networks that reached every corner of the developed world. The umbrella had gone from being a curiosity to being a cornerstone of industrial society. But the real breakthrough came when umbrellas started changing urban planning. City planners began to realise that if people could move around comfortably in light rain, they could design cities differently. Pedestrian areas could be more extensive. Public spaces could be designed with the assumption that people would use them in various weather conditions. This shift in urban planning philosophy was subtle, but profound. Cities began to feel more livable because they were designed for people who had weather protection. Street layouts became more pedestrian-friendly. Public transportation systems could be designed with the assumption that people could walk to stations regardless of weather. The umbrella also played a crucial role in the development of modern retail. Department stores and shopping districts became viable because customers could browse and shop even during light rain. Before umbrellas, retail was much more weather-dependent. Storekeepers would lose entire business days to rain. But with umbrellas, shopping became a year-round activity. This retail revolution had enormous economic implications. Cities with good umbrella adoption developed more sophisticated commercial districts. Consumer culture could flourish because consumption wasn't limited by weather patterns. The modern shopping experience, where people casually browse stores regardless of weather, was made possible partly by umbrellas. The umbrella's impact on women's participation in public life was particularly significant. Before umbrellas, women's elaborate clothing and hairstyles made them especially vulnerable to weather. A sudden downpour could ruin an expensive dress or destroy hours of careful grooming. This made women more likely to stay indoors during uncertain weather, limiting their participation in public life. But umbrellas changed this dynamic completely. Women could venture out with confidence, knowing they had protection from sudden weather changes. This might sound like a small thing, but it contributed to broader changes in women's social participation. When women could move around cities more freely, they became more active in commerce, culture, and eventually politics. The umbrella also influenced the development of modern professional culture. Business meetings could be scheduled without as much concern about weather. Professional appointments became more reliable. The business world could operate with greater predictability because weather became less of a disruptive factor. Perhaps most importantly, umbrellas helped create the modern expectation that daily life should be comfortable and predictable. Before umbrellas, people accepted that weather would occasionally make them miserable. There was a fatalistic attitude toward getting soaked or overheated. But umbrellas introduced the idea that discomfort from weather was optional, not inevitable. This psychological shift was enormous. Once people realised they could control their comfort level in relation to weather, they started expecting that control in other areas of life. The umbrella contributed to the modern mindset that sees environmental discomfort as a problem to be solved, not a fate to be accepted. The Industrial Revolution is usually remembered for its big dramatic innovations: steam engines, railways, factories. But umbrellas were quietly enabling all of these larger changes by making human activity more weather independent. They were the unsung heroes of industrial productivity, urban development, and social progress. By the mid-1800s, umbrellas had become so integrated into industrial society that it was hard to imagine how civilization had functioned without them. They had transformed from exotic curiosities to essential tools of modern life, and their biggest impact was still to come. By the late 1800s, something remarkable was happening with umbrellas that would change the course of human civilization. They were becoming truly democratic. For the first time in history, protection from weather wasn't just for the wealthy. Anyone could afford an umbrella, and this simple fact had consequences that nobody quite saw coming. The democratization of umbrellas happened because of mass production, but its effects went far beyond just making rain gear affordable. When ordinary people could move around comfortably regardless of weather, the entire social structure of cities began to shift. Class distinctions that had partly depended on weather vulnerability started to blur. Think about it this way. Before cheap umbrellas, getting caught in the rain was a class marker. Wealthy people had carriages, covered walkways, and servants to handle weather-related inconveniences. Working-class people just got wet. But when everyone could carry an umbrella, this particular form of weather-based inequality disappeared. This levelling effect was more significant than it might seem. In societies where your social status was partly determined by how well you could avoid life's discomforts, accessible weather protection was genuinely revolutionary. An umbrella couldn't make you wealthy, but it could make you look and feel more dignified in public regardless of your economic circumstances. The psychological impact was enormous. People who had spent their entire lives accepting that weather would occasionally make them miserable suddenly had control over at least one aspect of their comfort. This sense of agency, the feeling that you could do something about your circumstances, had implications far beyond just staying dry. Women's rights activists of the era understood this connection intuitively. They saw that umbrellas gave women more freedom to move around cities independently. When you could protect yourself from sudden weather changes, you could participate more fully in public life. Umbrellas became symbols of women's increasing autonomy and social participation. The umbrella also played a surprising role in the development of modern democracy. When people could gather outdoors regardless of weather, political rallies and public meetings became more viable. Democratic participation increased because weather became less of a barrier to political engagement. You could attend a political rally even if it looked like rain, because you had your umbrella. This might sound like a stretch, but consider how many historical political movements depended on outdoor gatherings. The ability to assemble regardless of weather conditions was crucial to the development of mass democracy. Umbrellas didn't create democratic movements, but they made democratic participation more accessible to ordinary people. The economic implications were equally profound. Small businesses could operate more reliably because customers could shop in light rain. Street vendors could serve customers regardless of weather. The entire informal economy became more weather independent, which was particularly important for working-class entrepreneurs who couldn't afford covered storefronts. Urban culture was transformed as well. The weather no longer constantly forced people indoors, resulting in cities becoming more vibrant. Street life flourished. Public spaces were used more intensively. The rhythm of urban life became less dependent on weather patterns, which made cities feel more alive and dynamic. The umbrella also changed fashion and social norms in unexpected ways. For the first time, people could dress nicely without worrying constantly about weather damage. This encouraged more elaborate and delicate clothing styles, which in turn influenced the development of modern fashion. When you can protect your outfit from rain, you can take more risks with style. But perhaps the most important change was in people's relationship with nature itself. For thousands of years, humans had seen weather as something that happened to them, a force they could only endure or hide from. Umbrellas represented the first truly portable weather protection that anyone could use. They were a step toward humans having more control over their environment. This shift in mindset was crucial to the development of modern civilization. Once people realized they could modify their relationship with natural forces, they started looking for ways to control other aspects of their environment. The umbrella was an early example of technology making humans more independent from natural conditions. The success of umbrellas also proved that simple, practical innovations could have enormous social impact. They weren't complex machines or dramatic scientific breakthroughs. They were just well-designed tools that solved a universal problem. Their success demonstrated that civilization could be advanced through accessible, democratic technologies, not just through elite innovations. By 1900, umbrellas had become so integrated into daily life that most people couldn't imagine functioning without them. They had transformed from luxury items to basic necessities, and in doing so, they had helped create a more egalitarian, weather-independent form of human civilization. The stage was set for umbrellas to play an even larger role in shaping the modern world. Their greatest impact on human civilization was about to unfold in ways that would touch every aspect of 20th century life. As the 20th century dawned, umbrellas had already changed human civilization in ways that nobody fully appreciated. But their most profound impact was still ahead, waiting to unfold in the rapidly modernizing world of the 1900s. What happened next would show just how much a simple piece of technology could influence the development of modern society. The automobile revolution might have killed the umbrella industry, but it actually did the opposite. As cars became common, people realized they still needed umbrellas for the walk from their car to their destination. Urban parking wasn't designed to protect people from weather, so umbrellas became essential accessories for the automotive age. They bridged the gap between private transportation and public spaces. This relationship between umbrellas and cars helped shape modern urban design. City planners began to assume that people would have portable weather protection, so they could design parking areas and public spaces with less concern about providing comprehensive weather shelter. The umbrella had become an integral part of the urban infrastructure, even though it wasn't technically infrastructure at all. The adoption of umbrellas also closely correlated with the rise of office culture in the early 1900s. Umbrellas partly enabled the modern expectation that workers would arrive at the office presentable and ready to work regardless of the weather. People could maintain professional appearance standards during their commute thanks to reliable weather protection. The economic implications of this revolution in professional culture were immense. Businesses could operate more predictably because their workforce wasn't constantly disrupted by weather. The reliability of meeting schedules increased. Umbrellas played a significant role in enabling the modern business world, which prioritizes punctuality and a consistent professional appearance. World War I demonstrated the umbrella's importance to modern military logistics. Soldiers needed to stay functional in all weather conditions, and umbrellas became important pieces of equipment for officers and support personnel. The war showed that even military operations could benefit from better weather protection for personnel. Adoption of umbrellas also influenced the post-war economic boom of the 1920s. Consumer culture flourished, partly because people could shop comfortably in various weather conditions. The development of modern retail districts with their emphasis on pedestrian shopping and outdoor displays was made possible by the assumption that customers would have weather protection. Another aspect of the umbrella's social importance emerged during the Great Depression. Even during economic hardship, people prioritized having weather protection. Umbrellas became symbols of dignity and self-sufficiency during tough times. They represented the idea that you could maintain your comfort and appearance even when facing economic difficulties. Hollywood and popular culture of the era embraced umbrellas as symbols of sophistication and urban life. Movies showed elegant people navigating city streets with stylish umbrellas, reinforcing the idea that weather protection was part of modern living. The umbrella had become a cultural icon representing humanity's triumph over natural discomfort. The post-World War II suburban boom created new roles for umbrellas. Suburban living meant more outdoor activities and more walking between cars and buildings. Umbrellas became essential equipment for the suburban lifestyle, helping people maintain the casual outdoor culture that defined post-war America. The development of modern air travel also relied on umbrellas. Airports were designed with the assumption that passengers would have portable weather protection for moving between terminals and aircraft. Transportation planning had integrated the umbrella so deeply that people took it for granted as an integral part of their toolkit. Adoption of umbrellas also contributed to the rise of the service economy in the latter half of the 20th century. Service workers needed to move between locations and meet clients in various weather conditions. Umbrellas made service-based businesses more viable by allowing workers to maintain professional standards regardless of weather. The women's liberation movement of the 1960s and 70s built on the foundation of independence that umbrellas had helped create. Women who could move around cities confidently, protected from weather, were better positioned to participate fully in professional and political life. The umbrella had been quietly supporting women's autonomy for decades. Umbrellas also played a crucial role in the development of modern sports and recreation culture. Outdoor events could proceed in light rain because spectators had weather protection. The availability of personal weather protection supported the modern expectation that recreational activities should be comfortable and accessible. By the end of the 20th century, umbrellas had become so thoroughly integrated into modern life that they were invisible. They had helped create a civilization where weather was a minor inconvenience rather than a major constraint on human activity. Accessible, portable weather protection laid the foundation for the modern world's assumption that people could function normally in various weather conditions. The umbrella had accomplished a remarkable feat. It increased human independence from natural forces without necessitating complex technology or extensive infrastructure. It was a democratic solution to an ancient problem, and it had quietly enabled much of what we consider modern civilization. Here you are at the end of this story, probably looking at umbrellas completely differently than you did an hour ago. What started as a simple tale about staying dry has revealed something much more profound. How a basic tool can quietly reshape the entire trajectory of human civilization. The most remarkable thing about the umbrella revolution is how invisible it became. By the mid-20th century, Umbrellas were so thoroughly integrated into human life that people stopped thinking about them as revolutionary technology. They had become part of the background infrastructure of modern living, like sidewalks or streetlights, essential but unnoticed. This invisibility is actually the mark of the umbrella's complete success. The most transformative technologies are often the ones that become so natural that we forget they're technologies at all. You don't think about your umbrella as a sophisticated piece of engineering that represents thousands of years of human innovation. You just think of it as the thing that keeps you dry. But now you know better. You know that your umbrella connects you to ancient Egyptian pharaohs seeking shade, Chinese inventors creating the first waterproof designs, and brave souls like Jonas Hanway, who endured ridicule to prove that staying dry was worth fighting for. Every time you open your umbrella, you're participating in one of humanity's longest-running technological traditions. The umbrella's story also reveals something important about how civilization actually progresses. It's not just about dramatic breakthroughs and famous inventors. Sometimes the most important advances come from simple tools that solve everyday problems so effectively that they change how entire societies function. The umbrella proves that democratic innovations, technologies that everyone can use, can be just as revolutionary as elite scientific discoveries. Think about what umbrellas actually accomplished. They made human activity more weather-independent, which sounds modest but turned out to be civilization-changing. They enabled the development of modern urban life, professional culture, consumer society, and democratic participation. They helped create the modern expectation that daily life should be comfortable and predictable regardless of natural conditions. Perhaps most importantly, umbrellas demonstrated that humans could take control of their relationship with nature through accessible technology. They were an early example of how simple tools could make people more independent from environmental forces. This mindset, the idea that natural discomfort is a problem to be solved rather than a fate to be accepted, became fundamental to modern civilization. The umbrella revolution also shows how cultural resistance to practical innovations can be overcome. Remember all those people who thought umbrellas were ungodly, unmanly, or just plain weird? They were swept aside by the simple logic of staying dry. Good ideas eventually win, even when they face intense social resistance. Today, as you navigate a world shaped by umbrella adoption, you're living in a civilization that's more weather-independent, more democratic, and more comfortable than any previous human society. The modern world's assumption that people can function normally in various weather conditions is built on the foundation that umbrellas helped create. The next time you see someone struggling with an umbrella on a windy day, remember that they're participating in one of humanity's most successful ongoing experiments in environmental control. That flimsy piece of fabric and metal represents thousands of years of human ingenuity and determination to make life a little bit better. The umbrella story is still being written. New materials, better designs, and changing social needs continue to evolve this ancient technology. But its fundamental promise remains the same, that humans don't have to accept discomfort from natural forces when simple, practical solutions are available. So the next time you reach for your umbrella, take a moment to appreciate what you're holding. It's not just weather protection, it's a symbol of human adaptability, ingenuity, and the quiet persistence that has shaped civilization. You're carrying a piece of history that changed the world by helping people stay dry. And that's how umbrellas changed human civilization, not through dramatic revolution, but through the simple, persistent logic of making life a little bit better, one rainy day at a time. Sometimes the most profound changes come from the most humble tools, and sometimes the greatest revolutions are the ones that happen so gradually that nobody notices until they're complete. Now you know the secret history of one of humanity's most underestimated inventions. The umbrella didn't just keep people dry, it helped create the modern world. And every time you use one, you're participating in that ongoing story of human progress, one comfortable step. Catherine of Aragon's birth coincided with the emergence of the modern world. Catherine of Aragon was born on December 16th, 1485, at the Archbishop's Palace in Alcalá de Henares near Madrid, during a time when the medieval era was slowly giving way to what we now call the Renaissance. Her parents, Isabella I of Castile and Ferdinand II of Aragon, had united their kingdoms and were in the midst of completing the Reconquista, which would culminate with the fall of Granada in 1492. Catherine's early years were marked not by coddling, but by immersion in one of Europe's most dynamic courts. While most historical accounts focus on her later marriage to Henry VIII, Catherine's formative years in Spain reveal a woman groomed for far more than matrimony. Her mother, Isabella, ensured Catherine received an education that surpassed what most royal daughters could expect. The tutelage of Alessandro Geraldini and the humanist Antonio Geraldini gave her fluency in multiple languages, including Spanish, Latin, French, and Greek. She studied canon and civil law, genealogy, heraldry, and history, subjects typically reserved for male heirs. Catherine's childhood unfolded against the backdrop of her parents' military campaigns against the Moorish kingdom of Granada. Rather than shielding their children from state affairs, Isabella and Ferdinand brought them along. At age 6, Catherine found herself in the military encampment at Santa Fe outside Granada, watching as the last Muslim ruler in Spain surrendered to her parents. The same year, a Genoese explorer named Christopher Columbus secured funding from her parents for a westward expedition that would forever change world history. What distinguished Catherine's upbringing from that of other royal daughters was her mother's insistence that she understand the mechanics of governance. Isabella of Castile was no ornamental queen, but ruled in her own right. Under her example, Catherine observed council meetings, diplomatic receptions, and looked into the delicate dance of statecraft. Her mother's confessor, the reforming Cardinal Jimenez de Cisneros, instilled in her a devout but intellectually rigorous Catholicism that emphasized personal piety alongside institutional reform. By age 15, Catherine had absorbed more practical knowledge of rulership than most royal sons twice her age. Yet the Spanish court that shaped her remained largely invisible in later English accounts, which preferred to cast her as a passive victim of Henry VIII's marital machinations rather than acknowledge the sophisticated political actor who arrived on English shores. When Catherine sailed from Spain in 1501, she brought with her not just a trousseau and dowry, but a distinctly Iberian worldview. Her household included 50 Spanish attendants, including her lady-in-waiting, Doña Elvira Manuel, who would serve as both companion and cultural bridge. These Spaniards brought with them customs and practices that would seem alien to English courtiers, different standards of personal hygiene, so Spaniards bathed more frequently than the English, different dining habits, and different musical traditions. The journey itself, frequently reduced to a footnote in historical accounts, proved harrowing. Records from her fleet commander, Admiral Don Pedro de Ayala, reveal that Catherine's ship nearly sank in a ferocious Bay of Biscay storm. For 3 days, the princess remained in her cabin praying while waves threatened to overturn the vessel. When land was finally sighted, Catherine insisted on recording her impressions of her new country. Her letters home described the English countryside as verdant but melancholy, and noted the curious custom of commoners approaching the royal party to present petitions directly, something unthinkable in the more rigid Spanish court hierarchy. What awaited her in England was not her future husband, Henry, but his brother Arthur, Prince of Wales, a slender 15-year-old whose frail health stood in stark contrast to Catherine's robust constitution. Their first meeting at Dogmersfield in Hampshire became legendary for Catherine's insistence on Spanish protocol despite English objections. When the Earl of Surrey demanded to see her face before she proceeded to London, Catherine refused, maintaining that only her betrothed would first glimpse her uncovered countenance, a stance that revealed both her adherence to Spanish custom and her early determination to assert herself into an unfamiliar land. The death of Arthur, Prince of Wales, in April of 1502 at Ludlow Castle, transformed Catherine of Aragon's trajectory in ways that conventional narratives often simplify. The 17-year-old widow faced not just grief but a political quagmire that would shape the next 7 years of her life. While history has primarily cast these as years of passive waiting, Catherine's correspondence reveals a young woman actively navigating the treacherous waters of international diplomacy. Arthur's death threw Catherine into what historians have called diplomatic purgatory. She was neither fully English nor free to return to Spain. Her father-in-law, Henry VII, refused to return her substantial dowry, 200,000 crowns, an enormous sum that would equal millions in today's currency. Meanwhile, her father, Ferdinand, was equally reluctant to fund her return home without the dowry. Catherine found herself essentially stranded in a foreign country whose language she was still mastering. During these limbo years, Catherine resided primarily at Durham House in London, where her income was progressively reduced by Henry VII's parsimony. By 1505, her situation had deteriorated to such an extent that she wrote to her father, "I am in debt in London. I am struggling to find a way out." Court records show that she was forced to pawn personal items, including gold vessels from her table service, to pay her servants' wages. While traditional accounts paint the aftermath as a period of powerless victimhood, Catherine's letters reveal sophisticated financial strategizing as she managed to maintain a household of 30 servants despite these constraints. What's rarely discussed is that Catherine's widow years coincided with the most tumultuous period in Castilian politics since her mother's accession. When Isabella of Castile died in 1504, the kingdom descended into factional struggle between Catherine's father, Ferdinand, and her brother-in-law Philip of Burgundy, husband to her sister Joanna. Catherine found herself in the uncomfortable position of an ambassadorial hostage, with Henry VII threatening to switch matrimonial alliances to the Burgundian faction if Ferdinand didn't meet his increasingly demanding terms. These years also witnessed Catherine's transformation from sheltered infanta to hardened political operator. She essentially functioned as Spain's unofficial ambassador to England, sending coded intelligence reports to her father, while simultaneously maintaining a facade of dutiful deference to Henry VII. Court records show that she cultivated relationships with key English nobles, particularly the Howard and Stafford families, building a network that would later prove invaluable during her queenship. Most accounts overlook Catherine's intellectual development during this period. Inventories of her possessions show she acquired over 40 books between 1502 and 1509, including works by Erasmus and Thomas More. Her correspondence with the Spanish humanist Juan Luis Vives suggests she was engaged with the latest currents in Renaissance thought. Far from languishing in isolated misery, Catherine was participating in the intellectual ferment that would later characterise the early Tudor court. People have similarly misrepresented her religious life during these years. While Catherine's piety is well documented, it has often been caricatured as rigid and medieval. In reality, her spiritual practice aligned with the Devotio Moderna movement sweeping Europe, which emphasised personal, interior devotion over elaborate external rituals. Her confessor, the observant Franciscan Alessandro Barclay, introduced her to contemplative prayer practices that would later influence English spiritual writing. Catherine's relationship with the young Prince Henry, later Henry VIII, during this period deserves re-examination. Court records indicate regular contact between them, including shared musical performances and participation in court festivities. The future king, 6 years her junior, appears to have genuinely enjoyed Catherine's company, particularly her knowledge of Spanish literature and her skill at the virginals, a keyboard instrument she had mastered. When court chronicler Edward Hall later wrote that Henry had cast eyes of affection on Catherine before their marriage, he was likely recording more than propaganda. By 1507, Catherine had become adept at managing not just her reduced circumstances, but the complex diplomatic machinations swirling around her. When Henry VII attempted to create a pretext for breaking the betrothal by demanding Catherine confess whether her marriage to Arthur had been consummated, she outmanoeuvred him with a carefully worded response that satisfied Spanish honour, while preserving the possibility of marriage to the younger Henry. When Henry VIII ascended the throne in April of 1509, one of his first acts was to marry Catherine of Aragon, a decision that historical accounts have variously attributed to youthful infatuation, political expediency, or simple duty. However, contemporary sources reveal a more nuanced reality. The 18-year-old King's Council was initially divided on the match, with some favouring a French alliance instead. Henry's decision to marry Catherine represented his first significant assertion of royal will against advisory opinion, a pattern that would characterise his reign. Catherine's transformation from marginalised widow to queen consort was swift and deliberate. Their joint coronation on June 24th, 1509, broke with tradition by according Catherine equal ceremonial prominence with Henry. She insisted on wearing her hair loose, a Spanish symbol of virginity, to publicly emphasise that her first marriage was unconsummated. Londoners, treated to pageants portraying Dame Catherine as the embodiment of truth triumphing over adversity, understood the symbolism. The early years of Catherine's queenship reveal a woman whose political influence extended far beyond conventional narratives that focus exclusively on her reproductive struggles. As early as 1510, diplomatic correspondence shows Catherine serving as an informal member of the King's Council, particularly on matters relating to Spanish and imperial relations. The Venetian ambassador reported with surprise that the Queen attends all council meetings and exerts considerable influence. Perhaps Catherine's most overlooked contribution to Tudor governance came in 1513, when Henry appointed her governor of the realm and captain general of the armed forces during his absence in France. This regency granted Catherine powers that went beyond ceremonial authority. She could sign documents with the king's authority, issue proclamations, and even raise armies. When James IV of Scotland invaded while Henry was abroad, Catherine organised the English defence with remarkable efficiency. She commissioned ships, ordered troop movements, and sent a stirring letter to the Earl of Surrey before he defeated and killed the Scottish king at Flodden Field. After the victory, Catherine sent James's bloodied coat to Henry in France as a battle trophy, writing with martial pride that she would have sent the king's body too, but English soil would not bear a traitor's burial. This action, rarely emphasised in popular accounts, demonstrates Catherine's embrace of Tudor political culture and her evolution from Spanish infanta to English queen. Catherine's domestic policy during her regency revealed priorities that would shape her later patronage. She issued orders relaxing enforcement of sumptuary laws that disproportionately punished working-class women for dressing above their station. Court records indicate she personally intervened in at least 14 cases where women faced prosecution under these statutes, arguing that female industry shouldn't be penalised by archaic restrictions. Her intellectual patronage has been similarly underappreciated. While Henry VIII is remembered for his sporadic support of humanism, Catherine maintained more consistent relationships with leading scholars. She commissioned translations of devotional texts from Spanish into English, supported Richard Hurdy's arguments for women's education, and maintained correspondence with Erasmus, who dedicated his commentary on the Gospel of Matthew to her. When Juan Luis Vives published The Education of a Christian Woman in 1523, he acknowledged Catherine's influence on his thinking about female intellectual capacity. Catherine's queenly authority extended to cultural diplomacy as well. She introduced Spanish theatrical traditions to the English court, particularly the morality plays known as autos sacramentales. Court records document her commissioning performances that blended English and Spanish performance styles, creating hybridized entertainments that historian Sidney Anglo has termed the first truly cosmopolitan court culture in English history. Even her religious patronage defies simple characterization. While Catherine's Catholicism was sincere, she advocated for church reforms that aligned with humanist critiques. She supported Cardinal Wolsey's suppression of corrupt monasteries nearly 2 decades before Henry's more famous dissolution. Edward Lee, the reformist scholar who served as her personal chaplain, delivered sermons that criticised clerical abuses while upholding orthodox doctrine, a delicate balance that mirrors Catherine's own complex religious beliefs. By 1525, before the divorce crisis erupted, Catherine had constructed a queenly identity that skillfully balanced her Spanish heritage with her adopted English role. She wore English fashions but maintained Spanish eating habits. She spoke English fluently but continued to write personal devotions in Spanish. She honoured English Sacerdotal saints while introducing Spanish religious customs like the 40-hour devotion. This cultural hybridity made her popular with both courtiers and commoners, who affectionately called her Queen Caterina, in a blend of her Spanish name and English title. The unravelling of Catherine's marriage to Henry VIII, who was euphemistically called the King's Great Matter, has traditionally been presented as a contest between an increasingly desperate king and a stubbornly principled queen. This narrative, while not entirely false, obscures the sophisticated legal battle Catherine waged to defend her position. Far from being a passive victim of Henry's machinations, Catherine mounted a defence that utilised every legal and diplomatic weapon at her disposal. When Henry first raised doubts about their marriage in 1527, citing Leviticus 20:21 as evidence that he had sinned by marrying his brother's widow, Catherine responded not with mere emotional appeals, but with precise canonical arguments. Her initial legal position rested on 3 points: that her marriage to Arthur had never been consummated, that Pope Julius II's dispensation had specifically addressed and overridden any impediment, and that the passage in Leviticus was contradicted by the levirate principle in Deuteronomy 21:5, which actually commanded a man to marry his brother's widow. Document evidence from Spanish archives reveals that Catherine personally drafted many of the legal arguments her representatives would later present. Her annotated copy of the decretals, papal legal pronouncements, shows her meticulous research into precedent cases. She identified 13 prior instances where papal dispensations for affinity had been granted and never subsequently revoked, creating a legal pattern that strengthened her case. Catherine's legal team, assembled through her personal connections rather than royal resources, represented an impressive coalition of canonical expertise. While Henry retained the services of Cardinal Wolsey and later Thomas Cranmer, Catherine secured representation from William Warham, Archbishop of Canterbury, Cuthbert Tunstall, Bishop of London, and, most importantly, John Fisher, Bishop of Rochester, whose treatise defending the validity of her marriage became the definitive opposition text. The Blackfriars trial of 1529 provided Catherine with her most dramatic moment of resistance. Her famous speech before the legatine court, "I call God and all the world to witness that I have been to you a true, humble and obedient wife," has been celebrated for its emotional power. Less recognised is its legal cunning. By appealing directly to Rome before the court could render judgment, Catherine executed a sophisticated canonical manoeuvre called acceptio spolii, which argued that she couldn't receive fair judgment while deprived of her rights as queen. This legal tactic effectively suspended the English proceedings. Catherine's appeal to Rome wasn't merely procedural obstruction, but reflected her understanding that the case would receive a more favourable hearing there. She maintained a network of informants throughout Europe who provided intelligence about papal politics. When imperial forces sacked Rome in 1527, placing Pope Clement VII under the influence of her nephew Emperor Charles V, Catherine strategically intensified her appeals to Rome, understanding that geopolitical circumstances now favoured her position. Even as Henry isolated Catherine physically, moving her from palace to palace with ever-decreasing household staff, she maintained communications with supporters through an underground network. Royal account books reveal the king's frustration at discovering Catherine had smuggled letters to imperial ambassadors via servants disguised as vegetable sellers. One particularly effective channel involved Catherine's Spanish ladies-in-waiting, who would carry messages braided into their hair when visiting London markets. When Henry separated from Catherine and banned her from court in 1531, she had effectively transitioned from being the queen consort to the opposition leader. From her reduced household at the Moor in Hertfordshire, she continued directing legal resistance through coded correspondence. She instructed her representatives in Rome to challenge every procedural motion, effectively creating years of delays that prevented Henry from legally remarrying while she lived. Catherine's strategic acumen extended to public relations. Understanding the power of popular sentiment, she deliberately appeared before crowds when travelling between her various places of confinement, dressed plainly but with the royal arms prominently displayed. Contemporary accounts describe commoners lining roads to cheer the true queen, demonstrations that so concerned Henry that he eventually confined her to increasingly remote locations. What's rarely acknowledged is how Catherine's resistance provided the legal template that later English Catholics would use to challenge Henry's religious policies. Her insistence on the supremacy of papal authority over the king in matters of marriage created precedents that evolved into broader arguments against royal supremacy. The network of supporters she cultivated, particularly among university scholars and clergy, formed the nucleus of what would become recusant resistance during Elizabeth's reign. Perhaps most remarkable was Catherine's maintenance of dual loyalties throughout the dispute. While adamantly defending her position as England's rightful queen, she refused multiple opportunities to escape to imperial territories, or to authorise her nephew Charles V to invade England on her behalf. When Charles's ambassadors suggested military intervention in 1532, Catherine reportedly responded, "I will not be the cause of war in Christendom, nor against the country that is now my own." Catherine of Aragon's diplomatic significance has been consistently undervalued in historical assessments that focus primarily on her domestic role. In reality, she served as the linchpin of Anglo-Spanish relations for nearly 3 decades, wielding influence that extended far beyond ceremonial functions. Her diplomatic career commenced prior to her queenship, as her father, Ferdinand, utilised her as a living pawn on the European diplomatic arena. From her arrival in England, Catherine maintained what we would now call a parallel diplomatic channel alongside official ambassadors. Her personal correspondence with her father, Ferdinand, and later her nephew, Emperor Charles V, provided intelligence that official dispatches often lacked. The Spanish ambassador, Rodrigo de Puebla, frequently complained that Catherine had more accurate information about English court politics than he did. Writing to Ferdinand in 1505, "The princess knows more of the king's mind in 1 hour than I learn in a month of careful observation." During Henry VIII's early reign, Catherine functioned as the architect of the Anglo-Spanish alliance that defined English foreign policy until the divorce crisis. The Treaty of Westminster, 1511, which formalised England's entry into the Holy League against France, bore Catherine's diplomatic fingerprints throughout. Spanish archives contain her draft suggestions for the treaty terms, many of which appeared verbatim in the final document. This hands-on approach to treaty formation went well beyond the conventional role of a consort. Catherine's influence extended beyond Spanish relations. She maintained regular correspondence with her sister Joanna in Castile, her nephew Charles in the Low Countries, and her niece Isabella in Denmark, creating a familial intelligence network spanning Europe. When Margaret of Austria, regent of the Netherlands, needed to communicate sensitive information to England without alerting French spies, she often routed messages through Catherine rather than formal diplomatic channels. The Field of Cloth of Gold in 1520 is typically presented as a watershed in Anglo-French relations, marking the legendary summit between Henry VIII and Francis I of France. Less discussed is Catherine's behind-the-scenes diplomatic counterweight. While publicly supporting the French rapprochement, she simultaneously strengthened ties with Charles V, hosting his ambassadors for private audiences, where she emphasised England's continuing commitment to imperial friendship. This dual-track diplomacy allowed England to maximise its negotiating position between Europe's two dominant powers. Catherine's diplomatic value became evident in 1522, when Charles V visited England for 6 weeks, an unprecedented diplomatic coup. Court records reveal Catherine's personal management of the visit's logistics, from menu planning that accommodated Spanish tastes to entertainment that subtly emphasised Anglo-imperial commonalities. During political discussions, Catherine often served as a cultural interpreter, explaining English customs to her nephew and contextualising English positions for Henry. The resulting Treaty of Windsor, highly favourable to English interests, was widely attributed to Catherine's skillful mediation. The Queen's diplomatic relevance wasn't limited to European affairs. Catherine took particular interest in the nascent transatlantic explorations, likely influenced by her mother's sponsorship of Columbus. Documents in the Spanish archives show she personally intervened to protect the rights of indigenous peoples in Spain's American territories. In 1529, she wrote to officials in Hispaniola, warning against the mistreatment of native inhabitants and endorsing the humanitarian arguments of Bartolomé de las Casas. This early advocacy for indigenous rights represents an underappreciated aspect of her international influence. Catherine's approach to international relations was characterised by what diplomat Eustace Chapuis called her long view of dynastic interests. Unlike Henry, whose foreign policy often responded to immediate opportunities or slights, Catherine consistently advocated for policies that supported long-term strategic interests. She opposed popular but wasteful French instead. They encouraged commercial treaties that would strengthen English trade. When the Protestant Reformation began fracturing European politics, Catherine advised Henry to position England as a potential mediator rather than an entrenched partisan. Even during the divorce proceedings, Catherine maintained her diplomatic engagement, transforming her personal predicament into an international issue. Through carefully timed appeals to Rome and the imperial court, she ensured that Henry couldn't resolve the matter as a domestic concern. Her letter to Charles V in 1531, recently discovered in the Simancas archives, reveals a sophisticated understanding of European power dynamics. She advised her nephew to pressure the Pope through diplomatic rather than military means, arguing that the Holy Father responds better to gentle persuasion than to threats. In her final days at Kimbolton Castle in 1536, Catherine executed a crucial diplomatic manoeuvre. Understanding that her death would reshape Anglo-imperial relations, she dictated letters to both Henry and Charles V that emphasised reconciliation rather than recrimination. To Henry, she reaffirmed her love despite their differences. To Charles, she explicitly requested he maintain peaceful relations with England. This final diplomatic act reflected her lifelong balancing of loyalties to her native and adopted countries. Perhaps the clearest evidence of Catherine's diplomatic significance came after her death, when Anglo-imperial relations rapidly deteriorated without her moderating influence. Within months, Henry faced increasing hostility from Charles V, culminating in an imperial papal alliance that threatened England with invasion. The diplomatic architecture Catherine had maintained for decades collapsed in her absence, revealing how central she had been to England's international standing. Catherine of Aragon's cultural patronage established patterns that would define the Tudor Renaissance long after her death. Yet this aspect of her legacy remains curiously underexplored. Unlike the spectacular but sporadic patronage of Henry VIII, Catherine's cultural investments were systematic and transformative, particularly in education, literature, and the textile arts. Her vision helped shift English court culture from its medieval foundations toward Renaissance humanism. Education stood at the centre of Catherine's patronage strategy. In 1523, she established the Queen's Scholarships at St John's College, Cambridge, which specifically funded students focusing on Greek and Latin classics. University records indicate that 27 scholars benefited from these grants during Catherine's lifetime, including Robert Pember, who later became a leading translator of classical texts. Unlike most contemporary patronage, Catherine's educational funding carried the unusual stipulation that recipients commit to teaching for at least 5 years after completing their studies, creating a multiplier effect for humanist learning. Catherine's commissioning of translations significantly expanded the range of texts available in English. Court payment records document her sponsorship of at least 14 translation projects, including the first English versions of Seneca's moral essays and portions of Plutarch's Lives. Her most significant literary commission came in 1516, when she engaged Juan Luis Vives to write De Institutione Feminae Christianae, on the education of a Christian woman, which argued for women's intellectual capabilities at a time when female education remained controversial. Catherine ensured the work was quickly translated into English and distributed to noble households with daughters. The education of her daughter Mary reflected Catherine's pedagogical principles. She recruited humanist scholars like Thomas Linacre and Richard Pace as tutors, developing a curriculum that mirrored those of male heirs. Mary's education included not just traditional female accomplishments, but also Greek, Latin, astronomy, architecture, and governance, subjects typically reserved for male education. This educational program became influential beyond the royal family. Inventories from noble households show increased acquisition of classical texts for daughters after Catherine established this precedent. Catherine's textile patronage transformed English decorative arts. Spanish embroidery techniques, particularly blackwork, black silk on the white linen, sometimes called Spanish work, gained prominence through Catherine's workshop. Her household accounts show she employed over 20 professional embroiderers at its peak, producing works that combined Spanish techniques with English motifs. Surviving examples in the Victoria and Albert Museum demonstrate this distinctive hybrid style, which remained influential in English decorative arts for generations. Liturgical arts received particular attention in Catherine's patronage portfolio. She commissioned illuminated manuscripts from both Spanish and English workshops, creating opportunities for cross-cultural artistic exchange. The Catherine of Aragon prayer book, now in the British Library, exemplifies this fusion, with Spanish-influenced illumination techniques applied to English devotional texts. Catherine also commissioned altar furnishings that introduced Spanish liturgical aesthetics to English churches, including embroidered antependiere, altar frontals, that incorporated pomegranate motifs, her personal emblem, into traditional English church decoration. Musical funding revealed Catherine's cosmopolitan tastes. She introduced Spanish musicians to the English court, including the composer Juan de Anchieta, whose compositions familiarized English audiences with the unique polyphonic traditions of Iberian sacred music. Court records document her commissioning of motets that blended English and Spanish musical elements. Thomas Tallis, who would later become England's preeminent composer, received his first royal appointment in Catherine's household chapel, where he was exposed to this international musical environment. Subsequent rebuilding has largely erased Catherine's architectural patronage, but account books reveal significant projects. She redesigned the Queen's apartments at Greenwich Palace to include a Spanish-style inner courtyard with a fountain, creating spaces for humanist conversation modelled on Iberian precedents. At Richmond Palace, she commissioned a library specifically designed to house her growing collection of classical and humanist texts, with innovative features like reading desks with adjustable angles, a design later copied in other noble libraries. Perhaps most significant was Catherine's patronage of female artists and intellectuals. Court records show she employed women in traditionally male artistic roles, including Anne Brown as court painter and Margaret Bryan as astronomical instrument maker. These appointments created rare professional opportunities for talented women and established precedents for female intellectual achievement. When Catherine established her daughter Mary's household at Ludlow Castle in 1525, she deliberately recruited educated women as attendants, creating what historian Maria Dowling has called the first female humanist circle in England. Catherine's cultural patronage established a distinctively English Renaissance identity that outlived her personal downfall. The educational institutions she funded continued producing scholars long after her death. The artistic styles she introduced became naturalised as traditional English forms. Even her architectural innovations influenced subsequent royal building projects. When Elizabeth I later positioned herself as a Renaissance monarch, she drew upon cultural foundations that her mother's rival had established. Catherine of Aragon died at Kimbolton Castle on January 7, 1536, officially downgrading her to Princess Dowager, despite her insistence on her royal title until the end. Traditional narratives often conclude her story here, presenting her as a tragic figure whose significance waned after Anne Boleyn's ascension. This interpretation fundamentally misunderstands Catherine's enduring influence on Tudor England and beyond. Her legacy operated through multiple channels, some obvious and others more subtle, shaping English history long after her physical presence had ended. The most immediate aspect of Catherine's legacy manifested in popular resistance to Henry's religious policies. Her steadfast defence of papal authority provided both intellectual framework and emotional inspiration for those opposing the nascent English Reformation. The Pilgrimage of Grace, the largest uprising of Henry's reign, explicitly invoked Catherine's cause among its grievances. Northern rebels carried banners depicting her royal arms alongside traditional religious images, symbolically linking loyalty to Rome with loyalty to the displaced queen. Catherine's influence persisted through networks of scholars and clerics she had patronised. John Fisher, Bishop of Rochester and her most prominent defender, became a martyr for rejecting royal supremacy. Less-known figures like Nicholas Wilson and Richard Featherstone, both former chaplains in Catherine's household, joined the ranks of religious exiles who maintained opposition from continental havens. These Catherinian loyalists, as historian Eamon Duffy termed them, preserved alternative visions of English Catholicism that would influence later recusant communities. Through her daughter Mary, Catherine's political and religious values gained renewed expression during Mary's brief reign, 1553 to 1558. Mary's restoration of Catholicism represented not just personal conviction, but conscious continuation of her mother's stance. Royal proclamations during Mary's reign frequently referenced the virtuous example of our most noble mother, explicitly connecting government policies to Catherine's principles. Mary's efforts to restore diplomatic relations with Spain similarly reflected Catherine's lifelong commitment to an Anglo-Spanish alliance. Catherine's educational philosophy proved remarkably durable. The curriculum she developed for Princess Mary, emphasising classical languages, history, and governance alongside religious instruction, became influential in noble female education. Household accounts from families like the Howards, Percys, and Seymours show daughters receiving increasingly substantial educations modelled on Catherinian principles. By Elizabeth's reign, a generation of noble women had benefited from this educational transformation, creating what scholar Lisa Jardine called a female intellectual elite unprecedented in English history. The legal arguments Catherine mounted in her defence established precedents that resonated far beyond her personal case. Her insistence that valid marriages could not be retroactively invalidated by royal decree established important protections for aristocratic marriages, and by extension, aristocratic property settlements. When Elizabeth I faced parliamentary pressure to clarify the succession in the 1560s, her resistance partly reflected awareness that questioning her parents' marriage would reopen the controversial legal principles Catherine had fought to uphold. Catherine's diplomatic legacy operated in complex ways. While Anglo-Spanish relations deteriorated after her death, the diplomatic networks she had cultivated provided channels for continued communication even during periods of official hostility. Spanish diplomats used contacts they had made in Catherine's home to stay in touch with English Catholics during Edward VI's rule. These unofficial channels proved crucial during Mary's accession crisis in 1553, when Spanish diplomatic support, arranged through Catherine's former ladies-in-waiting, helped secure Mary's throne. In cultural terms, Catherine's influence remained visible for generations. The distinctive blackwork embroidery she introduced remained fashionable throughout the 16th century, with Elizabeth I herself wearing garments decorated in this Spanish work, despite her political opposition to Spain. Architectural elements Catherine had introduced, particularly the enclosed private garden and the humanist study, became standard features in elite English homes. Even her innovations in court ceremony, like the Spanish-influenced reverence that replaced the medieval nebo, persisted as elements of English court protocol. Perhaps most significantly, Catherine established enduring principles of queenship that influenced subsequent royal women. Her example demonstrated that queens could exercise substantial political authority while maintaining popular affection. She proved that consorts could serve as effective diplomatic agents and cultural patrons. Even in adversity, she established that queens possessed distinct rights that could not be arbitrarily revoked. Elizabeth I, despite her complicated relationship with Catherine's memory, adopted many aspects of Catherine's queenly performance, particularly her careful balance of foreign and domestic identities. The culmination of Catherine's legacy arrived with the accession of James I in 1603, which reunited the English and Scottish crowns and restored peaceful relations with Spain. The 1604 Treaty of London, ending nearly 2 decades of Anglo-Spanish conflict, explicitly referenced Catherine's earlier diplomatic work as a model for renewed friendship. When Philip III's ambassador presented James with Catherine's portrait as the diplomatic gift, he symbolically acknowledged what historians have often overlooked, that Catherine of Aragon's vision of England's place in Europe had ultimately prevailed. Catherine's story extended far beyond the divorce crisis that dominates popular perceptions. She was not merely Henry VIII's discarded first wife, but a consequential historical figure whose influence shaped Tudor England in profound and lasting ways. Her legacy encompassed religious principles, educational innovations, diplomatic relationships, legal precedents, and cultural transformations that continued influencing English society long after her death. The true measure of Catherine's historical significance lies not in the marriage that ended, but in the many ways her life's work continued shaping the nation she had adopted as her own. Margaret Holloway had always prided herself on being the sort of person who read instruction manuals. Particularly for toasters, her insurance company continued to mention the incident from 19 years ago in hushed, traumatised tones. So when she inherited her great-aunt Millicent's peculiar collection of antiques, including what appeared to be a medieval astrolabe made of suspiciously modern materials, she naturally assumed there would be documentation. There wasn't. What there was, tucked behind the device like a guilty afterthought, was a post-it note reading, "Don't touch the blue bits when Mercury is in retrograde. M." Margaret, who possessed both a master's degree in library science and a healthy scepticism toward astrological nonsense, promptly touched the blue bits. It was Tuesday morning. She had already dealt with 3 passive-aggressive emails from her supervisor, and Mercury could frankly retrograde itself into the sun for all she cared. The astrolabe hummed. This was Margaret's first indication that perhaps Great-Aunt Millicent had been more eccentric than previously documented. The second indication was the way her kitchen began folding itself inside out like origami designed by a mathematician having an existential crisis. "Oh, bollocks," and Margaret had said, which were destined to be the last words spoken in her ranch-style home in suburban Ohio for approximately 700 years. The world transformed into a pretzel, infused with cosmic salt, and offered itself to the universe, accompanied by temporal displacement. Margaret found herself lying face down in what smelled suspiciously like a combination of horses, unwashed humans, and regret. When she lifted her head, she discovered she was wearing a brown woolen dress that itched in places she didn't know could itch, and her sensible flats had been replaced by leather things that appeared to have been crafted by someone who had only heard footwear described second-hand. Around her, a medieval village conducted its morning business with the sort of casual chaos that suggested this was perfectly normal Tuesday behaviour. A man chased a pig while shouting what Margaret assumed were medieval profanities. A woman emptied a chamber pot from a second-story window with the practised aim of someone who had clearly done this before. Children played in the dirt with sticks, apparently finding the activity the height of entertainment. Margaret sat up slowly, her librarian instincts immediately cataloguing the historical inconsistencies. The architecture was wrong for any specific period she could identify. The clothing was a mixture of styles spanning roughly 3 centuries. Was the man over there wearing what appeared to be a digital watch? "Is this your first time?" asked a voice behind her. Margaret turned to find a woman in her 50s, wearing robes that managed to look both authentically medieval and suspiciously well-tailored. Her smile was knowing, and her teeth were far too straight for someone living in the pre-dental era. "May I ask for your pardon?" Margaret asked, then immediately regretted it. In her experience, begging anyone's pardon in an unfamiliar situation typically led to complications. "Time travel," the woman clarified, as if the solution were obvious. "You've got that look. You've recently realised that physics is more of a suggestion than a law. I'm Sister Agatha, formerly Dr. Agnes Whitmore, of the Cambridge Medieval History Department. And you're clearly not from around here, temporally speaking." Margaret stared. "This is impossible." "Oh, honey," Sister Agatha laughed, a sound that carried distinct notes of hysteria carefully controlled through years of practice. "Impossible was last Tuesday. This is just inconvenient. Come on, let's get you oriented before the anachronism police show up." "The what now?" But Sister Agatha was already walking away, her robes swishing with the authority of someone who had learned to navigate both medieval politics and university bureaucracy. Margaret scrambled to follow, her new shoes making sounds like frustrated cats on the cobblestones. As they walked through the village, Margaret noticed more inconsistencies. A blacksmith hammered what looked suspiciously like a smartphone case. A merchant sold authentic medieval remedies from bottles that clearly bore modern safety seals. And everywhere people moved with the particular sort of resigned efficiency that Margaret recognised from her office environment. "Right," Sister Agatha said, stopping outside what appeared to be a tavern with a sign reading, "The Temporal Refugee." "Here's the situation. Welcome to Kronos Commons, the accidental dumping ground for temporal tourists, displaced individuals, and the generally temporally confused. We've got Romans, Victorians, a perplexed gentleman from 1623 who keeps asking about the location of the nearest Starbucks, and last week we acquired a flapper from the 20s who has already revolutionised our cocktail menu." Margaret felt a familiar sensation that she usually associated with faculty meetings, the gradual realisation that she was trapped in something that made no sense but would somehow become her responsibility. "How do I get home?" she asked. Sister Agatha's smile took on the sort of kindness typically reserved for delivering catastrophic news. "Well, that's the question, isn't it? Some people figure it out, others don't. But the good news is, we've developed quite a nice little community here. We've got running water, thanks to a Roman engineer, decent food courtesy of a Victorian chef, and surprisingly progressive social policies implemented by a group of suffragettes who arrived last spring." Margaret looked around at the village with new eyes. It wasn't medieval at all, she realised. It was something entirely new, a place where time had hiccuped, collected its mistakes, and decided to make the best of things. "How long have you been here?" she asked. 5 years is a subjective time. It could be 5 minutes or 5 decades in the real world. Time's a bit wobbly here. Sister Agatha shrugged. "But I've got to say, the research opportunities are unparalleled. Where else can you get primary source material from actual primary sources?" Margaret felt herself beginning to panic, which was unfortunate because panic had never been particularly useful in her experience. "But I have a job, I have a mortgage, I have a cat." "Had," Sister Agatha corrected gently. Past tense is crucial when you're dealing with temporal displacement, but look on the bright side. No more mortgage payments. The temporal refugee turned out to be precisely what it sounded like. A tavern for people who had accidentally fallen through the cracks in time and were making the best of it with varying degrees of success. The proprietor was a cheerful woman named Gladys, who claimed to be from 1943 and had arrived during the Blitz expecting to find an air raid shelter. Instead, she'd found herself the accidental mayor of history's most confused municipality. "New arrival," Gladys announced as Sister Agatha led Margaret through the door. "Welcome to the club that no one desired to join, yet everyone inextricably finds themselves a part of. The first drink is free, the second is on credit, and the third is your responsibility because you should know our economy by then." The tavern's interior was a fascinating collision of architectural periods. Tudor beams supported what appeared to be Art Deco light fixtures, while Roman mosaics decorated floors laid with Victorian tiles. The overall effect was like walking into time and having an identity crisis. At a corner table, a man in what looked like 18th century clothing was engaged in animated conversation with a woman wearing a 1960s mod dress, and a Roman centurion who had apparently decided to keep his armour but update his attitude. Their discussion appeared to centre around the best methods for organising a democratic government when your citizenry spanned roughly 2,000 years of political evolution. "That's our steering committee," Sister Agatha explained. "We found that representative democracy works surprisingly well when everyone's equally confused about the present situation. Thomas, who hails from the year 1776, arrived shortly after signing a document he describes as terribly important, which is why he has strong opinions about governance. Veronica, who is from 1967, holds strong opinions on a wide range of topics. Marcus has strong opinions about military organisation, primarily suggesting that all disputes should be settled through combat." Margaret accepted a drink from Gladys that tasted like it had been invented by someone who remembered alcohol fondly, but had to work with medieval ingredients. Although it wasn't entirely unpleasant, the drink felt like a metaphor for her entire situation. "So how does this work?" Margaret asked. "The day-to-day, I mean. You can't all just sit around drinking and forming committees." "Oh, heavens no," Gladys laughed. "We've got quite the economy going. It turns out when you put together people from different times, you get a lot of useful knowledge exchange. Marcus taught us Roman construction techniques, which the Victorian engineer improved with modern material science, which Thomas enhanced with democratic labour practices, which Veronica revolutionised with modern efficiency methods." She gestured toward the window where Margaret could see people working on what appeared to be a construction project involving both medieval stonework and suspiciously modern-looking plumbing. "We're building a proper town hall," Sister Agatha explained, "complete with meeting rooms, a library, and what Veronica insists on calling a social services department. Apparently temporal displacement comes with its own unique set of bureaucratic needs." "But surely someone's trying to get home?" Margaret asked. The tavern went quiet in a way that suggested she'd touched on a sensitive subject. Gladys polished a glass with unnecessary intensity, while Sister Agatha developed a sudden interest in the pattern of the tablecloth. "Well," Thomas said from the corner table, his colonial American accent carrying clearly across the room, "that's rather the central question, isn't it? Some folks spend all their time trying to figure out the way back. Others come to the conclusion that staying in the present isn't necessarily a bad thing. And some—" He trailed off. "Some?" Margaret prompted. "Some discover that home isn't quite what they remembered," Veronica finished, her London accent crisp despite the anachronistic setting. "Turns out when you've been gone for subjective years, certain assumptions about what you want to return to start looking rather questionable." Marcus, the Roman centurion, nodded gravely. "I was fleeing Gaul when I arrived here. The situation, which involved a superior officer's wife and a misunderstanding about Roman marriage customs, was rather embarrassing. Point is, going back would involve considerably more crucifixion than I'm comfortable with." Margaret felt the weight of her life settling around her like an ill-fitting coat. Her job at the library, while stable, had become increasingly automated and decreasingly fulfilling. Her marriage had ended 2 years ago when her husband discovered that his midlife crisis required a motorcycle and a 25-year-old named Crystal. Her mortgage was for a house that had always felt too large for one person and too small for the life she'd imagined she'd have. "How do you know if you want to go back?" she asked quietly. "That," said Sister Agatha, "is the question everyone asks, and nobody can answer for anyone else. But I will say this. In 5 years here, I've published more original research than I did in 20 years at Cambridge. It turns out that primary source material is much easier to obtain when your sources are sitting at the next table." Gladys set down her glass and leaned against the bar. "I've been thinking about that night in London when I ended up here. The sirens were going off, bombs were falling, and I was more terrified than I'd ever been in my life. But I was also more alive than I'd felt in years. 3 years had passed since my husband's death. My children had grown and left, and I was merely existing. You need me here. I'm building something." "But don't you miss it?" Margaret asked. "Your real life?" "This is my real life," Gladys said simply. "The other one was just what happened before I started living." The tavern door abruptly opened, suggesting either extreme urgency or poor door maintenance. A young man stumbled in wearing clothes that looked like a confused merger between medieval peasant wear and what Margaret was beginning to recognise as the standard-issue temporal refugee uniform. "Emergency committee meeting," he announced breathlessly. "We've got anachronism police incoming, and they're asking about unauthorised timeline modifications." The tavern erupted into organised chaos. Thomas immediately began drafting what he called emergency protocols for democratic crisis management. Veronica started organising people into what she termed efficiency groups. Marcus began discussing defensive strategies that involved words like phalanx and tactical retreat. "Anachronism police," Margaret asked Sister Agatha about the commotion. "Time travel's governing body," Sister Agatha explained grimly. "Consider them to be the universe's hall monitors, but with the authority to erase entire timelines if they think things have gotten too messy. They don't like places like this. Too many variables, too much potential for paradox. What do? Best case scenario, they relocate us to approved temporal zones. Worst case scenario, they decide we're too much of a risk and..." Sister Agatha made a gesture that could be interpreted as either poof or obliteration. Margaret felt that familiar librarian instinct kicking in, the one that appeared whenever someone threatened to reorganise her carefully maintained systems without consulting her first. It was the same feeling she got when patrons tried to return books to the wrong shelves, or when her supervisor suggested improving efficiency through methods that would clearly make everything worse. "Right," she said, surprising herself with her decisiveness. "What actions are necessary?" The emergency committee meeting took place in what Gladys optimistically called the community centre, which was actually the tavern with the tables pushed together and everyone trying to look official, although half of them were drinking ale at 10 in the morning. Margaret found herself appointed as Secretary of Records primarily because she was the only one present who knew what carbon paper was and could also operate the hand-cranked printing press that a Victorian gentleman named Nigel had constructed from memory and spare parts. "Right then," Thomas said, calling the meeting to order, with the sort of gravitas that suggested he'd had practice at this sort of thing. "Jeremiah, report." Jeremiah, the young man who'd brought the news, stood up and consulted what appeared to be notes written on bark. 3 anachronism police officers arrived this morning via what looked like a temporal vortex disguised as a travelling merchant's wagon. They are staying at the inn and asking questions about unauthorised timeline modifications and dangerous temporal accumulations. "Dangerous temporal accumulations," Sister Agatha repeated thoughtfully. "That's what they call places like us. We have an excessive number of individuals from various eras residing in one place. We're apparently creating what they term chronological instability." "Bollocks," said Veronica firmly. "We're creating a chronological community. There's a difference." Marcus nodded approvingly. "In Rome we had a saying, when the bureaucrats arrive, hide the wine and sharpen the swords." "We're not hiding wine or sharpening swords," Thompson said quickly. "We're civilised people having a civilised discussion about how to handle a bureaucratic situation through proper democratic channels." "Have you met bureaucrats?" Gladys asked dryly. "In my experience, proper democratic channels work about as well for people in London during the Blitz as they do now. That is, not at all, and you mostly have to muddle through and hope for the best." Margaret found herself taking detailed notes, partly out of professional habit and partly because writing things down helped her think. As she wrote, patterns began to emerge. The anachronism police seemed concerned about their community's effect on the timeline, but from what she could gather, they hadn't actually done anything to affect it. They were just living their lives in a place that technically shouldn't exist. "What exactly is the timeline we're supposedly affecting?" she asked. The room went quiet. Margaret was beginning to recognise this particular type of silence. It was the same one that occurred in library staff meetings when someone asked obvious questions that revealed fundamental problems with the entire system. "Well," Sister Agatha said slowly, "that's rather complicated. See, technically none of us should be here. We should all be in our original times, living our original lives, making our original contributions to history. But we're not affecting our original times," Margaret pointed out. "We're not there. If anything, our absence should have more impact than our presence here." "Ah," said Nigel, the Victorian engineer, speaking up for the first time. "That's where it gets intriguing. My research, which I've dedicated a significant amount of time to, indicates that our disappearances have received compensation." "Compensated how?" Thomas asked. "Replacements," Nigel said simply. The timeline has generated substitute versions of us to fill the gaps we left behind. My wife believes I died in a factory accident. Sister Agatha's university believes she took early retirement. Margaret's library believes she moved to Florida to care for an elderly relative. Margaret felt a chill that had nothing to do with the medieval heating system. So there's another version of me living my life? A timeline-generated approximation, Sister Agatha confirmed. Close enough to maintain continuity, but not actually you. Think of it as temporal autocorrect. That's deeply unsettling, Margaret said. Welcome to time travel, Gladys said cheerfully. Nothing about it makes sense, and the more you think about it, the more you realise that sense was always overrated anyway. The meeting continued for another hour, with various committee members proposing solutions that ranged from diplomatic negotiation, Thomas, to strategic misdirection, Veronica, to trial by combat, Marcus predictably. Margaret found herself thinking about the other version of herself living in her house, doing her job, and presumably feeding her cat. Was that version of her fulfilled? Was she living the life Margaret had been too afraid to lead? I propose, she said, interrupting a discussion about the proper protocol for addressing temporal law enforcement, that we find out what the anachronism police actually want before we decide how to respond to them. Revolutionary thinking, Veronica said approvingly. Gather intelligence before forming strategy. I like her. It's called reconnaissance, Marcus added. Basic military procedure. It's called common sense, Gladys said, but I suppose that's revolutionary enough in most situations. Thomas nodded thoughtfully. Margaret raises an excellent point. We've been assuming they want to shut us down or relocate us, but perhaps their concerns are more specific. Jeremiah, what exactly were they asking about? Jeremiah consulted his bark notes again. They wanted to know about unauthorized historical documentation, anachronistic technological development, and unsanctioned temporal education programs. Margaret felt her librarian instincts tingling. Those are very specific concerns, not general timeline protection, specific activities. Sister Agatha's been writing papers about medieval life based on direct observation, Nigel said slowly. I've been developing hybrid technologies using knowledge from multiple times, and we've all been sharing knowledge across historical boundaries. We've been learning from each other, Margaret said, and apparently that's what they're worried about. The room fell silent again, but this time it was the thoughtful silence of people realising they were in more trouble than they'd initially understood, but also possibly more right than they'd dared to hope. So, Thomas said finally, we're not just temporal refugees, we're temporal revolutionaries. Accidental temporal revolutionaries, or Sister Agatha corrected. The best kind, Veronica said with satisfaction. Nobody expects the accidental revolutionaries. Margaret looked around the room at her fellow temporal misfits and felt something she hadn't experienced in years. The sense that she was precisely where she was supposed to be, doing exactly what she was supposed to do. She appeared to be tasked with challenging the fundamental principles of temporal law enforcement by radically establishing a functional community. Right then, she said, surprising herself again with her decisiveness. Let's go talk to these anachronism police and find out exactly what kind of revolution we're accidentally leading. Based on her experience with various forms of bureaucratic authority, Margaret expected the anachronism police to be polite, efficient, and firmly convinced that their approach was the only logical one. They had taken up residence in the village's only inn, which was run by a cheerful woman from the 14th century who had adapted to her unusual clientele by developing what she called a flexible approach to customer service. The three officers were sitting in the inn's common room when Margaret's diplomatic delegation arrived. Thomas had insisted on formal protocols, Veronica had insisted on strategic positioning, and Marcus had insisted on bringing weapons, ceremonial purposes only, he'd assured them, while checking the edge on his gladius. Margaret had insisted on bringing tea service because, in her experience, any difficult conversation went better with proper refreshments. The lead officer was a woman who introduced herself as Inspector Kronos, which Margaret suspected was either an assumed name or evidence that the Anachronism Police had a department devoted entirely to ironic nomenclature. She was wearing what appeared to be a uniform designed by someone who had been told to create timeless professional attire and had interpreted the term as a boring grey suit that could plausibly exist in any century. "Thank you for meeting with us," Inspector Kronos said as Margaret arranged the tea service on the inn's largest table. We appreciate your cooperation in this matter." "Our pleasure," Thomas replied smoothly, "though I confess we're uncertain about the nature of the matter that requires our cooperation." Inspector Kronos consulted a tablet that definitely hadn't existed in any time period Margaret could identify. "You're aware that this settlement exists in violation of several temporal accords?" "We weren't aware there were temporal accords," Sister Agatha said mildly. "Perhaps you could enlighten us?" Margaret poured tea while listening to Inspector Kronos explain the complex legal framework that apparently governed time travel. According to the temporal accords, unauthorized time travel was prohibited, temporal settlements were forbidden, and cross-temporal knowledge sharing was considered a Class 3 chronological offence punishable by timeline rehabilitation. "Timeline rehabilitation sounds ominous," Veronica observed. "It's a humane process," Inspector Kronos assured her. "We simply relocate individuals to appropriate temporal zones where they can live productive lives without disrupting historical continuity." "Separate us, you mean," Margaret said, offering the sugar cubes. "Send us back to our original times, whether we want to go or not." "The personal preferences of temporally displaced persons are secondary to the stability of the timeline," Inspector Kronos replied, accepting her tea with the sort of politeness that suggested she'd been trained in diplomatic protocols but found them tedious. Margaret felt that familiar librarian anger rising, the specific fury that came from dealing with people who prioritised systems over people and called it necessary efficiency. And who decided that timeline stability was more important than personal autonomy? Inspector Kronos looked genuinely puzzled by the question. "The temporal authority, of course. Timeline stability maintains the proper order of historical events." "Whose proper order?" Thomas asked, his colonial revolutionary instincts clearly activated. "Who gave this temporal authority the right to determine how people should live their lives?" "The authority derives from temporal law, which exists to prevent paradoxes and maintain historical accuracy," Inspector Kronos explained patiently, as if speaking to children who couldn't understand basic concepts. "Historical accuracy according to whom?" Sister Agatha asked. "I've spent 5 years here conducting primary research that's revealed significant errors in accepted historical narratives. Are you more interested in preserving factual accuracy or in upholding your own interpretation of accuracy?" Margaret watched Inspector Kronos' face carefully. Years of dealing with library patrons had taught her to recognise the exact moment when someone realised their position might not be as unassailable as they'd assumed. Inspector Kronos was having that moment right now. "Your research is part of the problem," one of the other officers said, speaking for the first time. "You're creating unauthorised historical documentation that could alter scholarly understanding of past events." "You mean it could improve scholarly understanding," Margaret said sweetly, refilling his teacup. "Isn't that what research is supposed to do?" "Not when it disrupts established historical consensus," the officer replied. "Established historical consensus has been wrong before," Veronica pointed out. "I should know. I lived through the 60s, and the established historical consensus about that decade is almost entirely bollocks." Margaret could see that this conversation was heading toward the sort of philosophical impasse that typically resulted in either violence or very long meetings. In her experience, violence was messier, but often more efficient than meetings. However, both typically ended with someone feeling aggrieved and nothing actually resolved. "Inspector Kronos," she said, interrupting what appeared to be the beginning of a lecture about the importance of historical stability. "May I ask you a personal question?" Inspector Kronos looked wary. "I suppose. When did you last have a vacation?" The question clearly wasn't what Inspector Kronos had expected. That's not relevant to this investigation." "Humour me," Margaret said, employing the same tone she used with particularly stubborn library patrons. "When did you last take time off from work?" "Temporal authority agents don't take vacations," Inspector Kronos said stiffly. "We have important work to do." "Everyone needs time off," Margaret said gently. "Otherwise work becomes the only thing that gives life meaning, and that's not healthy for anyone. Trust me, I speak from experience." She gestured around the inn's common room, where the afternoon light was streaming through windows that had been designed by someone from the 18th century, built by someone from ancient Rome, and decorated by someone from the 1960s. The result was chaotic, but somehow harmonious, like a visual representation of their entire community. "This place works," she said. We have people from a dozen different times living together, sharing knowledge, building something new. We're not disrupting the timeline. We're creating something the timeline never had before. Something beautiful. Unauthorized beauty is still unauthorized, Inspector Kronos said, but her voice lacked conviction. According to the temporal accords, yes, Margaret agreed. But have you considered that the temporal accords might be wrong? The silence that followed was different from the previous uncomfortable silences. This silence was the result of someone who had blindly followed the rules for years, suddenly forced to question their logic. The accords exist for good reason, Inspector Kronos said finally. I'm sure they do, Thomas said diplomatically, but good reasons can become bad reasons if circumstances change. In my experience, the best laws are the ones that can adapt to new situations. What if, Sister Agatha suggested carefully, instead of shutting us down, you studied us? We could be a pilot program for controlled cross-temporal community development. Think of the research opportunities. Margaret could see Inspector Kronos wavering. Years of bureaucratic training were warring with what appeared to be genuine curiosity, and possibly the first intriguing conversation she'd had in decades. That would require authorization from the temporal authority, Inspector Kronos said slowly. Then let's get authorization, Margaret said briskly. I assume there's some sort of application process? Inspector Kronos stared at her. You want to apply for legal recognition as an experimental temporal community? Why not? Margaret shrugged. We're already here, we're already functioning, and apparently we're already breaking the rules. Might as well break them officially. Applying for legal recognition as an experimental temporal community turned out to involve approximately 17 different forms, each of which had to be filled out in triplicate using writing implements appropriate to the time period of the person filling them out. Margaret found herself wielding a quill pen for the first time in her life, while cursing whoever had decided that bureaucracy should be deliberately difficult. This is ridiculous, Veronica muttered, struggling with what appeared to be a form designed to assess cross-temporal cultural integration protocols. They want to know our policy for resolving conflicts between Roman law and Renaissance banking practices. We don't have conflicts between Roman law and Renaissance banking practices, Thomas pointed out, working his way through a form about democratic governance in multi-period communities with the sort of methodical precision that suggested he'd had experience with colonial paperwork. Exactly, Sister Agatha said. Marcus handles military justice, Nigel handles infrastructure disputes, you handle governance issues, and Gladys handles everything else because she's the only one who's actually good at managing people. Margaret looked up from Form 47B, Justification for Temporal Cohabitation, and realised something important. They hadn't just accidentally created a community, they'd accidentally created a functioning government. And not just any government, but one that actually worked because everyone involved was too confused and too practical to waste time on politics. We need to document this, she said suddenly. Document what? Inspector Kronos asked. She had remained at the inn to oversee the application process, but Margaret suspected that her primary reason for staying was her interest in their community, which she found far more engaging than her usual assignments. This is how we govern ourselves, Margaret explained, reaching for a fresh sheet of paper. If we're applying to be an experimental community, we need to show that our experiment actually produces results. Over the next several hours, Margaret found herself doing what she did best, organising information. With input from the others, she documented their decision-making processes, their conflict resolution methods, their resource allocation systems, and their integration protocols. What emerged was a picture of a community that had organically developed solutions to problems that political scientists spent decades debating. This is extraordinary, Inspector Kronos said, reading over Margaret's documentation. You've created a functional multi-temporal democracy with built-in cultural sensitivity protocols and adaptive governance structures. We've muddled through, Gladys corrected, bringing them all another round of tea. We've made the best of it, just like anyone else who finds themselves in an unexpected situation. But that's precisely the point, Inspector Kronos said, excitement creeping into her voice for the first time since Margaret had met her. Most temporal displacement results in psychological trauma, cultural isolation, and eventual breakdown. You've created something that not only works, but actually enhances the lives of everyone involved. Margaret looked around the inn's common room, where their impromptu government session had attracted an audience of curious community members. Marcus was explaining Roman military organisation to a group that included a Viking warrior, 2 medieval merchants, and what appeared to be a flapper who had arrived just that morning. Nigel was sketching engineering diagrams on a napkin, while a Renaissance artist offered suggestions about aesthetic improvements. Thomas and Veronica were deep in discussion about the practical applications of democratic theory with a gentleman who claimed to be from the court of Louis XIV. "It works because we need it to work," Margaret said. "We can't go home, so we have to make this place home, and that means figuring out how to live together even when we come from entirely different worlds." "The temporal authority should see this," Inspector Kronos said. "They've been trying to solve the problem of the temporal displacement for centuries, and you've accidentally discovered the solution." "What's the problem with temporal displacement?" Sister Agatha asked. "Displaced persons typically suffer from severe temporal culture shock," Inspector Kronos explained. "They can't adapt to their new time, but they can't return to their original time either. Most end up in specialised care facilities or isolated temporal reservations." Margaret felt a chill. Temporal reservations? "Quarantine zones where displaced persons can live out their lives without affecting the timeline," Inspector Kronos said, apparently not noticing the horror on everyone's faces. "It's considered the most humane solution." "Humane?" Thomas repeated flatly. "You isolate people from society and call it humane." "It's better than the alternative," Inspector Kronos said defensively. "Uncontrolled temporal displacement can cause paradoxes, timeline disruptions, and even reality cascades." "Has that actually happened?" Margaret asked. "Or is it theoretical?" Inspector Kronos paused. "Well, theoretical. But the risk is theoretical," Margaret finished. "Meanwhile, the reality is that you're condemning people to isolation based on theoretical risks." She stood up, feeling the same sense of righteous indignation that had sustained her through years of fighting budget cuts and bureaucratic interference at the library. "Inspector Kronos, I think it's time the temporal authority met with some people who have actually made temporal displacement work." "You want to petition the temporal authority directly?" Inspector Kronos asked, looking alarmed. "I want to invite them to visit," Margaret corrected. "Let them see what we've built here. Let them meet our community. Let them understand that temporal displacement doesn't have to be a problem to be managed. It can be an opportunity to be embraced." The room went quiet again, but this time it was the excited silence of people who had just realised they were about to do something either very brave or very stupid, and weren't entirely sure which. "That," said Veronica slowly, "is either brilliant or completely insane." "In my experience," Gladys said cheerfully, "the best ideas are usually both." Inspector Kronos looked around the room at the faces of people who had accidentally revolutionised temporal community planning, and were now proposing to take their revolution directly to the highest levels of temporal authority. Margaret could see her trying to calculate the potential consequences, weigh the risks against the benefits, and figure out whether supporting this plan would advance or destroy her career. "I'll need to send a preliminary report first," she said finally. "Prepare them for the possibility of an unconventional solution to the displacement problem." "Unconventional solutions are the best kind," Marcus said approvingly. "In Rome we had a saying, when conventional tactics fail, try something so unexpected that your enemies defeat themselves through confusion." "Did Romans actually say that?" Thomas asked. "No," Marcus admitted cheerfully, "but they should have. It's excellent advice." Margaret looked at Inspector Kronos, who was staring at their community with the expression of someone who had come to enforce the rules and instead discovered that they might need changing. "Inspector," she said gently, "when did you last do something that made you excited about your work?" Inspector Kronos was quiet for a long moment. "I can't remember," she said finally. "Then maybe it's time to try something new," Margaret suggested. "Maybe it's time to help us show the temporal authority that some problems are actually opportunities in disguise." The temporal authority's response to Inspector Kronos' preliminary report arrived 3 days later in the form of what appeared to be a medieval messenger who rode a horse that moved slightly too smoothly and cast no shadow. The message itself was written on parchment that looked authentic but felt like high-quality printer paper, and the ink had the peculiar property of remaining wet until someone read it, at which point it dried instantly. Margaret had become fascinated by these temporal inconsistencies. Everything about the temporal authority seemed designed to look period-appropriate while functioning with modern efficiency, as if they couldn't decide whether they wanted to blend in with history or transcend it entirely. "They're sending a delegation," Inspector Kronos announced, reading the message aloud to the assembled community. Senior Inspector Paradox, Inspector Causality, and Director Temporal will arrive tomorrow to assess the viability of Kronos Commons as an experimental temporal community." "Director Temporal?" Sister Agatha asked. "That's either a critical person or someone with a deeply unfortunate name." "Both, probably," Veronica said. "In my experience, the most important bureaucrats always have the most ridiculous titles." Margaret felt the familiar flutter of anxiety that preceded any important inspection, whether it was library auditors, health department officials, or, apparently, temporal law enforcement. But underneath the anxiety was something else. Excitement. For the first time in years, she was part of something that mattered, something worth fighting for. "Right then," she said, standing up with the sort of decisiveness that surprised everyone, including herself. "We have one day to prepare for the most important visitors this community has ever received. I suggest we show them exactly what we've accomplished here." The next 24 hours passed in a blur of organised chaos that would have made any event planner weep with either admiration or despair. Gladys organised a feast that showcased culinary techniques from 12 different times. Nigel provided the entire village with a comprehensive overview of infrastructure improvements, highlighting the innovations that emerged from the fusion of Roman engineering, Victorian precision, and modern material science. Thomas prepared a presentation on their governance structure that managed to be both academically rigorous and practically applicable. Margaret found herself coordinating the entire effort, which felt remarkably similar to organising the library's annual fundraising gala, except with more times involved and significantly higher stakes. She discovered that her years of managing library events had prepared her surprisingly well for managing temporal diplomacy. The delegation arrived precisely at noon, stepping out of what appeared to be a travelling merchant's wagon that definitely hadn't been there moments before. Director Temporal turned out to be a woman who looked like she could have been anywhere between 30 and 300 years old, wearing robes that managed to suggest both medieval authority and modern professionalism. Senior Inspector Paradox was a tall man with the sort of precisely groomed appearance that suggested he took temporal regulations very seriously indeed. Inspector Causality was younger, with the eager expression of someone who had recently been promoted and was determined to prove worthy of the position. "Welcome to Kronos Commons," Margaret said, stepping forward with the sort of confidence usually reserved for dealing with particularly difficult library board members. "We're honoured by your visit." Director Temporal looked around the village square, where the community had assembled to greet their visitors. Her expression was carefully neutral, but Margaret caught her pausing to study the architectural innovations, the way people from different times were naturally interacting, and the general atmosphere of purposeful activity. Inspector Kronos has submitted a preliminary report suggesting that this community represents a viable alternative to traditional temporal displacement protocols, Director Temporal said. "We're here to assess the accuracy of that assessment." "We'd be delighted to show you around," Thomas said, stepping forward with colonial diplomatic charm. "Perhaps we could begin with our governance centre." What followed was the most unusual tour Margaret had ever participated in. They showed the delegation their democratic decision-making processes, their conflict resolution methods, their resource allocation system, and their integration protocols. At each stop, community members demonstrated not just how their systems worked, but why they worked. The key insight, Sister Agatha explained as they stood in what had become their informal research centre, is that temporal displacement doesn't have to mean cultural isolation. When you put people from different times together, they don't just adapt to each other, they enhance each other. She gestured to a wall covered with research notes, engineering diagrams, artistic collaborations, and what appeared to be a detailed analysis of democratic theory, written in 4 different languages by authors from 4 different centuries. "We're not just preserving historical knowledge," she continued. "We're creating new knowledge by combining historical perspectives in ways that have never been possible before." Inspector Causality was taking in emailed notes, while Senior Inspector Paradox maintained an expression of professional scepticism. Director Temporal, however, was studying the research wall with the sort of intense focus that suggested she was seeing something she hadn't expected. "This is unprecedented," she said finally. "Cross-temporal knowledge synthesis on this scale. The implications are extraordinary." "The implications are what we live with every day," Gladys said cheerfully, appearing with a tray of refreshments that somehow managed to appeal to taste preferences from across the centuries. Turns out when you stop worrying about the implications and start focusing on the practicalities, most problems solve themselves. The tour continued through the afternoon, with the delegation observing everything from Marcus's conflict resolution sessions, which involved more shouting than Margaret was comfortable with but seemed to work, to Nigel's engineering workshops, which had produced innovations that probably shouldn't have been possible with available materials. However, Margaret was aware that the evening feast would determine the success or failure of their argument. As the community gathered around tables that had been built by combining Roman construction techniques with Victorian craftsmanship and modern ergonomic principles, she watched the delegation observe something that couldn't be documented or measured: the simple fact that their community was genuinely happy. "I have a question," Director Temporal said as the meal wound down. "What happens when someone wants to leave?" The question lingered in the air, akin to an uncomfortable truth that everyone had been evading. Margaret felt her stomach clench because this was the one aspect of their community they hadn't fully addressed. "Well," Thomas said slowly, "that's rather complicated. We haven't actually figured out how to leave, even if someone wanted to." "But would you?" Inspector Corselletti asked. "Want to leave, I mean? If you could." Margaret looked around the table at faces that had become more familiar to her than her family. These people had become her colleagues, her friends, her chosen community in a way that her old life had never provided. "I think," she said carefully, "that's the wrong question. The right question is, would we want to go back to the lives we were living before we came here?" "And the answer to that question?" Director Temporal asked. Margaret smiled. "Ask me tomorrow." The temporal authority's decision came in the form of an official proclamation that somehow managed to be both bureaucratically precise and genuinely revolutionary. Kronos Commons was granted experimental status as the first authorised cross-temporal community development project, with funding, legal recognition, and most importantly, official permission to continue existing. "Congratulations," Director Temporal said, presenting Margaret with a document that looked like a medieval charter, but contained clauses about innovative temporal integration methodologies and sustainable anachronistic community planning. "You've accidentally solved a problem we've been working on for centuries." "We've accidentally solved several problems," Veronica corrected. "Temporal displacement, cross-cultural integration, sustainable community development, and Margaret's midlife crisis." Margaret laughed because it was true. Somewhere between organising emergency committee meetings and negotiating with temporal bureaucrats, she had discovered that her midlife crisis hadn't been about her age or her circumstances. It had been about the fact that she hadn't been living a life that felt like her own. "So what happens now?" she asked. "Now," Director Temporal said, "you become a model for other temporal displacement situations. We'll be sending observers, researchers, and probably a few more accidental time travellers your way. You're going to be busy." "We're already busy," Gladys pointed out. "But we're good at busy. Busy is what happens when you're doing something that matters." As the temporal authority delegation prepared to leave, Inspector Kronos approached Margaret privately. "I've submitted a request for reassignment," she said. "I'd like to stay here as a permanent liaison between the community and the authority." "Why do you want to be reassigned?" Margaret asked, though she suspected she knew the answer. "Because for the first time in decades I'm engaged in work that feels significant," Inspector Kronos stated plainly. "And because someone needs to document what you're accomplishing here. Future temporal communities are going to need guidance, and you've already figured out most of the answers." Margaret nodded. "We'll need help with the paperwork anyway. Temporal bureaucracy is even more complicated than regular bureaucracy." That evening, as the community gathered for what had become their traditional end-of-day meeting, Margaret reflected on the strange journey that had brought her here. 6 months ago she had been living a life that felt too small, too predictable, and too much like settling for less than she deserved. Now she was helping to pioneer a new form of human community that existed outside normal time and space. "Any regrets?" Sister Agatha asked, settling into the chair beside her. Margaret considered the question seriously. Did she miss her old life? Did she miss her house, her job, her routine? Or did she miss the person she had been when those things had felt like enough? "I miss my cat," she said finally. "The cats are adaptable. If he could see me now, he'd probably approve. He always thought I was capable of more than I believed." "Cats are excellent judges of character," Thomas agreed. "They see potential that humans often miss." "Speaking of potential," Veronica said, "what do we want to be when we grow up? Now that we're officially experimental, we get to decide what we're experimenting with. The questions sparked the sort of enthusiastic discussion that Margaret had learned to associate with her new community. Ideas flew around the room like butterflies, establishing a university for cross-temporal studies, developing sustainable technologies that combine knowledge from multiple time periods, creating artistic collaborations that had never been possible before, and writing the definitive guides to temporal community planning. We could change how people think about time itself, Nigel suggested. Demonstrate that past, present and future aren't separate things. They're different perspectives on the same human experience. We could revolutionise historical research, Sister Agatha added. Imagine what we could learn if historians could actually talk to the people they study. We could perfect democracy, or, Thomas said with the enthusiasm of someone who had spent centuries thinking about political theory. Test different approaches with people who have lived under different systems. We could just keep being ourselves and see what happens, Gladys said pragmatically. In my experience, the best revolutions are the ones that happen naturally, because people are living the lives they want to live. Margaret listened to the conversation swirl around her and felt something she had never experienced before, complete certainty that she was precisely where she belonged, doing exactly what she was meant to do, with exactly the people she was meant to do it with. I have a proposal, she said, and the room quieted to listen. What if we stop defining ourselves and just become who we want to be? We're not just a temporal community or an experimental project or an accidental revolution. We're people who found each other across time and space and decided to build something beautiful together. That, said Marcus approvingly, is the sort of proposal that wins wars. Are we at war? Inspector Causality asked, looking alarmed. We're at war with the idea that people have to accept the lives they're given instead of creating the lives they want, Margaret said. We're at war with the notion that different is dangerous instead of wonderful. The belief that the future must mirror the past, simply because it's the norm, is what we're fighting against. Revolutionary wars are the best kind, Veronica said with satisfaction, especially when you win them by accident. As the meeting wound down and people began drifting back to their homes that had been built by combining architectural knowledge from across the centuries, decorated with art created through cross-temporal collaboration, and filled with the sort of contentment that came from living in a community where everyone belonged, Margaret stepped outside to look up at stars that had witnessed all of human history. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new visitors, and new opportunities to prove that their accidental experiment in temporal community building could work on a larger scale. There would be more paperwork, more bureaucracy, and more negotiations with authorities who still weren't entirely convinced that rules were meant to be broken. But tonight, Margaret was simply a woman who had accidentally time-travelled into the best life she had never imagined living, surrounded by friends she had never expected to make, working on projects that mattered in ways she was still discovering. She thought about the other version of herself, living in her old house, working at her old job, probably wondering why life felt so unsatisfying. Margaret had been awaiting approval to pursue her desired life. This Margaret had learned that sometimes the best thing you can do is stop waiting for permission and start creating the life you deserve. The stars looked exactly the same as they had in her time, which somehow made everything else feel possible. Time was more flexible than anyone had imagined, community was more important than anyone had realised, and revolution could happen accidentally, when people simply decided to treat each other with kindness and respect across the barriers that were supposed to divide them. Margaret smiled and went inside to help Gladys plan tomorrow's menu, because even accidental revolutionaries had to eat, and someone needed to coordinate the logistics of changing the world one shared meal at a time. After all, she was still a librarian at heart, and librarians understood that the most important revolutions were the ones that happened quietly, one person at a time, through the simple act of helping people find exactly what they were looking for, even when they hadn't known they were looking for it.